Good morning, all. I'm Jim Chandler from the University of Chicago. My esteemed French colleagues on the team of co-organizers, Thierry Dubost, Schor, and Arnaud Coulombel, have granted me the privilege of being the first to welcome you all from far and wide to our three-day conference on the Irish in Chicago. This project has benefited from the work of many hands and many partners. And I know that my three colleagues will presently be thanking both the people and the organizations who have made it happen. For my part, I want to begin by thanking you, the participants, for joining us remotely or in person, and by thanking Thierry, Paul, and Arnaud, not only for dreaming up this interesting idea for a conference, but for doing so much to make it happen and doing so much in the face of the many obstacles that we've encountered this year. The idea itself has been remarkably consistent since the day that Arnaud and Thierry first explained it to me in a cafe on the Rue Soufflot back in November of 2019. It has, I think, three components. The first is to correct an historical emphasis. When we think of the enormous influx of the Irish in America since the time of the Great Hunger in the mid-19th century, we tend to think first of the cities on the East Coast, Boston and New York, but also Philadelphia and Baltimore. Yet by the turn of the 20th century, certainly, Chicago had become an important destination for the Irish. And they, in turn, had begun to leave their mark on that city in indelible ways. One early measure of the importance of the Chicago-Irish connection can be found in the biography of W.B. Yeats. Before World War I, Yeats toured America twice, and both times Chicago formed an important part of his itinerary. His time in Chicago included visits with Harriet Monroe, founder and editor of the influential poetry magazine in that city. And indeed, it included lectures at the University of Chicago, in whose Paris Center, where I now stand, we have found one of the hosts of our conference. The second component of the idea for this conference is to look at the Irish-Chicago connection from, so to speak, a third-person perspective here in Paris. The thought here is that such a perspective will make it possible for us to have an enhanced freedom to consider the issues dispassionately, to explore political, ethical, and aesthetic questions with all the candor they deserve. That such questions can be disturbing is acknowledged in many of the proposals that have been submitted for the conference, but it is also registered in the passage from James T. Farrell's novel Studs Lonigan that we will hear Chicago actor John Judd read in a Zoom recording at the close of the conference. If the conference succeeds in the way that we hope, it might be a model for further explorations conducted here in Paris with perhaps different case studies in view. One could, for example, return to the question of Polish immigrants in Chicago, a subject that formed part of the founding of the Chicago School of Sociology back in the 1920s. Or indeed, one could consider Italian immigrants in New York. The third component is that in our effort to discover new connections in the past, we also hope to forge new connections in the future, in the present and the future. Connections among scholars working in different fields and in different locations, for whom the question of the Irish in Chicago might supply common ground for inquiry. Certainly, the breadth and depth of the responses we have had to our call for papers suggests that this aspiration seems to have been warranted. As you all know, the intimate links between the Irish and the French date back not only to their alliance against Britain in the rebellion of 1798, but also to an earlier moment of emigration when Irish aristocrats fled Ireland in the wake of the terrible religious wars of the 17th century. One of the special pleasures of our time together over these 3 days, I think, will be the opportunity for Anglophone and Francophone scholars in Irish studies to meet over the case of Irish Chicago. So here's wishing you all a terrific conference. I'm very much looking forward to our time together. And now I yield the podium to my colleague, Thierry Dubost.
Good morning. My name is Thierry Dubost. I work at the University of Caen. It is a great pleasure to be here today in Paris at the University of Chicago Paris Center for the opening of this international conference. I'm delighted to see in person or online participants with whom we have communicated in the last few months. Thank you for being here in person or online despite the pandemic. Your presence and your participation are a true reward for us. The conference, Chicago on Irish American Metropolis, is a premiere. It is a joint venture between 3 universities, the University of Chicago, the University of Paris, and the University of Caen Normandie. At financial and material levels, the 3 universities and their staff have helped us in many ways. We have received financial help from LARCA, from Groupe de Recherche en Études Irlandaises, and from the University of Chicago. I should like to thank IDA, Institut des Amériques, for their financial support. I need to extend my thanks to Centre Culturel Irlandais, where the in-person conference was supposed to take place on Wednesday. Thanks are more than due to the Embassy of Ireland in France, to Ambassador O'Brien, and to Attaché Liam O'Flaherty, whose unflagging support was of immense value to us. Through this conference, we are honored to be part of the Diaspora Development Project and to benefit from the support of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Ireland. I wish to express my gratitude to SOFEIR, the French Society for Irish Studies, and to GIS-EIRE and its members who have helped us in many, many ways. Thanks are due to the members of the scientific committee and to the various scholars who have accepted to chair the panels. Saying this, I'm not being polite. What matters is people. I'm sure you understand that for Jim, Paul, Arnaud, and myself, what matters is that despite the pandemic, bridges are hopefully being built between a European community of scholars interested in Irish studies and American scholars. Of course, we wanted to give a French touch to this conference, adding something to intellectual conversations by seeding the bonds of new friendships through a few festive meals. For our online friends, I want to say that you will not be forgotten when we raise our glasses during the banquets. But of course, we will miss you. We all did our best. Shared food may come at a later stage, so let us start with a feast of words to begin this conference. Thank you again for being part of this conference.
Hello, so I'll be very brief since I can only agree with what has been said by my colleagues, Jim and Thierry. And so I'm Paul Schor from the University of Paris. And on the one hand, I'm delighted that we have this partnership with the University of Chicago, which has a long history of cooperation with my institution, and now also with the Université de Caen. But also there is a little note of regret that I would like to express, is that Originally, the conference was also supposed to physically take place at my institution, the Université de Paris, which happens to be just across the street from where we are now standing in Paris. That has not been possible because of the pandemic. But as it was the case before, in a way, just crossing the street expresses the ties, the connections that through the University of Chicago, we also have with a larger community of scholars. My research center, which has been supportive of this conference, is on what we call the Anglophone world, but several of us there have a strong interest in immigration studies and in American studies. And this is also one of the things that we will be looking forward with this conference. I'd like also to note how the conference is not just international, but also interdisciplinary. And this is also, I think, a quite important thing. And as I said, I was not going to be long, so I would nevertheless would like to thank my colleagues and all the participants and the people who've been supportive, and also for its financial support, the Institut des Amériques, which is a scientific body here in France that has been funding many scientific events, such as this one, dealing with the Americas. And so Thierry has been speaking of the community of Irish studies. I'm here more to represent the French American studies people, but it has been great to prepare this conference, and I have no doubt that it will be a success. I will stop at this. And again, welcome to those who are here physically, but most of all for those who are also online, including, I think, some people who have stayed up or got up very early across the Atlantic. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Arnaud Coulombel from the University of Chicago Center in Paris. I also would like to welcome and thank all the participants in person and online in this international and multidisciplinary conference. One of the missions of the Center in Paris is to be a scientific hub and to facilitate the scientific collaborations between the US and Europe. This conference, Chicago and Irish American Metropolis, which brings together scholars from France, Ireland, England, and the US, is a good illustration of what the Center wants to be. I would like to thank all the staff from the Center in Paris for their great help with the organization of this conference. François Richard, the academic director of the Center, Sébastien Grépot, the administrative director, Marisa Akian, coordinator for communications, Nenad Petrovic, technology manager, and Sylvie Selvaratam, who realized the poster of the conference. Thanks again for being part of this conference. And we can now start with the first keynote speaker, David Brundage, who is going to be introduced by Philippe Cauvet, professor at the University of Poitiers. So Philippe, I give you, the floor is yours.
Good morning to all here and people online. I have the great pleasure and the great honor to introduce David Brundage, who is professor of history at the University of California in Santa Cruz. David Brundage has published widely in the areas of US immigration history, working class history, and the history of the Irish diaspora. And one of his most recent books is about the Irish in America, entitled Irish Nationalists in America, The Politics of Exile, 1798-1998, published at Oxford University Press in 2016. This book that David published was selected by Choice magazine as an outstanding academic title when it was published. And the Irish Times described it as a major work that challenges us to rethink the history of Irish nationalism and its far-flung supporters, and to ponder its present and its future. David is at the moment finishing up a new book whose title is New York Against Empire, if I'm not mistaken, Challenging British Colonialism in a Time of War and Revolution 1910-1927, which will investigate New York City as a contact zone that brought together anti-colonial activists from across the globe. So I would like to thank David for being here today and for giving the first keynote, which is entitled Chicago, Second City of Irish American Nationalism. So David, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for that kind introduction. And let me also join in the thanks for the conference organizing committee, not only for inviting me, of course, I'm delighted to be invited, but more importantly, for putting together such an interesting program on this very important topic. So with that, let me begin. On the morning of July 12th, 1919, M. de Valera arrived at Chicago's LaSalle Station, then still a major intercity terminal for the New York Central Railroad. Fresh from a triumphant event at Madison Square Garden 2 days earlier, the leader of Ireland's rebel assembly, the Dáil, found a crowd of no less than 10,000 people waiting at the station to greet him. De Valera, who had adopted the title President of the Irish Republic while in the US, was accompanied by Edward Dunn, the progressive Democratic politician who had served as both Chicago's mayor and governor of Illinois before immersing himself in the waters of Irish Republican activism. At a Congress Hotel luncheon, De Valera was surprised to recognize Catherine O'Connell, 80-year-old immigrant from Limerick to Chicago, whom he had known as a boy. Other highlights of his three-day visit to the Windy City included the award of an honorary doctorate of law from the Reverend Francis Xavier McCabe, president of DePaul University, and a visit to the home of Chicago's Archbishop, soon-to-be Cardinal, George Mundelein, who expressed delight that, quote, "The first president to ever enter my house is an Irish president." De Valera's visit culminated with a speech at the Chicago Cubs baseball park, now of course known as Wrigley Field. Here before a crowd of over 25,000, 25 to 30,000 is the estimate. He called on his listeners to work for US diplomatic recognition of the proclaimed Irish Republic. His remarks were preceded by those of labor lawyer Frank Walsh, who, not surprisingly, given Walsh's reputation as a tireless advocate for American working people, provided a strong class dimension to the Irish independence struggle. Describing in dramatic detail the conditions of poverty and desperation in the London slums, Walsh contrasted this with a vivid description of Secretary of State Robert Lansing's recent dinner at Buckingham Palace on gold plate service. Warmed up by this feisty introduction, the crowd gave De Valera a 31-minute standing ovation before he was finally able to speak. Now, impressive rallies like this had already been held in Boston and New York, but this one was clearly special. As one US newspaper trumpeted a few days after the Chicago visit, De Valera had made it absolutely clear that he was, quote, "the rightful representative and head of the Irish people and their free nation. God save the Republic of Ireland." As the movement for Irish independence began to grow and build steam in the eventful year of 1919, De Valera and his lieutenants clearly understood that Chicago had to be a main stop on their cross-country tour to win American support for the cause. The city was no stranger to Irish nationalism, as we'll hear later this morning in papers by Frank Rinn and Gillian O'Brien and Andrew Wilson. From the era of the Fenians and Alexander Sullivan's Clan na Gael through the years of the Northern Irish conflict a century later, Chicago had been and would continue to be critically important Irish-American hub that boasted a wide array of nationalist organizations and activists. On the other hand, New York, not Chicago, was De Valera's home base during his 18 months in the US from June 1919 to December 1920. For any number of reasons, New York was the perfect location to center his ambitious crusade to gain US recognition, monetary support, and favorable publicity. The media and financial capital of the United States, New York was also an important political center filled with powerful Irish Americans who had the wealth, influence, and desire to potentially turn his visit into a successful campaign for Irish independence. De Valera returned again and again to that city and to his palatial suite at the Waldorf Astoria that some reporters took to calling the Irish White House. But he only visited Chicago briefly on 3 other occasions during these months. And one of these was to attend the Republican Party's national convention in June 1920, not to rally the city's Irish American community. It was New York, not Chicago, that was, to quote the historian Dennis Clark, the overseas capital of Irish nationalist agitation and mobilization. Now, in what follows today, I'd like to explore the different character that Irish nationalism took in each of these 2 great cities. And to put my main point, it really is a fairly simple point in a nutshell. While New York saw a near constant inflow of political exiles, sojourners, and visitors from Ireland that decisively shaped the character of the movement there, Chicago, on the other hand, developed a distinctive, I would call, homegrown brand of Irish nationalism that was deeply rooted in the city's Catholic Church, its political institutions, and most importantly, its labor movement. My focus this morning will be on the era I've already introduced, that of the Irish Revolution, roughly from, say, 1910 to the mid-1920s. Though some of the points I raised may be relevant to other moments in the long history of Irish nationalists in America. So let me begin with New York, a city of some 5.5 million in 1920. Like several European metropolitan centers, including good study on Paris, where, as we know from recent work by Mark Matera, Michael Goebel, and others, African, Asian, and Caribbean sojourners created influential anti-colonial networks in the interwar period. New York was the natural host for political activists from a wide range of national and dissent groups. A very incomplete list, and this really truly is incomplete, list of anti-colonial activists who resided in the city before, during, or after World War I would include both the revolutionary Leon Trotsky and his future political opponent, Nikolai Bukharin, who had already completed the Bolsheviks' first theoretical treatise on imperialism. Irish critics of colonialism who spent time in New York prior to 1916 Easter Rising included the labor leader and socialist James Connolly, of course executed at the time of the Rising in May 1916, and the Anglo-Irishman Sir Roger Casement, executed in August of that year. Connolly, as I'm sure many people in this room know and online know, profoundly original Marxist analyst of imperialism, while Casement, already famous for exposing the brutal workings of European domination in King Leopold's Congo. In the years after the Easter Rising, New York became a major base of operations for a wide range of Irish revolutionaries, including Hannah Sheehy Skeffington, Countess Markovitz, Harry Boland, Liam Mellows, and most importantly, as I've already noted, Eamon de Valera, who would go on to become the dominant political figure of 20th century Ireland. Another future leader of his nation, and a much more important figure, I'd argue, in the global history of anti-colonialism, was Ho Chi Minh, then known as Nguyen Thanh Tan, who was a New York resident in 1917 and 1918 before he relocated to Paris the following year. Working as domestic servant in Brooklyn, making contact with Korean nationalists, regularly attending speeches given by Marcus Garvey in Harlem, or at least that's what he told American visitors in the 1960s to Vietnam. The Jamaican-born Garvey, whose mass membership UNIA, Universal Negro Improvement Association, made him the city's most famous anti-colonial figure in the World War I era, was joined there by a number of other important activists from the British Caribbean, including the left-wing writer and orator Hubert Harrison, the poet Claude McKay. The enthusiasm, and the list is going to end here in a second, the enthusiasm that all three men expressed for the Irish Revolution was matched by their interest in the Indian struggle for independence, an interest sparked by the presence, in part, of notable Indian revolutionaries in New York City, such as M.N. Roy and S.N. Ghose. Now, obviously, the people I've mentioned so far are highly diverse in their birthplaces, citizenship status, age, as well as in the specifics of their political views. Nevertheless, they did not operate in silos. I would strongly argue that every bit as much as Paris, London, or Berlin, New York was a contact zone, a space, to quote the literary scholar Mary Louise Pratt, in which people as geographically and historically separated come into contact with each other. So how much did Irish nationalist leaders actually interact with these other historically separated peoples? The answer, I would say, is a great deal. The New York-based Friends of Irish Freedom helped bankroll the similarly named Friends of Freedom for India. De Valera himself was honored at an Indian Freedom Dinner held by that organization at New York Central Opera House in February 1920. Helen Golden, leader of New York's left-wing Irish Progressive League, held meetings with leaders of the UNIA and later argued that Marcus Garvey has, quote, inaugurated a history-making movement whose goal of eliminating all race prejudice deserved the support of all Irish Republicans. Even more significant, in my view, was an organization called the League of Oppressed Peoples, founded in New York in 1919, whose ambitious goal was, quote, to defeat militaristic aggression and to secure self-determination for all peoples. At its peak in 1920, the League had formal, if self-appointed, representatives from China, Egypt, India, and Korea, but Irish Republicans were at the very center of its activities. Frank Walsh, in fact, had founded the organization immediately after his return from Paris, where he had been lobbying for Irish representation at the 1919 Peace Conference, while Harry Boland, Liam Mellows, Patrick McCartan, all key lieutenants of De Valera's, represented Ireland on the League's Central Committee. Now, the anti-colonial network constructed in New York is fascinating and worthy, I think, of much more study. And in fact, it is what I'm working on right now. But the same porous character of the city that made it such a vibrant center for transnational anti-colonial politics had a seriously negative effect, I think, when it came to the specific politics of Irish nationalism. It led directly to a struggle for domination of the American wing of the movement by revolutionaries who were leaders of the movement in Ireland itself. The most famous example of the struggle is the rivalry between De Valera and the Irish-American leaders of the Friends of Irish Freedom, especially the now aging revolutionary John Devoy, editor of the New York-based weekly newspaper, The Gaelic American, and also the New York State Supreme Court Justice Daniel Cohalan, by the way, topic of an excellent recent biography by Michael Dorley. This was partly, to be sure, a clash of personalities, as can be seen in De Valera's later famous remark that, quote, big as America is, it was not big enough to hold the judge and myself. But there was also a much deeper issue at play, and that was whether the nationalist movement in the US would be controlled by Irish men and women or by Irish Americans. De Valera was absolutely clear on this point, as he wrote to Arthur Griffith in February 1920, speaking of his fight with Cohalan and the other leaders of the Friends. No American has a right to dictate policy to the Irish people. Now, because of its wealth, its large Irish American population, and its position, as I said, as communication center for the entire country, there's no question that New York continued to be the first city of Irish nationalism. But the factionalism that stemmed directly, and perhaps inevitably, from its porous transnational character, tended to undercut its leadership. It's hardly a coincidence that the angry 10-hour marathon debate, March 1920, that paved the way for the final break between De Valera and the leaders, the Friends of Irish Freedom, took place in New York City at the Park Avenue Hotel. The only Chicago resident who was at that meeting, prominent Clan na Gael figure by the name of John A. McGarry, apparently tried to keep his distance from both sides of this fight. So let me now turn to Chicago. Obviously, there's some important similarities between New York and the Windy City. Both were huge by the standards of the time. Chicago's population of over 2.5 million in 1920 may have been just half that of New York's, but it was still considerably greater than that of Philadelphia, the nation's third largest city. Like New York, Chicago was an economic powerhouse, though its power was built mainly on an industrial rather than a financial base. Industry in Chicago was dominated by some of the largest corporations in the world, from meatpacking giants like Swift and Armour to US Steel, the first billion-dollar business in American history. And yet, great as its economic influence was, Chicago was not a national center of communications. It was rather a regional center, though to be sure, its region was the vast continental basin shaped by the Great Lakes and the prairies. It was, as one scholar has put it, the mega city of mid-America. It was also a city of tremendous ethnic and racial diversity, with Poles, Greeks, Slavs, Black migrants from the Deep South finding work in the stockyards and the steel mills, but also, of course, of violent racial conflict. In July 1919, less than 2 weeks after De Valera's first visit to the city, Chicago was racked by a major anti-Black riot that took the lives of 38 people. The role of Irish Americans in this bloody riot is subject of Bradford Hunt's paper tomorrow morning, which I know we're all looking forward to. Irish immigrants and their children accounted for nearly 1 out of every 5 Chicago residents by 1900. There were certainly some wealthy Irish Americans in this group. Michael John and Cudahy in meatpacking, Patrick Toohey in real estate, the coal merchant Daniel Corkery and others. But the city had nothing comparable to the by now very well-established Irish American bourgeoisie of New York that included not only people in these lines of works, but corporate lawyers and real estate tycoons. Chicago's Irish men and women remained overwhelmingly working class. But since they had arrived earlier than other groups, they had by the early 20th century achieved some prominence in politics, police force, Catholic Church, and not least the city's labor movement. As Jim Barrett has shown, this is why they played such an important role in the assimilation or Americanization of the more recent immigrants. It's also why no sojourning Irish nationalist leader could afford to ignore the city. On the other hand, since Chicago still was a journey from the East Coast, to say nothing of Europe, it lacked the porous transnational character of New York that made that city a contact zone for such a wide range of anti-colonial radicals. Now, this is not to say, of course, that radicalism itself was absent in the Windy City. After all, the left-wing industrial workers of the world had been found there in 1905. And the city absolutely was affected by the currents of global political radicalism that swirled in the immediate aftermath of World War I. Chicago-based radical William Z. Foster, the labor organizer, socialist, syndicalist, and eventually general secretary of the American Communist Party, is a case in point. But though Foster's father was an Irish immigrant and a Fenian to boot, Foster himself was American-born, been raised on the mean streets of South Philadelphia. He was not a Trotsky or a Bukharin using America as a temporary base while working for revolution abroad. For all the international influences on his at work on his politics, Foster's was an essentially American radicalism, though if he's on the call, I'd certainly defer to Jim Barrett on this point, since he's really the foremost authority on Foster. Turning our attention to Irish nationalists in the Windy City, we see, if you will, the same kind of Americanized phenomenon. Irish nationalist activity in Chicago, and that's just as a really schematic overview, but it did follow the general pattern of most major American cities, marked by ongoing conflict between constitutional nationalists on the one hand, the so-called physical force wing on the other. It experienced the same kind of ups and downs in its fortunes, in some periods shrinking to a kind of small cadre of hardline activists, while at others, as in the era I've been mostly talking about, the Irish Revolution, erupting as a genuine mass movement. Organizational activities began even before the Fenians with a small Chicago Repeal Association supporting Daniel O'Connell's effort to repeal the Act of Union in the 1840s, but then things really picked up dramatically in the 1860s with the rise of the Fenian Brotherhood. The power of the revolutionary Clan na Gael in the 1880s was legendary and continued to be so into the early years of the 20th century, although that period also saw the emergence of a strong constitutional movement with Chicago branches of the politically moderate United Irish League of America also taking the stage. But for all the vicissitudes of this long, decades-long history, there may, at least it seems to me, there may have been one constant. Chicago's Irish nationalists appear to have been much less subject to the leadership of the Irish exiles and sojourners than their counterparts in New York. Okay, so if not exiles and sojourners, what were the major influences shaping the character of Irish nationalism in the city? Here, I'll be brief. One influence was surely Chicago's Catholic hierarchy. As Michael Funchian demonstrated in his pioneering study, Chicago's Irish Nationalists, 1881 to 1890, many years ago, I think it was published in 1976, Chicago's separatist revolutionaries did not have to grapple with bishops who regularly denounced their activities, as did their counterparts in New York and Philadelphia and other places. Rather than giving sermons against them, Patrick Feehan, who served as Chicago's first archbishop, was actually quite close to the Clan na Gael leaders in the city. Meanwhile, the city's English language Catholic newspaper, the Western Catholic, gave vigorous support to the revolutionaries, declaring in 1883 that an Irishman's motto must be to agitate, must not be to agitate, excuse me, but to strike, strike, strike. As Funchian concluded, quote, the relationship between the Klan and the Catholic Church was radically different in Chicago than in eastern cities like Boston or New York. So little wonder then that De Valera would find a positive reception among Chicago's church leaders on his visits in 1919 and 1920. The popular Archbishop Mundelein of Irish descent, you wouldn't know it from his name, but of Irish descent on his mother's side, was a well-known and powerful voice for Americanization among the city's Catholic faithful. But he was also an admirer of De Valera and an enthusiastic supporter of the Irish Revolution. The admiration was mutual. When De Valera returned to the city in June 1920 to lobby the Republican Party convention for a plank in its platform endorsing U.S. recognition, or advocating U.S. recognition of the Irish Republic, he took 3 hours away from the convention on June 10 to help the Chicago Diocese mark its Diamond Jubilee and the 25th anniversary of Mundelein's ordination as a priest. As the religious-themed floats proceeded down Lakeshore Drive, participants in the celebration would have seen De Valera seated directly to the left of the Archbishop. Chicago's politicians and political institutions were a second important influence that helped shape the nationalist movement in the city. One of the many fascinating dimensions of Julian O'Brien's terrific book, Blood Runs Green, is the way she details the myriad connections that existed between Chicago's political parties and the Chicago Police Department as well, and the Sullivan wing of the Clan na Gael. The connections were so deep that in the early 80s, John DeVoy charged that Sullivan was turning the whole nationalist movement into nothing more than, quote, an American political machine to secure jobs for Irish Americans. O'Brien at least partly concurs. Within the Irish community, she writes, Alexander Sullivan was the man to go to for police or public works jobs. But the connections between Chicago's political life and Irish republicanism continued and perhaps even deepened as those calling themselves progressive reformers began to challenge the political machine in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Edward F. Dunn, the son of Irish immigrants who accompanied De Valera on his first visit to the Windy City, is a prime example of this. As a circuit court judge in Chicago from 1892 to 1905, Dunn became an increasingly outspoken critic of public utility monopolies and a vigorous supporter of municipal ownership of the streetcar system. On the strength of these positions, he won the Democratic nomination for mayor in 1905 and triumphed over his Republican opponent in the general election. He was not actually able to implement public ownership of the transit lines during his two somewhat chaotic years as mayor, but divisions in the Illinois Republican Party in 1912 allowed him to win the governorship, only the second Democrat to win that office in Illinois since the Civil War. As governor, he continued to champion a reform agenda, fighting for a state public utilities commission, for prison reform, and unsuccessfully for an amendment to the state constitution establishing the initiative and referendum. Dunn was defeated for re-election in 1916 and never ran for public office again. But at the February 1919 Irish Race Convention in Philadelphia, he was picked to serve on a body called the American Commission on Irish Independence, group of 3 very prominent US citizens who traveled to the Paris Peace Conference with the goal of winning an international commitment to Ireland's independence. Their mission failed, of course, but Dunn subsequently advised de Valera during his American tour and helped with organizing the US sale of Irish bond certificates, which eventually raised over $5 million for Ireland's revolutionary government. Along with his fellow American Commission member, Frank Walsh, Dunn was one of the individuals who really gave shape to Irish American nationalism at this key moment in its history. Now, I want to contrast this kind of influence and commitment on the part of a major Chicago political figure with the often superficial gestures of support the politicians in big American cities have regularly offered whenever Irish nationalism was on the upswing, a pattern which continued right up through the 1970s and 1980s. Glancing back at New York, perfect example of this phenomenon was Mayor John F. Hyland, who granted de Valera the freedom of the city, an honorary privilege bestowed by New York on distinguished visitors, in a very high-profile ceremony in City Hall Park in January 1920. But unlike Edward Dunn, Hyland wore his political allegiances lightly. Just 2 months earlier, he had waxed even more lyrical in granting the freedom of the city to the Prince of Wales, future King Edward VIII. Needless to say, hardly the act of a committed Irish Republican. Finally, let me turn to the Chicago labor movement as an influence on Irish nationalism in the city. Chicago, everyone online in this room knows, had a long tradition of labor militancy going back at least, actually before this, going back to the 1870s, but at least the fight for the 8-hour day, the Haymarket bombing, the birth of May Day as an international workers' holiday in the 1880s. A wartime organizing drive in the city's stockyards and a bitterly fought, though unsuccessful, nationwide steel strike in 1919 put Chicago at the very center of what contemporaries called the labor question after World War I. At the head of the city's labor movement was the Irish-born John Fitzpatrick, who became president of the Chicago Federation of Labor in 1905 and led it up until his death in 1946. Famous for working to drive the gangsters out of the city's labor movement, he was a key figure in the effort to bring unionism to new immigrant and African-American workers in steel and meatpacking during and after World War I. Fitzpatrick also advocated independent politics. And in the very months that de Valera was touring the country, he was working to get an independent farmer labor party on its feet. Fitzpatrick's commitments were wide-ranging. He supported Polish independence, supported women's suffrage, freedom for India. He was a critic of the Red Scare and like other post-war Red Scare, like other left-wing progressives, called for US recognition of the new Soviet government in Russia. Finally, though, Fitzpatrick was a dedicated Irish Republican. In the fall of 1920, he was asked by the American Commission on Irish Independence, that's the body I mentioned already, Walsh and Dunn, to serve as president of its newly established Labor Bureau. The Bureau developed a list of American labor leaders sympathetic to the Irish Republican cause and helped draft an appeal to American labor that demanded immediate US recognition of the Republic of Ireland, condemned British atrocities, that were beginning to take place during Ireland's War of Independence, and sought to enforce these positions by a labor-directed national boycott, quote, a refusal to buy or handle English products or things carried in English ships. The response to this initiative nationwide was overwhelming, with local labor councils in places from Portland, Maine to Barstow, California, sending enthusiastic replies. These efforts culminated at the June 1921 convention of the American Federation of Labor, where Fitzpatrick launched an all-out effort to win support for a boycott of British goods. This was unsuccessful, though as Harry Boland reported, the AFL did pass, quote, very strong resolutions in favor of an Irish republic. Now, some of this history is recounted in Liz McKillen's outstanding 1995 study, Chicago Labor and the Quest for a Democratic Diplomacy. But McKillen is interested mainly in understanding the foreign policy outlook of Chicago labor and American labor generally after World War I. For my purposes this morning, this history is important for what it tells us about the distinctiveness of Irish nationalism in the Windy City. As I've tried to show, because it was protected from efforts by the Irish leaders of the revolution to bring it under their control, Irish nationalism here went its own way, shaped by what I'm calling the homegrown influences of the Catholic Church, local political institutions, and above all, the city's labor movement. Now, before closing, though, I should tell you that there actually was one visiting Irish leader who was based in Chicago during this critical phase of the Irish Revolution. But he was, in a way, or at least this is the way I see him, the exception that proves the rule. This was a guy by the name of Lawrence Janelle, the Doyle's director of propaganda, who arrived in Chicago in fall 1920. I'll tell you a little bit about him. Born to a laboring family in County Westmeath in 1852, Janelle was a leading exponent of agrarian radicalism. He was admitted to the English bar in 1893, but he never practiced law, dividing his time between politics and writing. He was one of the founders of the United Irish League in 1898, and then elected as an MP from North Westmeath in 1905. But unlike other leaders of John Redmond's Irish Parliamentary Party, who grew more conservative as the years went on, Janelle went in exactly the opposite direction. In October 1906, he introduced a new form of protest in which crowds of small farmers and laborers would drive the cattle of the big graziers off their land. Cattle driving, as it became known, became a key tactic in the so-called Ranch War of 1904-1908, which was in 20th century Ireland the most important upsurge of agrarian conflict. Janelle was imprisoned in 1907 for his activities, and Redmond's party expelled him in 1909 for his radicalism. It's very much out of step with Redmond on many, many issues. But Janelle built up his own political organization in North Westmeath that enabled him to win re-election to Parliament as the self-proclaimed representative of the working classes. By late 1917, he was active in Sinn Féin leadership circles, but as you can kind of tell from what I'm telling you about his biography, he was never and would never be a narrow Irish Republican. Rather, he continued to work on behalf of Ireland's rural poor, calling for, among other things, the breakup and distribution of the large ranches in that country. In March 1918, now approaching 70 years old, he was arrested again for cattle driving. After his release in March 1919, he became the Doyle's first director of propaganda. In fall 1920, Janelle joined the group of Irish revolutionary envoys that de Valera had gathered around him in New York, but he was almost immediately dispatched to Chicago, where he remained until the following summer, working with the Labor Bureau that Fitzpatrick led and spearheading the campaign for a US labor boycott of British goods. But, and here it really is the point of this, what might seem like kind of a digression, far from trying to assert dominance over the Chicago activists, an effort that had led to bitter internal conflict in New York City, Janelle immediately assumed the role of an enthusiastic fellow worker. In March 1923, shortly before his death, Janelle wrote a heartfelt note to Fitzpatrick, expressing his deepest appreciation, quote, for the friendship that I experienced from you and your colleagues in Chicago. Now, De Valera himself made one final visit to Chicago before leaving the United States. In July 1920, having failed in his efforts to win a plank recognizing the Irish Republic at either the Republican or the Democratic conventions, he stopped in Chicago to attend the founding convention of the Independent Farmer Labor Party that was John Fitzpatrick's brainchild. Here, the Irish president finally got what he had been asking for. As he told reporters on his return to New York, the convention has, quote, unambiguously adopted recognition of the elected government of the Republic of Ireland by the government of the United States as a key part of its program. De Valera must have wished that Chicago and not New York was the first city of Irish American nationalism. Thank you. So
now we have time for questions.
Or comments. There are online as well. There are specialists in the history of Irish nationalism who know more about key moments than I do.
Maybe you covered it all.
Yes. Okay, good.
Shall I start? Yes. Okay, I have this. I don't know if it's a question or
Perhaps you can move closer to the microphone.
Good idea. Good idea.
Not really a question, or perhaps it is. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
The period you're covering is the period of the Versailles Treaty.
Mm-hmm.
And what you just said about the questions that local Irish nationalists in Chicago and New York were raising seemed to me to be completely disconnected from what was going on on the international scene. How would you explain this disconnection? The question of you never raised the question, or they seem to never raise the question of the Versailles Treaty, of the Wilsonian policy.
Right.
After the war. So how do you explain this disconnect?
So it really wasn't a part of my paper, but it really is a part of my understanding of this period. It was sent, the Paris peace talks were really, really decisive for both Irish and Irish American. So this American Commission on Irish Independence comes to Paris, and they're knocking at the door of the conference trying to get recognition for Ireland. And like those trying to get recognition for Egypt, with whom some of these folks make connection with, it's an utter failure. So they come back to the United States, and then there are kind of mixed feelings about both Wilsonian rhetoric and about the Versailles Treaty itself. That's really interesting. So many in the Irish American nationalist movement try to use Wilson's rhetoric about self-determination for small nations against his actual policies, which are basically to refuse to deal with Ireland is a domestic issue of the British, and that's Wilson's position all the way through. So this becomes a kind of talking point. Be consistent. So are we talking about self-determination only for European countries or are we talking about India? Are we talking about Egypt? So once the issue of British colonies is raised, it becomes extremely controversial, but becomes a really good talking point. De Valera himself, and this is where it gets a little murky. One, he's in the United States and he's lobbying both the Democrats and the Republicans. The last thing he wants to do is denounce Wilson. But others in the movement feel and this Liz McKellen talks about this in her book on Chicago labor. Other people in the movement are very forthright that Wilson is nothing more than a hypocrite. So and then as you know, the Versailles Treaty is not ratified by the U.S. Senate, and Irish American nationalists by that point are very busy, including Walsh, who testifies before the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Dunn, I think, does as well. Saying especially applying 10.10, which really seems to kind of kind of fasten the British Empire right where it is, this becomes one of their arguments against the new League of Nations, against the Versailles Treaty. So I did not mention it, but it really absolutely is. It kind of overshadows so the League of Oppressed Peoples, again, is an effort to take Wilsonian rhetoric and apply it to China, apply it to India, apply it to Ireland, apply it to Egypt, and in a way that Wilson himself would have been appalled by.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Great question. Interesting topic. Yeah.
That was a great kickoff for our conference. It really set the stage.
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to ask you about the next step in this history, which is the Civil War.
Yeah.
And whether that distinguishes New York and Chicago. So you told us that one difference is a class difference, that the New York Irish are more bourgeois, Chicago Catholics are more working class, that the New York crowd is more cosmopolitan and linked with this anti-colonial movement, whereas the Chicago group is kind of labor first.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's this slightly different positioning of the church in each case, right?
Yeah.
Those are the three differences. So it's hard for me to predict whether the New York crowd or the Chicago crowd would back Collins or De Valera in the Civil War.
Great question, and I don't know I don't know. And I thought about trying to take my talk into the Civil War period and really explore the question that you're asking. And I don't know that we would see quite the same pattern. I mean, the Civil War, especially for Americans, it's just, there's a level which is just incomprehensible. People like Liam Mellows, who Americans have got to know very, very well. Now he's suddenly executed by Collins, by the Free State. And so it's many Irish Americans and Americans in Chicago and New York, other places, they just pull back and we go through a period, 20s and 30s, I mean, right up through the Troubles and the beginning of the Troubles, where it's really like, okay, this is just not something we want to focus on, I think. But however, having said that, I mean, some of the people I've talked about really do take sides. Frank Walsh, who is a New Yorker by this point, strongly stands with De Valera, becomes a key ally in the American context. But that Friends of Freedom crowd, with the exception of McGarity in Philadelphia, the Friends of Freedom crowd in New York, Du Bois and Judge Cahalan, they go entirely with Collins. So I don't know that there might be a pattern to these places, but I wouldn't swear on it. But it's something I have been thinking about. Yeah.
It might be useful for clarifying how those three factors work out in each case and how they play politically back in Ireland.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I think so. Thank you.
We have a question from the Zoom audience.
Great, thank you.
Were there a lot of Irish women going to Chicago, like Hannah Shihai Skeffington?
Mm-hmm.
What about the connection between Irish women and Irish American women in Chicago?
Yeah, I don't know enough about the Chicago scene to really answer that great question. Of course, Countess Markowitz, Hannah Skeffington were touring these were some of the most high-profile tours in the U.S. Hannah Sheehy Skeffington really throws herself in with the left-wing Irish Progressive League in New York City. She and Nora Connolly, James Connolly's daughter, become really critical to that organization. But there is in Chicago this history of women's activism that does have the kind of, I'm thinking of Margaret Haley, the teachers union, there is kind of this for Irish American women, there is the same kind of labor nationalist link in Chicago. How that plays out exactly in the period, I mean, I'm talking about, earlier in the 20th century, how that plays out in the era of the Irish Revolution. I haven't done enough research on that topic.
Have you looked into the issue of fundraising?
Yeah, a little bit.
Conflict that created, especially between De Valera and the Oil and the other?
Yeah, sure. The fundraising, of course, is really part of De Valera's goal. I mean, he's got three main goals in his tour. One is to raise funds. One is to get recognition of the Irish Republic. The third is just general support and sympathy. And so the American Commission for Irish Independence, it starts out by this, it's a delegation to the Paris peace talks. But when they come back, really their main goal, they set up this labor bureau, that's one of the things they do. But the main thing that Walsh throws himself into is the bond drive. And so it's very successful, but then we're coming back to the Civil War. So then what happens? So who is that money that's been pledged? Who is that? So 5 million, and actually there was another 5 million that was held up in the courts for another, I think 10 or 12 years, and until it's finally battled out in favor of, I don't even remember who it was in favor of. I think De Valera managed to hold on to that. But Frank Walsh was really, really critical in that story. And so is done, and it becomes a matter of contention. It's a fascinating, I have to say, just, this wasn't your question, but it's just a totally fascinating moment, because unlike, Liberty bonds, which were, the bonds of a recognized established government to support, Ireland was doing a bond drive for a government in waiting, for a revolutionary movement. And so it's just a fascinating, and there's a recent article looking at I think it's in the Historical Journal, looking at the Irish and Lithuanian bond drive in the same period. And the argument is that this is almost like a symbolic assertion of our real national existence to have a bond drive, as well as for the actual dough, the money. There was a kind of symbolic political point here, and I think that's absolutely correct. Only legitimate governments can have bond drives. So it's a great topic, I think.
Perhaps we can take a break.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Okay, so we can start the next session. Chicago and Transatlantic Irish Nationalism. Alexandra, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. It is my honor to be invited to open this first session, which will explore the connection between Chicago and transatlantic Irish nationalism. Our first speaker this morning is Frank Gwynn, who is a senior lecturer in British Studies at Cergy University in Paris and a visiting research professor at the Centre for Contemporary Irish History in Trinity College Dublin. He is a graduate of Trinity College, and where he also earned his PhD. He's a well-established figure in Irish studies in France, and he's well known for his work on Irish revolutionary activities, Republican political thought, and Irish historiography. And his paper this morning is entitled Virtual Republic, the First National Convention of the Fenian Brotherhood, Chicago, November 1863. Frank, over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for that kind introduction. Firstly, I would like to thank Sylvie Kleinman, who in this COVID period visited the archives for me in Dublin to take some photographs of material that I hadn't looked at for many years, and who advised me on many aspects of the documentation I used for this paper. I'd like to thank my university, Cergy Paris, and also the Department of History at Trinity College, who have kindly allowed me to be a visiting research fellow there, and their resources I also used to research this paper. So what I'm going to talk about today is the first national convention of the Fenian Brotherhood, which was held from the 3rd to the 6th of November, 1863 at the Fenian Hall at Randolph and Wells Streets in Chicago. This convention drew national and international media attention, and despite the relatively few attendees, the word of this convention traveled far and wide, from the UK papers, American papers, New York Times, The Times, the Irish Times, and even French papers. 90 names appear on the signatories to the resolutions and bylaws that were passed at the convention, though some of those did not attend. So we can't, well, I can't, some other historians put a figure at 72 attendees, no footnotes, so I cannot verify that. The convention was ostensibly an attempt by the secret society, the Fenian Brotherhood, to escape from censure from the Catholic Church. It also ordered 23,000 copies of the proceedings, which you can see one particular copy of here on the slide, to be printed. Messages that came out of the convention were an adherence to the US Constitution and the laws of the United States by American Fenians, and the loyalty to the federal government during the Civil War period. However, the first national conference also gave the Fenian Brotherhood something of a propaganda coup. However, just to go back, because some people may not be familiar with the origins of the Fenian movement, I'll just briefly go through that. The Fenian Brotherhood was founded in 1859 in New York City. However, it was merely a formalization of previous nationalist physical force Irish-American organizations. According to Stephen J. Richardson, in his introduction to the 1906 publication of Joseph Deniouf's A Personal Narrative of the Irish Revolutionary Brotherhood, the first Irish Republican physical force organization, which was determined to train men in the United States to fight for Irish independence, was called the Irish Republican Union, founded in New York in 1848, just before the Young Ireland Rebellion of that year. This organization quickly, its objects were to drill and train men to invade Ireland, to free it from British rule, and it quickly became the 9th New York militia, state militia, known also as the Irish Fusiliers, Mitchell's Guard Company, and in May 1850, it was formally admitted to the state militia on St. Patrick's Day. The next year, 1851, a second, much more famous Irish battalion, the 69th New York State Militia, was inaugurated. Now, Michael Donaghy was involved in these militias, and he had teamed up with Young Ireland, gives us some idea of the period recruitment posters for the Civil War. Michael Donaghy, a Young Ireland rebel, teamed up with John O'Mahony, who was also a veteran of the Young Ireland Rising in 1848 in New York City. And in 1855, they formed the Emmet Monument Association, which basically became the Fenian Brotherhood in 1858. Here is a picture of John O'Mahony, and it's card to visit, and underneath the initials are HCFB, which stand for Head Centre Fenian Brotherhood. Now, at the same period, James Stephens in Ireland was rallying people, swearing them into a secret organization, and Joseph Deniouf, who I've mentioned already, visiting the United States, raised $400, returning to Ireland just before St. Patrick's Day, 1858. And on St. Patrick's Day, himself, James Stephens, and Thomas Clark Luby founded the Irish Revolutionary Brotherhood, which later became the Fenian Brotherhood, the Irish Republican Brotherhood. These two organizations were basically the Fenian movement at that time, which later became a trans-global enterprise through all the Irish diaspora. Now, the fact that the IRB was founded the day cash was received from America may seem to undermine Stephenson's role as chief organizer of the Irish Republic. However, it's clear from the origins of the Fenian movement that the Fenian Brotherhood and later organizations such as Clan na Gael, the Irish movement was most often dependent on the American organization, as we saw in the keynote earlier. And now the tussle for dominance between Ireland and America also resonated in the United States between different cities. The first national convention of the Fenian Brotherhood, which, as I said, was held in Fenian Hall in November 1863, was an early indication of the splits that were going to come in the American movement. Some of the splits were emanating from James Stephens, the disgruntled Irish leader, and one of the greatest causes of his disgruntlement was money. on the American side, one of the greatest causes for disgruntlement was action, in that there was no action in Ireland, yet funds were being sent over to an organization that was boasting up to 50,000 members ready to fight. Now, the First National Convention has often been referenced by historians for various reasons. They note the change in the Fenian organization, a new constitution. They note it as the genesis for the later invasions of Canada, as some of the key figures involved, especially Michael Scanlon of Chicago, were instigators of these invasions. And they also look at it as the genesis of a split in the Irish nationalist, advanced nationalist community that would continue for 15 years and more. The demand for this conference came from the Midwest and the Northwest. On the 5th of September, 1863, a letter was sent to John O'Mahony saying, "Sir and brother." Now, I just want to state here, a lot of the language used by Fenians and the IRB is the language of secret societies or fraternal organizations. And they refer to each other as brother, fraternally yours. This you will find with the Freemasons, with many other such organizations, out of which a lot of the structures and oaths of allegiance were actually formulated, indeed initiation rituals, etc. The historian R.V. Comerford notes that the IRB in the 1860s was a little bit like a social organization as much as anything else, giving an outlet for young men to gather together and drill and talk and drink. Now, in this letter, "Sir and brother, for the grave and pressing reasons well known to yourself, we, the undersigned officers of the Fenian Brotherhood, request of you, our head centre, to call a general convention of the above named organization at your earliest convenience to be held wherever you may deem best fitted for the objects we have in view. With fraternal greetings, we are, sir and brother, your servants." Now, this demand for the convention was signed by 20 Fenian centres. The centres were essentially captains. And as you see, they refer themselves as officers. So the Fenian Brotherhood, as well as being a secret fraternal society, also viewed itself as being an army and organised itself such. The two people who headed this list were James Gibbons, a printer and publisher of Philadelphia, and Michael Scanlon, who was the head centre of Chicago. There were two other centres from Illinois, T.F. Kelly from Springfield and Titus Scullin of Danville. However, the majority of the signatories were from the state of Indiana and one solitary head centre from Kentucky. Appended to the list was, and numerous unnamed centres from the north and northwest. Now, it was clear from this demand that it was a forceful request on O'Mahony to call a convention. And 5 days later, he replied with a circular. "In compliance to the request summoning a general convention of the centres of the Fenian Brotherhood, and elected delegates of each circle were summoned to Fenian Hall in Chicago." Now, the Fenians were well established in Chicago, and the Scanlon family were quite wealthy at this stage, having Michael Scanlon, having emigrated from Ireland before the famine, had tried a few different trades, but he was eventually invited into his brother's candy business. And the company Scanlon Brothers were said to be the first people to export or to send candy over the Mississippi to the west of the United States. Now, the choice of Chicago as a venue was likely predicated on several things. Firstly, the demand had issued from Chicago. Secondly, the Fenians were organized there, as I pointed out. But thirdly, and probably for the entertainment of the brethren, the Northwestern Fair for the Sanitary Commission was being held in Chicago from the 27th of October to the 7th of November, 1863. This was a fair which was designed to raise funds for wounded soldiers from the Union Army. Many of these fairs were organized between 1861 and 1865, and their object was for civilians to raise and look after injured troops from the Civil War. As was pointed out by the department and by historians, for every one soldier who was injured or killed in the Civil War by bullets, 5 were injured, debilitated, or killed by disease. So The fair had many side attractions, fun fairs, auctions, etc. So in another way, Chicago was a good place to center a Fenian organization, and they could have some extracurricular activities. Now, the last day of the fair was the day after the Fenian Brotherhood ended, and it must be noted that prior to the fair, on its opening night, many fraternal secret societies and fraternal societies marched in a procession to inaugurate the sanitary fair, including the Sons of Erin, the ancient order of Druids, who I must point out in a century later, Winston Churchill, as his father before him, had been a member of, and the Fenian Brotherhood marched in this procession. Now, with the demand of the convention ostensibly coming from centers from Illinois, Indiana, Kentucky, it is important to look back at other matters in the Fenian Brotherhood, and a letter from John O'Mahony to Charles Kickham, who was one of the leaders of the IRB in Ireland, written on the 18th of October, gives a very different picture of what was going on in the Fenian movement at this time. To point out, I go back a bit, while the IRB had been founded with the arrival of American funds, in 1859, James Stephens arrived in New York, and he appointed John O'Mahony the chief organizer and director of the IRB in America. This would have designated O'Mahony subservient to Stephens, and this role would have sat badly upon O'Mahony. Another part of this commission was that, there is Stephens there, another part of this commission was that only communications from Stephens could go to O'Mahony, and vice versa, that Stephens would only communicate with basically there were the two links of the command. Anyone who communicated with Stephens other than O'Mahony was deemed to be a traitor. Now, in his recollections of Fiends and Fiendism, John O'Leary notes that in 1862 and early 1863, James Stephens was increasingly irritated and displeased with the American organization, and especially with John O'Mahony, for two particular reasons. The first was that many leading Fenians, such as Colonel Michael Corcoran, and later Brigadier General of the New York 69th, and Thomas Francis Marr, were consumed with recruiting Irishmen to fight in the Union Army in the Civil War. And this, Stephens and other IRB men in Ireland deemed it to be a distraction from the main cause, invading Ireland and freeing it from British rule. Even O'Mahony himself was commissioned as a volunteer in a volunteer corps called the Phoenix Zouaves. And Stephens believed that this recruitment to fight the Civil War was a distraction. However, he also noted that these recruits were now richer than they'd ever been, these Irishmen. Were getting well paid, they were military, but they weren't sending the cash back to Stephens in Dublin. On February 12th, 1863, Thomas Clark Luby, one of the founders of the IRB, was dispatched to the United States with a secret order from Stephens that to be used in the extremist case to suspend or supersede or even depose O'Mahony, should it be needed. In the end, Luby returned to Ireland in July, having traveled what he said was 6,000 miles around the United States. Now, O'Mahony was aware of Stephens' intrigues and reacted to the call for the convention by asserting his independence and authority. In his letter to Kickham, he stated that Stephens was undermining his authority. He wrote, "I am discontent with Stephens' treatment of myself, having long used my name and my person as a shield against his private enemies and the enemies of the organization. He has been for some time past making a scapegoat of me amongst his partisans and blaming me for shortcomings that were the inevitable consequence of his own desertion of me during the most trying crisis of the American organization. Lastly, moreover, he has given me countenance, if not instructions to certain parties in this who have interfered with my action and maligned my motives and my character." So in this, O'Mahony was putting the discontent among maybe the centers in the Midwest at the door of Stephens, who was complaining to people behind his back. And appended to this letter, he added his resignation as Chief Organizing Officer of the Irish Republican Brotherhood in the United States. In virtue of my right as a free man, I hereby resign into your hands my appointments as Supreme Organizer and Director of the IRB in America, which was given to me in the city of New York in the month of January, but which has no date on the face to show, or indeed, and he goes on to say, the clauses of it having been repeatedly violated to your knowledge, I consider myself perfectly discharged from the obligations under it, save and except such as I may have incurred to my own constituents in America. Now, another very important issue comes up in this letter. To kick him, O'Mahony pointed out a new plan he had. He said that by separating the Fenian Brotherhood from the IRB, they could create an ostensibly public organization. O'Mahony saw this as crucial in order to overcome opposition from hostile members of the Catholic clergy and hierarchy. The Fenians were worried about the church's denunciation of secret societies. So as a secret society, the Fenian Brotherhood could be denounced, whereas as a public society, it was free to operate. And the language he uses is extremely interesting. He stated that churchmen, being our most formidable enemies, there will be a benefit to be derived from having the Fenian Brotherhood independent of our fellow labourers in Ireland, where the organisation must be secret for some time to come. Here, all the good effects of secrecy may be realised by having none but the executive officers in communication with our Irish brothers. The priests may assail those officers personally, if they please, as connected with the secret societies in other countries, but an association of American citizens has a right to employ any person it pleases to transact its lawful business. And the business of the Fenian Brotherhood being to free Ireland, its executive corps may legitimately be empowered to treat with all parties likely to forward that objective. Now, this was a major milestone in the Fenian movement, but more in this letter gives another mindset of the Fenian Brotherhood and also O'Mahony's mindset. And it must be pointed out in the text of this letter, I'll just flash through, this is more television, was an interesting diatribe towards the church in Rome. He said, a great advantage will be derived from this, that it will put the Fenian Brotherhood beyond the reach of hostile churchmen, becoming an American association and being our right of action upon our privileges as American citizens of keeping within the laws of these states, we can place ultramontane plotters against human freedom in a very awkward predicament. If a very unsafe one for them, if they presume to assail us, the pretext of as a secret society being taken away, they will be forced to assail us as a political organization. They must avow that the papacy has made common cause with the tyrants of Europe to put down Republican propagandism, and that even Catholic Ireland must be sacrificed to Protestant England. But the recoil of her resurrection might shake the despotism of the old continent, and among them that of Rome. Now, the resurrection that O'Mahony is speaking of here is the resurrection of Ireland, a phrase that comes up again with in the early 20th century. So it is clear that O'Mahony viewed the United States Constitution and the laws of the United States as being a protecting shield for the Fenian Brotherhood that didn't exist in Ireland, and especially the First Amendment of the US Constitution, which guaranteed political liberty and freedom of complaint and freedom of assembly. The Irish organization, being in the United Kingdom, was not subject to such liberal laws. Also, and often during the proceedings of the convention, they refer to this republic, this country, the laws of this state. Now, the Chicago Convention opened with a meeting, public meeting, before retiring into secret session. O'Mahony was a very steely political operator. He appointed on the committee potentially his enemies, such as Corcoran, such as Gibbs from Philadelphia, on the committees to assess the credentials of the people, the delegates who were coming, on various other, committees. To avoid any spoiler, O'Mahony survived the convention. and maintained control of the Fenian Brotherhood. However, the proceedings themselves are worthy, I know I'm going a bit over of some discussion, as they throw light on the organisation. The first day opened with O'Mahony's address, in which he acknowledged that the centres of the West had not requested the gathering. Had they not requested it, it would have been high time to have it. So he was moving in the same direction to get out from the yoke of the Irish and Stephen's tyranny, I suppose. Also, they declared their position, which was to that Irish freedom was their main aim, but also he declared that they were going to be an open society from this time on. The church was mentioned.
Frank, I hate to interrupt, but we need to come to a conclusion sometime soon.
Okay, thank you. Quick conclusion, firing ahead. You always write too much. To conclude, the convention ended with the Fenian Brotherhood becoming an open society. Publicity was gathered from all over the world. A new constitution of the Fenian Brotherhood was written. Here we go, just in the keynote. President of Ireland, James Stephens, is mentioned here in a naval commission from the 1860s. But I just want to finish on this. There's press coverage from the Irish Times. The same month as the convention was held, the Irish People newspaper was founded in Dublin, published on the November the 22nd. This was operating opposite Dublin Castle, the headquarters of British government in Ireland. 2 years later, all the people who worked there were arrested and brought to a special commission, which is where I first came across the convention pamphlet here. By 1865, O'Mahony had been deposed and the Roberts wing of the Fenian Brotherhood had taken over. Scanlon and others went and invaded Canada. But going back to this is the cover of the brief that was used in the trial of Thomas Clark Luby, John O'Leary, and other leading Fenians. And if you zoom in on that, we see a little doodle that was drawn by one of the lawyers in the trial, which is of none other than John O'Leary. The pamphlet associated with the conference was used as evidence against multitude of Fenians. Ironically or bizarrely, one of the spies in the Fenian offices of the Irish People in Dublin was actually present in Philadelphia while John O'Mahony proofed this pamphlet that you saw at the beginning and gave evidence of that and of the printing and of all the affairs. As regards the Catholic Church, and I will finish on this, by 1864, Bishop Wood of Philadelphia and Bishop Duggan of Chicago both denounced the Fenian Brotherhood as being a secret society. So in many respects, the idea of becoming a public organization caused more trouble for them than it caused good. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much, Frank. I'll have a question later about the Irish American clergy, and I'm sure that we have loads of questions to ask you. So hold on to your questions. We'll have them. We'll take them at the end of this session when we have our Q&A. I will now introduce our second speaker this morning. Gillian O'Brien is a reader in modern Irish history at Liverpool John Moores University. She has published on Anglo-Irish relations, newspaper and journalism history, the history of Dublin, notably. She's engaged in a current research project on the study of the Irish in America from the Civil War to the turn of the 20th century. And she also published a book called Blood Runs Green, The Murder That Transfixed Gilded Age Chicago. And she's going to tell us today more about indeed this history, and her paper today is entitled A Carnival of Plots, Irish American Republicanism in the Late 19th Century, and she's going to tell us about a mysterious murder and in Chicago and its impact on Irish republicanism. Gillian, we're looking forward to your paper.
Thank you, Alexandria. So what I really want to do is to look at the Cronin murder as a case study of Irish American republicanism in the late 19th century, partly because of its location in Chicago, because of this conference. But also Chicago, the location of the murder is very significant because by the 1880s, Chicago is the center of Clan Gael and Irish America. And as David Brundage mentioned earlier, the church and Archbishop Feehan and the Catholic Church's sort of acceptance of Clan Gael and its close links with Alexander Sullivan, who's the leader of the clan, is very significant. The timing of this murder is also significant. It coincides with the Parnell Commission taking place in London, and it had very significant repercussions for Irish republicanism in America, Britain, and Ireland. The fact that it is a sensational crime is also important because that accounts for the enormous amount of newspaper attention that brought popular consciousness and awareness of Clan na Gael in the United States. And also in terms of repercussions in Chicago itself, there were police and judicial repercussions. So to begin with a funeral, this funeral procession in Chicago was the largest in the city since Abraham Lincoln's body came through the city in 1865. The dead man lay in state for 2 days in the First Cavalry Armory on Michigan Avenue, which was open to the public. And thousands filed past, from the child scarcely able to toddle to the aged man walking with faltering, uncertain steps. Parents took their children and children their grandparents. The day laborer walked beside the well-dressed professional man. On Michigan Avenue, a cortege of 7,000 people marched up the street to Holy Name Cathedral on State Street. An estimated 40,000 people lined the streets, a further 20,000 at Union Station, and 3,000 at the interment at Calvary Cemetery. The dead man who you see in this image here, Patrick Henry Cronin, was buried in a temporary plot. There was a plan to raise $5,000 to erect a 50-foot tall granite shaft, complete with bronze busts of the deceased, and that would be unveiled on the first anniversary of his death. But of all those who participated in the funeral, very few knew of the deceased. Indeed, 3 weeks before his funeral, almost no one had ever heard of him. So what happened to change this? And to understand that, we need to go back a little. Clan na Gael had been established in 1867. It was, like the Fenians, dedicated to winning Irish independence from Britain through use of force. By the time of Cronin's death in 1889, it had a membership of about 70,000. It was indeed born from a split in the Fenians, which was, as we've just heard, another Irish Republican group. Its initial strength was on the East Coast, particularly in New York and Boston, but by the 1880s, the leadership had moved west and was centered on Chicago. It was, like the Fenians, an oath-bound society, and many of those were very serious in their intent to achieve Irish republicanism and to establish an Irish republic, but others saw it much more as a sort of social club. And two of the key characters, or at least this is the first of the key characters, is a man called Alexander Sullivan. Indeed, his wife, Margaret Sullivan, is as interesting as he is and very much worthy of a paper in herself, but not in relation to the Cronin murder. Alexander Sullivan was the leader of Clan na Gael in Chicago in the 1880s. He had arrived in the city in the spring of 1873. For Sullivan, as for others arriving in Chicago in the aftermath of the Great Fire of 1871, the city was a place of opportunity, of hope, and of expectation. Sullivan was determined to make his mark. His appearance frequently attracted attention. Always clean-shaven and impeccably dressed in his trademark black suit, complete with cowboy boots and a pearl-handled pistol. Wherever he went, opinion tended to be sharply divided, and he had become of necessity something of a master of reinvention. Between 1865 and 1895, he was variously a respectable businessman, the owner of a shoe store, a tax collector, a newspaper owner, a journalist, a city official, a postmaster, the leader of a revolutionary society, a lawyer, an abolitionist, a Republican, a Democrat, a gambler, and a murderer. America was the land of opportunity, and Alexander Sullivan was a great opportunist. Patrick Henry Cronin, who became his nemesis, was, according to a contemporary, a fine-looking man, muscular man, with a clear, bold eye, a resolute jaw, and refined features of the best Irish type. He was born in Buttevant in County Cork at the height of the Great Famine, and as an infant, he and his family had moved to America. They initially settled in New York, later moving to Baltimore before finally settling in St. Catharines in Canada. As a young man, he returned to the US and, like Sullivan, had a number of jobs. Reinvention was de rigueur in 19th century America. He worked in the oil fields of Pennsylvania, was a warehouse worker in Missouri, a railway ticket agent, and eventually sponsored to go to Missouri Medical College, where he graduated as a doctor. He joined Clan na Gael in 1876 and moved to Chicago in 1882. His first job at Cook County Hospital was obtained courtesy of Alexander Sullivan, and he later became a GP. In Chicago, in 1880, Charles Stewart Parnell visited. As leader of the Irish Parliamentary Party and president of the Land League, he was part of a fundraising trip he took to the United States. It was a whirlwind tour, which included an address to the House of Representatives in Washington, D.C., and speeches in Boston, Philadelphia, New York, and Chicago, amongst others. But it was in Chicago in February 1880 that Parnell met with most support. When 7,000 came out to greet him in New York, a crowd of between 15,000 and 20,000 assembled in the Interstate Exposition Building, where a civic reception was held in his honor, and Mayor Carter Harrison presented him with the key to the city of Chicago. Alexander Sullivan accompanied Parnell around the Midwest, but Parnell and Sullivan's relationship over the next decade was often difficult. Overtly, Sullivan was an enthusiastic supporter of the leader of the Irish Parliamentary Party, while covertly, many of his actions undermined Parnell's politics. One of these was the Dynamite War. Sullivan travelled in 1882 to Paris to meet with Patrick Egan, treasurer of the Land League funds, and he persuaded Egan to transfer $100,000, which he intended to use for his Dynamite War. The Dynamite War was a controversial campaign of training and sending men from America to bomb targets in the United Kingdom. Targets included the Tower of London, Houses of Parliament, the Underground, London Bridge. It was, for the most part, a failure, with many of those involved arrested and some killed. Cronin and Sullivan were at loggerheads over many things, including this Dynamite War. Also the Land League funds, Cronin accused Sullivan of embezzlement of that $100,000 that he had obtained in Paris. The money had been badly invested in stocks and shares and had disappeared, but all of this investment had been done in Sullivan's name. The money was only ever his. They were at loggerheads over the Dynamite War and also Sullivan's misuse of a fund established to raise money to look after the families of the dead and jailed dynamiters. In 1885, this came to a head when Cronin was accused of fabricating lies against Sullivan. There was an internal trial within the clan and Cronin was expelled. Over the next few years, the chasm that existed in the clan widened. In August of 1888, the clan began to investigate Cronin's charges against Sullivan again. This was in the hope that this would ultimately unite the two factions. Quite by accident, this coincided with the Parnell Commission taking place in London. In January of 1889, the investigation into Cronin's claims concluded with Sullivan exonerated. Undaunted, Cronin continued his criticism of Sullivan and wrote a bizarre fictional account of his own murder entitled, "Is It a Conspiracy?", which he circulated among his friends. It was an imagined conversation between Cronin and a journalist. And in the conversation, Cronin sets out his arguments against Sullivan, foresees his own violent death, and in a bizarre, if prophetic conclusion, the fictional journalist says to the fictional Cronin, "It strikes me that your funeral will be a largely attended one." "Yes," agreed the doctor, and the cause of death extensively inquired into. And the third major character in this, who's also the subject of some research I'm doing at the moment, is Henri Le Caron. Henri Le Caron was a Frenchman who claimed to have an Irish mother so that he could join Clan Gael, and he was very close to Alexander Sullivan in Chicago. He had been a soldier, a chemist, a doctor, a grave robber, a Republican, and a spy. And on the morning of Tuesday, February the 5th, 1889, he took the stand in Probate Court 1 at the Royal Courts of Justice in London at the Parnell Commission. Le Caron's sensational evidence, if genuine, clearly tied Parnell to revolutionary activity. This testimony would not go unnoticed. Le Caron began his testimony with a startling announcement. He was not a Frenchman dedicated to the cause of Irish freedom, but an Englishman named Thomas Beach from Colchester in Essex. And he had been a spy for the British government for the past 25 years. He had met Parnell a number of times, both in the United States and London, and was adamant that Parnell knew of Clan Gael's plan to use violence to achieve Irish freedom. Le Caron's information had formed the basis of a number of Parnellism and crime articles in the London Times. If Le Caron's evidence was correct, then Sullivan had taken Land League money and used it for the dynamite campaign. In other words, money given by supporters of Parnell had been used to make bombs. This, if proved, would destroy Parnell's political career and any prospect of home rule for Ireland. But the later revelation of the Piggott forgery distracted from Le Caron's evidence. However, the ripple sent by Lacron's testimony across the Atlantic caused immense damage to Irish America. Supporters of Sullivan repeated stories allegedly emanating from London, which claimed that Lacron had named 4 other Klan men who were British spies, and rumours rapidly circulated, claiming that Cronin was one of those named. Many Klan members were quick to believe that Lacron had not acted alone. After all, as one argued, the English government would not have taken Lacron from America if there were not people there to take his place. Whether Cronin was a spy or not was irrelevant. Whether it was believed that he was a spy was relevant. Cronin's days were numbered. On the night of May 4th, 1889, Cronin was summoned from his home surgery to attend a man who had been injured. The man was an employee of Patrick Sullivan, who owned an ice house in the north, in Lakeview, which was the north of Chicago. You can see on the map here that the first pin at the bottom of the map is where Cronin's medical surgery was, and the pin at the top is where the injured man was. There were 75 doctors in that intervening space, and yet they called for Cronin. He was reported missing when he didn't return home. It was covered in the newspapers, a reward was offered, and the Pinkerton Detective Agency became involved. Not all the newspapers thought he had been murdered, and many column inches were filled with wild speculation. Cronin was an alcoholic. He was suffering from amnesia. He was mad. He was having an affair. He was murdered by Neapolitan brigands. He was on his way to the Parnell Commission in London. 10 days after his disappearance, the police suspended their investigation. Detective Dan Coughlin, who led the investigation and is pictured here, called reporters in and announced, "Boys, I give up. Unless Cronin is a British spy who is now hiding in London, I can't even guess what has happened to him. I've searched high and low until I'm exhausted and I can get nowhere. But this you may be sure of, there isn't a shred of evidence that Cronin was murdered." The following day, all speculation as to the whereabouts of Dr. Cronin was finally quashed. For some men, the Board of Public Works, responding to reports of a foul smell coming from a sewer, found the naked and bloody body of Cronin in this sewer. The following day, the house in which Cronin had been murdered was also discovered. It became known as the Carlton Cottage, named after the Swedish family who owned it. The cottage, which was right beside O'Sullivan's ice house, had been rented by an Irishman for Martin Burke, who had disappeared. When the Carltons entered the cottage, they found bloodstains, broken furniture, and they reported the suspicious activity to the police. Now the police had a body and a murder site, and the press had a story. And this is sort of the type of coverage that the Cronin murder got. You can see a dime novel here. You can see the cover of Judge with a very clear rendition of the murder. But you can also see an ad for the Eden Museum, in a dime museum in Chicago, because dime museums provided another opportunity for the public to get close to the Cronin murder. In a city full of immigrants, the dime museum performed a function that English language newspapers could not. Fluency in English, or indeed literacy, was not a prerequisite for a visitor, and for a proportion of visitors, this gave them images of a story they'd only previously heard about. At Epstein's museum, the Cronin murder dominated the Chamber of Horrors. At the Eden Museum, visitors saw a realistic representation of the body of Cronin as found in the catch basin, and wax reproductions of all of the accused. The Carlton Cottage also opened for business. A dime bought entry, a second dime bought a sliver of blood-stained floorboard as a souvenir. The first arrests of those accused of the murder took place within 4 days, and the first man arrested was Daniel Coughlin, the chief detective who'd been in charge of looking for the missing man. Alexander Sullivan was also arrested, but released without charge. 5 men were ultimately charged: Daniel Coughlin, Patrick O'Sullivan, the Iceman, Martin Burke, the labourer who had rented the Carlton Cottage, John Beggs, a lawyer and senior member of the clan, and John Coons, an unemployed German. Coons was a case of mistaken identity, but the other 4 men were all closely connected to Alexander Sullivan and his faction of Clan na Gael. Now, such was the coverage of the murder that they had to interview over 1,000 potential jurors before they could find 12 who didn't already have an opinion. At the time, it was the longest jury selection process in American judicial history. The public interest in the case was huge, and on the opening day of the trial, October 23rd, 1889, 5,000 members of the public attempted to gain admission to the courtroom that could only accommodate 200. I don't have time to look at the trial itself, but here are pictures of 3 of the accused. On the morning of December the 16th, it became apparent that a verdict was imminent. The courtroom was crowded with journalists, police, family and friends of the dead and the accused. Coughlin, O'Sullivan and Burke were found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment. Coombs was found guilty and given a 3-year prison sentence, and Beggs was acquitted. Within minutes, the verdict was posted on the Madison Street windows of the Chicago Tribune, and among the crowd outside the newspaper offices, there was only one opinion. It was too lenient, the men should hang. The general belief was that one juror was bribed, prompting Charles Cameron, the assistant state's attorney, to dryly comment, "We ought to take down the stars and stripes and hang the flag of Ireland over the courthouse." And so what happened, sort of to go back to the thing I mentioned at the very start, the reasons why this is significant in conclusion. The prisoners were dispatched to serve their time in Illinois State Penitentiary in Joliet. But in 1893, the Illinois Supreme Court ordered a new trial of the defendants. Indicative of the transient nature of press and public interest, this new trial passed almost without comment. It was brief, unheralded, and virtually unreported. It was, as one commentator observed, a farcical trial, a farcical judgment of not guilty. Coughlin was released, but the new ruling was of no benefit to Burke or Sullivan, who had both died of TB in prison. In terms of repercussions for the police, while Coughlin was found guilty of murder, 4 other officers were dismissed and a number were suspended. In terms of judicial debate, there was a huge debate about the legal system, particularly about jury bribing and a jury's right to adjudicate, not only on guilt or innocence, but also to decide on the appropriate sentence. In terms of the press, this was a whole new era of sensationalism, image and both in image and in words. But it was also an era of campaigning editors. And the journalists in this case subjected the police to intense scrutiny and unearthed serious weaknesses within the department. They also exposed irregularities and weaknesses in the Illinois judicial system. Journalists also interfered with witnesses and evidence in the case. And finally, looking at Irish republicanism. The Cronin murder forced Clan na Gael from the shadows into the limelight, and after such public exposure, the Society's ability to act as an effective fundraiser for Irish republicanism was greatly diminished. Many in Chicago had joined Clan na Gael not because they had an overriding interest in Irish nationalism, but as a way of securing a good job and in some cases housing. They were interested in what the Clan could do for them, not necessarily what they could do for Ireland. Cronin's murder forced them to make a decision, and large numbers walked away from involvement in any form of Irish nationalism. And the impact of this was felt in Ireland and Britain as funding for Irish nationalists and Republican movements virtually dried up. And what of Alexander Sullivan, the disgraced leader of the Clan? He remained absent from all Irish nationalist and Republican events, eventually reappearing in 1895. And in 1900, he was charged in connection with the jury bribing case. When arrested, the newspapers reported he was jumpy for once. He looked like a caged leopard. And when they told him the charge, how he breathed a sigh, for you see, he thought they were after him for the Cronin murder. Sullivan was never charged in relation to Cronin's murder, but whether or not he'd been instrumental in organising the killing or the attempted cover-up, the press and the public had convicted him. And as for Cronin's great funeral memorial, he was formally interred in a plot at Calvary Cemetery on the 4th of May, 1890, the first anniversary of his death. 2 specially hired trains took friends, relatives, and supporters from Chicago to the cemetery, where, accompanied by the Illinois Drum Corps, the coffin was taken from the public vault and removed to its new tomb. $5,000, as I mentioned, had been raised to erect a 50-foot tall granite monolith complete with bronze bust. I took 3 trips to Calvary Cemetery to try and locate this grand monolith, and this is what I found. It was never built. It is somewhat ironic that a man who was killed because he exposed corruption and embezzlement would find in death that the money raised for his own monument mysteriously disappeared. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gillian, for bringing to life this pivotal and striking moment in Chicago Irish history, and further exploring the the destiny of Irish societies in America. And thank you for the encounter of Henri Le Caron. I had never heard of him. It's a fascinating figure. We will hold on to our questions for you while we listen to our third speaker this morning, Andrew Wilson, who is a graduate of Manchester and of Queen's University Belfast, and earned his PhD in modern US and European history from Loyola University Chicago, where he has taught, and he specializes in, he has specialized in Irish America and the Ulster conflict. And the title of his paper this morning is From the South Side to the Bog Side, Chicago and the Northern Ireland Conflict. We're looking forward to your paper, Andrew.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, and thank you for the University of Chicago Centre at Paris for organizing this fantastic conference. The title of my paper was From the South Side to the Bog Side, Chicago and the Northern Ireland Conflict, and it's part of an ongoing research project that I have been working on for several years. My goal is to look at both constitutional and Republican organizations and how they contributed to the Northern Ireland conflict from the late 1960s through to the present. What I wanted to do in today's class is just look at an aspect of my research. I was going to try and talk about all of the various aspects of Irish Republican support in Chicago from 1970 through to the present, but I realized that within the 20-minute framework that this was going to be impossible. So what I thought I would do would be to focus on an aspect of that. So I was going to talk about gun running and the importance of weapons supply from Chicago to the IRA from the 1970s until 1984 to the IRA ceasefire. Maybe as a little bit of background to this, when the Provisional IRA initiated their armed struggle in late 1960s, early 1970s, their arsenal was pretty scant, and they turned to the United States, traditional source of weaponry for Irish revolutionary organizations, from the late 1960s onwards. And certainly for a good part of the 1970s, a significant amount of the IRA's firepower then would have come from the United States. British ministers were claiming by the mid-1970s that as much as 80% of the Provisional IRA's armaments were coming from the United States. Now, the type of weapons that would provide the IRA with a cutting edge and greatly contribute to the violence that they were able to inflict in Northern Ireland would have come from the United States. The type of weapons that would have been important would have been the Armalite rifle, M16 machine guns, handguns, ammunition, and sometimes explosives. And the principal way in which those weapons then were delivered to Ireland would primarily have been in containers that would have been shipped out of primarily New York and Boston. Sometimes fishing trawlers that would have been crossing the Atlantic. Sometimes as simple as posting weapons and components of weapons through the regular mail. And as I mentioned, these weapons from the United States became an absolutely essential element in the IRA's campaign of violence or armed struggle. Now, the Chicago connection to this supply of weapons, generally speaking, there was never a big arms bust by US authorities in Chicago, as there were in New York and Boston. What Chicago primarily became important for were sort of specialty weapons and equipment that the IRA found difficult to get at other sources. So, for example, one of the more important of the weapons that would have originated originally in Chicago was a high velocity rifle, the Barrett Light 50, which was sent, the first of these weapons was sent to the IRA in the mid-1980s from Chicago. And these weapons then would have played a very important part in a sniper team that was formed in South Armagh in the early 1990s and would be responsible for the killing of 9 members of the security forces, British soldiers, and members of the RUC. Another element of these specialty weapons would have been components of ordnance that were, again, more difficult to achieve in Ireland or in Europe. These would have been bomb components and electronic components. One of these components were FX401 switches that could be incorporated into remote control IRA bombs. And in the 1980s, some of these components then were traced back to Chicago for their origin. One particular IRA attack, the murder of Chief Justice Morris Gibson and his wife in 1987, the components of that bomb, or parts of the components of that bomb, were eventually traced back to Chicago. So I guess the point that I'm trying to make in this initial part of my presentation here is that Chicago was not a source of large numbers of weapons. These weapons were usually put together in New York and Boston. It was New York and Boston that most of the big IRA busts of these gun running networks would occur. But Chicago was important for its specialty items like the Barrett Light 50, electronic components of bombs. And because of this, the FBI in the late 1980s set up a special Irish terrorism unit in Chicago to try and counteract the supplies of weaponry that was Chicago origin. And the individual who then was at the heart of this FBI operation was a former United States military explosives expert. His name was Patrick Ed Buckley. And as the head of Chicago's Irish terrorism unit, Buckley then set about trying to disrupt and destroy every aspect of support for the PIRA in Chicago. And the methods that he then began employing from 1988 onwards were extremely aggressive. Phone tapping, mail interception, the use of informants, and particularly in the late 1980s in Chicago, there was a very significant undocumented Irish population. And one of Buckley's principal methods then of gaining information on IRA supporters and activist organizations was offering these individuals green cards to inform, and if they didn't, then taking out procedures against them to deport them. So the methods, the techniques that Buckley and his group then would have used say were very aggressive. And in the early 1990s, then he became associated with two major actions to try and disrupt the IRA support network in Chicago. In 1990, in Winnetka, which is north of the city of Chicago, there was a grisly murder that was committed there against a family called the Langherts, Nancy and Richard Langhert. And when those murders were committed, Buckley then tried to establish an IRA connection to the murders. The connection that he tried to establish was that the sister of Nancy Langhert, who had been murdered, was a very prominent activist on Northern Ireland. Among some of the campaigns she had been involved in was providing legal defense for Joe Doherty, an IRA operative who had escaped to the United States, had been apprehended in New York and was fighting extradition. And his claim was that that they had got information in Northern Ireland that someone wanted to murder Nancy Langhert's sister, Jean Bishop, and that he then began to use that to do a pretty sweeping investigation of Republican activists in Chicago. One of the principal targets of this investigation was a guy who remains still probably the most prominent Republican activist in the city, a guy called Chris Fogarty. And there were reports that Fogarty had been the murderer of Nancy Langhert. As it turns out, about 6 months after this FBI angle of investigation, the person who was eventually apprehended was a 16-year-old neighbor, a guy called David Barrow. And it was pretty clear that Buckley and the FBI team that he was working with had used this to do an investigation of the IRA support network in the city. It was a significant embarrassment for him because a prominent journalist in the city, John Conroy, then wrote a pretty disparaging, extensive article about the investigation that was published in the Reader, the Chicago Reader, in the early 1990s. Now, following the, I guess, humiliation or debacle of the Langhert investigation, then in 1991, Buckley's team again then set up what they saw was a sting operation based in a bar on Milwaukee Avenue, the Irish Wolfhound Bar, in 1991. And they were able to send in an informer, a guy from Boston called John Tuttle, who was wired with an Agra recorder. And it was to a meeting of dissident organization, the Friends of Irish Freedom, of which Chris Fogarty, who I've mentioned previously, was a member. And then his intention, or what the goal was to get information allegedly about an effort to buy anti-helicopter missiles in Chicago, Stinger missiles. And while this operation was ongoing, Chris Fogarty noticed that this informant, Tuttle, was fiddling with his jacket, and he confronted him, took out a Swiss Army knife and cut out a recording device that had been implanted in his jacket. Almost immediately, Buckley and others came into the bar, and the day afterwards, four prominent individuals in the IRA support network in Chicago then were arrested, including Chris Fogarty. and the FBI then pursued for about a year a very aggressive case against them, arguing that they had threatened a witness, a government witness, and that they were in the business of trying to purchase Stinger missiles for the IRA. Eventually, the case collapsed because of questions about the recording that the FBI had, but also, most importantly, about the unreliability of the informer that Buckley had used. This guy, Tuttle, had been dishonorably discharged from the United States military, and he had also been arrested a number of times in Chicago for drunk driving and had been sprung by Buckley so that he could provide information against the 4 individuals that they wanted to convict for this alleged plot of sending Stinger missiles. So in the case of what is now the Chicago 4, Buckley again had been humiliated and thwarted. And again, as with the Langard case, Kevin Cullen, a prominent journalist with the Boston Globe, then did a very critical article in the Chicago Tribune about this case, sort of almost lampooning Buckley. And so for Buckley and the FBI, despite the fact that they were firmly convinced that there was a major network of support, armed support to the IRA from Chicago, both of these attempts had failed miserably. And Buckley was, as I say, presented as a zealot, almost even as a buffoon for these 2 failed attempts. That this was certainly not the case. And I'm sure with Buckley, the criticism of him would have stung pretty significantly. But in the end, and this is a part of my research that would go beyond what I wanted to talk about in today's class, his persistence would certainly pay off. And in the late 1990s, early 2000s, Buckley would be responsible for handling maybe the most spectacular case of an informer linked to Chicago, or indeed linked to the Northern Ireland conflict. A guy called David Rupert, who would then go on to be a central figure in the real IRA and would then provide crucial evidence in the conviction of the real IRA's leader in the early 2000s, Mickey McKevitt, and play an important part in really tearing the real IRA apart. I can talk about all of this in the Q&A section, but I guess I would conclude by saying that Chicago, as a source of weapon supply for the IRA, would have been one of specialty items like the Barrett Light 50 sniper rifle and important components, electronic components for bombs. The FBI's efforts were not very successful in the late 80s and into the 1990s, but ultimately the FBI in Chicago and Buckley in particular would be responsible for pulling off this incredible infiltration operation that would seriously damage the real IRA in the early 2000s. So I'm going to end here, and if there's any questions, I can certainly deal with them in the Q&A section.
Okay. Can I start asking a question to Frank about the Irish American clergy? And because you said that the Fenian Brotherhood not being a secret society in America, is that right? Made it compatible with, I mean, ensure that it wasn't censored by the Irish Catholic Church?
One of the things about study of secret societies is you can't really believe much of what they say publicly. And so even though the Fenian Brotherhood was declaring itself to be a public society, it remained secret society also. But as regards the clergy, the Catholic Church had a great interdiction against people who swore oaths, secret oaths, and they were very much against secret societies. Furthermore, at this time, in the period after Mazzini and Italian republicanism, the papacy was virulently against any of these Republican nationalist movements. That said, and a part of that I didn't deal with in my paper, one of the things that they brought up in the Fenian Convention in 1863 was the idea that they would build this monument to a priest from Indiana called Edward O'Flaherty. And they set up a committee to raise funds for this priest O'Flaherty, who was said to have been, in his lifetime, he was known as he created Indiana as the banner state of Fenianism. So on one side, you had always these clergy, individual priests who would have been friendly towards Irish republicanism. And we see the same thing in 1916, where there's a particular order of priests who gave communion, etc., to the rebels, and others wanted them to be excommunicated, likewise in the Fenian period. But with the Catholic hierarchy in America, when bishops did denounce the clergy, they were usually referred to by the Fenians as being English bishops, as opposed to good Irish Catholic ones. I don't know if that answers your question. I'd ramble. We're not used to conferences in this period of COVID.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. There's the book by Colin Barr called Ireland's Empire, Ireland's Spiritual Empire, where he studies the greening of Irish clergy and how more politicized they were in diasporic environments than at home.
Just a point on that, Roy Foster points out that the Catholic clergy in Ireland were very tuned in, and that where their flock moved, they would follow. And you can see that evidence of that in another area I study, which is the land war, where the beginning of the land league, the priests stayed away almost instantly when they saw the thousands of their parishioners coming out in support of the league. They were on the platform talking about 1798 and 1848, etc. So they became the great patriots very quickly. You could also say that the clergy, the Irish counter-revolution was a religious one in the 20th century, but that's another discussion entirely.
Absolutely, yes. Does anyone want to jump in on the question of the relationship with the church, or any other question related to our papers this morning?
I have I think a challenging question that if I were on your panel, I wouldn't want to take, but I'm going to pose it anyway. So this morning, we basically had a history of Chicago's role in physical force resistance in Ireland from about the 1860s through the 1990s. That's been a theme in all three of your presentations, and in our plenary this morning. And it seems as if one can almost chart 4 points in a history: 1860s, 1880s for you, 19-teens, and then 1960s through the 1990s. Each of your three papers on this panel has had these absolutely fascinating particularities about the cases that you're looking at. Often literally cases, murder cases, intrigue, personal rivalries. And I think what would help me a lot is if anybody could do some mediation between the particularities of the cases that you focused on, the Fenian Convention in 1863, the murder case that you focused on, Eileen, and then the case that the Chicago Reader covers in your paper, Andrew, with that larger story of Chicago's role in the history of abetting violent resistance in Ireland? Because that seems like it's the larger theme of the day. So how do the particularities of these really extraordinary, fascinating particularities of these cases, how do we connect those with in a larger history of, as it were, moments in the history of violent resistance against Britain and Ireland, with Chicago in each case as a kind of focal point?
Gillian, do you want to jump in on that? Very difficult question. I've one point to add, but Gillian, maybe you could go first.
Yeah, I think that it is a really interesting point to look at kind of Irish republicanism through Chicago, through that sort of over a century. And I think one of the things that has always struck me looking at this whole idea of this sort of transatlantic republicanism is, and where Chicago sits in that, is that while we might have picked out particular events, I think one of the things I didn't get to look at, and I think probably fits neatly for all three, but I don't want to speak for anyone else, is that while the Irish cause is very important, when you dig down into it, it's very often the local issues that predominate. And one of the things that certainly was apparent to the 1870s, 1880s, and 1890s, the period I know most about in Chicago, is the constant accusation of people being professional patriots, which was that they had Ireland as a sort of focal point. And yes, they were doing the fundraising, and yes, they were engaged, but actually when you dig down a little bit closer, you can see all the connections to aldermen and to judges and police, and even within the church, there are all sorts of connections, particularly in Chicago because of the particular circumstances with people like Archbishop Feehan in that period. And I know Ellen Skerritt, who's going to speak later in the conference, knows a huge amount about that sort of movement as well, and will be able to articulate, I think, about that to some extent. But I do think that we need to look at not just the impact on Ireland, but also why they're doing it. And I think there is a lot to be said about this idea of being professional patriots and looking at the motivations, the local motivations, as much as we look at the impact on Irish American republicanism and on its impact in Ireland itself. That often they can be looked at quite separately, but I think they are hugely interconnected, and we need to, I don't think that enough has been written about the local as well as the kind of the bigger overall picture, because to be honest, I don't think most of the members were as concerned about that as they were as much on a day-to-day basis of how they were getting on and how they could use those organizations. But that's, you know, particular to the late 19th century, which is the bit I know most about.
Thank you. That's very helpful.
I was just to jump in. One of the things that you find with Irish diaspora is that where there is Irish diaspora, especially, there is the ability to organize and raise funding. And one of the things I did for my paper, I didn't put it up on the slide, was look at the US Census from 1870. And there's a very useful map in the Census of 1870, which, well, there's two maps. One is of the German population of north of the United States, and the other is of the Irish population, which they put in a patriotic green. But you can see up the eastern seaboard, especially New York, New York State, New Jersey, is the densest Irish population. And in the 1860s, this is where the Fenian Brotherhood was located. And if you look at things like carte de visits that are in the National Library in Dublin, you see places like Buffalo, New York, Troy, New York, etc. And then you start seeing a shift towards Chicago, Philadelphia. San Francisco became very important, and Cincinnati, you know, so that you can see, even probably a point I should have made in my conference, it is a shift into the Midwest, into the Northwest of Irish patriotism, organizing, and those people asserting themselves. So I think wherever, and I'll just jump into Gillian's period, which is also my own. When Parnell went to North America in 1880 to raise funds for the Land League, he visited all these cities, but he also went to what he described as being the most orange city in North America, Toronto. Why? Because despite Toronto being an Orange Order stronghold, there was a big Irish diaspora there, and he raised, I mean, Parnell came back from the United States with something like $250,000, which in today's money, you know, you're looking at multiple millions. And just on the other point of that, the Orange Order and the British government funding people against the Land League, they had a pittance in terms of the amount of money that the Land League raised in the 1880s, multiple millions. They could outspend the Orange Order in Ireland, even though it had the backing of the British government.
I wonder if there's also a shift westward of urban violence. So you think of gangs of New York, what's that, 1860s, 1870s, Scorsese, but you know, when I came to Chicago in 1971, the Valentine's Day Massacre was still kind of fresh in people's memory. You could see the bullet holes in the garage. If you travel the world, you say you're from Chicago, people make a machine gun motion. So, I mean, the violence in the streets of Chicago was a big thing.
Are we ascribing violence in US cities to the Irish diaspora?
No, I'm wondering if they could be blamed for much, but maybe not that.
I think possibly that type of violence follows urbanization. Big cities, violence, opportunity. One of the points I didn't make about the Chicago Fenian Hall was it was on a Randolph Street, which was famous in that period for its gambling dens. And so it wasn't exactly in the most respectable part of the city. Gambling, drinking, violence all sort of go hand in hand. And secret societies and drinking and violence often go hand in hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, like if you're talking about the violence, one of the obvious aspects that I'm focusing on here is Irish American Republicans in Chicago supporting the violent armed struggle of the IRA from the 1970s onwards. And, you know, I focused on one aspect of that in my talk today, and that's gun running. Obviously, I also have done a lot of research on the activities of the Irish Northern Aid Committee, their fundraising, the importance of the money that they were sending across to Northern Ireland, the publicity campaigns that they were involved in, the demonstrations in Chicago that they were involved in. But that's just one aspect of the impact of Northern Ireland in Chicago. I think maybe a bigger aspect of this is the constitutional dimension, which I wouldn't have had time to cover, but it's also a hugely important element of my research, looking particularly at how the Irish government presented its case in Chicago and tried to persuade people in the city and the Midwest generally of the problems of providing money and weapons to the IRA, and pushing the idea that talking and negotiations was a hell of a better way of trying to resolve the issues in Northern Ireland than through Semtex and Barrett rifles.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andrew, and thank you all for your contributions to the conversation, and thank you again to our three speakers this morning for their papers.
Thank you very much, Alexandra, and thank you very much to the three panelists. Thank you.
Right. Okay, well, welcome back, everybody, to this second session of our conference. And the title of this second session is Chicago's World Fairs and Transatlantic Irish Nationalism. So as everybody knows, we have 4 speakers here this afternoon. And if everybody agrees, I think we'll probably keep the questions until the end of the panel. So here are 4 speakers, and then have question time, about a 20-minute question time at the end. For anybody wishing to, write their questions, you can use the Q&R right through the Zoom at the bottom of the panel there. And of course, you can always ask them at the end. So I'm going to begin by introducing our first speaker this afternoon, Emer O'Connor. So Emer is an art historian specializing in Irish art and its social, political and economic contexts from 1840 to the present. She's the author of books, chapters, articles and reviews, And her latest book, Art, Ireland and the Irish Diaspora, Chicago, Dublin, New York, 1893, 1939, Culture, Connections and Controversies, has just been published by Irish Academic Press in September 2020. Emer O'Connor has now been appointed as the resident director of the Tyrone Guthrie Centre at Annamacarrig, which I hope I've pronounced correctly. And she'll take up her post there, or she has taken up her post since January 2021. I hope I'm correct with that there, Emer. So the title of Emer's talk today then is Ireland and Chicago World's Fairs, Castellated Kitsch or Crucial Controversy. So Emer, it's over to you.
Hi there, thank you very much indeed. Lovely to be here all the way from the Tyrone Guthrie Centre at Annamacarrig in Monaghan. So this is just my introduction slide and I'm going to move straight on. In 1893, the year that Chicago elected its first Irish Catholic mayor, two philanthropic women, Lady Ishbel Aberdeen and Mrs. Alice Hart, made sure that Ireland was present at the World's Fair hosted in the city that year. Their motives were clear. They were strong supporters of home rule, and both women felt that to put Irish peasants on show, grafting in, I quote, Irish villages, would represent them as hardworking subjects who were doing well under colonial tutelage and so suitable subjects of home rule. Secondly, and this is important, both women were strong personalities, to say the least, and strong supporters of what was then known as women's work, that is lace making and embroidery, as a means of financial stability in Irish cottage homes. Notably, however, the two women who, as I said, were strong personalities did not get along. They fell out over the concept of an authentic Irish village populated by Irish workers. In truth, the creation of the Irish village as a concept had been Mrs. Hart's in London in 1886, while supplying real Irish workers had been Lady Aberdeen's idea that same year. Lord and Lady Aberdeen, with Mrs. Hart's knowledge, went to America in 1892 to interview the exhibition authorities in Chicago and to interest businessmen connected with Ireland in the USA. The Aberdeens raised a lot of money towards creating an Irish village throughout that tour of America. They encouraged patriotic sentiment wherever they went, evidence, for example, in their visit in New York, where they were hosted at the famous Delmonico's restaurant by a newly constructed Irish body pledged, and I quote, to moderation and avoidance of physical force, and that undertook to support the Irish Parliamentary Party till Home Rule was given. And indeed, many ladies of Irish origin, which is a quote, attending that dinner, assured the couple that they would support their Irish industries movement, thereby demonstrably connecting the Irish village at the Chicago World's Fair with home rule for Ireland. Meanwhile, whatever happened between Lady Aberdeen and herself, Mrs. Hart decided to do her own thing. And by the time Lord and Lady Aberdeen got the opportunity to sign their lease for the land in Chicago, they had been outdone. She had got there and signed her lease first. And as a result, there were two Irish castellated kitsch villages at the Chicago World's Fair. Needless to remark, with two strong ladies, there were several arguments between the two ladies and between the residents of both villages, the most significant of which was the unseemly public spat over the representation of the Blarney Stone in Lady Aberdeen's village. And you see the Blarney Castle there. Mrs. Hart wrote to the owner of Blarney Castle regarding claims about the apparent authenticity of the Blarney Stone, which is being kissed daily, as you can imagine, the response to which she gleefully published in the Chicago Press, because of course the owner of the castle said it's not the real stone, of course it's not. But of course everybody knew that the stone couldn't be real, and ultimately it didn't matter anyway. It was all about the imaginative construction of Ireland through nostalgia, designed to appeal to the Irish expatriate community and indeed to all wealthy Americans. And just moving on then from, because we could talk forever about 1893, I'm going to move us on to the Century of Progress exhibition in Chicago in 1933. So by 1933, it's hardly a surprise that the new Irish Free State government did not want to represent Ireland as it had previously been exhibited at international fairs. There were no plans to build an Irish village in the Century Progress exhibition. That would have meant, and I quote, normalising and spreading the ethnic stereotyping inherent in such displays. Even if Lady Aberdeen and Mrs. Hart had meant well in 1893, times had changed. Ireland had to find a new way to display itself to the world. With that in mind, an exhibition of Ireland's business, science and the arts, including a scale model of the hydroelectric power plant building at Ardnacrusha on the River Shannon, was housed in the Travel and Transport building at the fair. Daniel McGrath, Irish Consul General to Chicago, made an address on local radio about Ireland's participation. And I quote, "The contribution of my country to the World's Fair marks a new departure in that this will be the first time at which an Irish government has ever participated in a foreign exhibition." Addressing the presence of the scale model of the building at Ardnacrusha, and yet avoiding the type of over-romanticising that might have accrued, McGrath noted that Ireland, and I quote, "transformed the River Shannon from a subject of sentimental songs to a great new power development." Ireland's exhibit also included Irish visual art and craft, stained glass, jewellery, lace, linen, furniture, tableware, embroidery, carpets, Irish language books and art metalwork, alongside an exhibition titled A Century of Progress in Irish Archaeology, which I will refer to in a moment. The paintings on show were by members of the Royal Hibernian Academy and featured, among others, works by George Russell, Jack B. Yeats, Paul Henry and Sean Keating. And I show you two here, all artists who are well known to Americans at the time. The Irish exhibit was very well received, and more specifically, the visual art was well received. And I'm just quoting a piece from a newspaper at the time. "The visual art remains one of the most interesting features of the exposition, particularly the Irish visual art. Included in the group are Interior of St. William Orphan Studio by James Sinton Slater, which I show you here, and Before the Start by Jack Butler Yeats, which I also show you. All in all, Ireland's contribution to the 1933 Chicago World's Fair occupied almost 2,000 square foot of space. With modern advancements in research and engineering at the forefront, an attempt was made to avoid the sentimentality associated with the Irish village of Chicago in 1893. But later, in 1934, and without the imprimatur of the Irish Free State, a few local Irish investors decided to build a new Irish village, likely, and in fact highly likely, with potential profit in mind. Whether profit-driven or otherwise, the organisers of the Irish village, I quote, "reinforced traditional tropes linked to the importance of material and visual culture for the Irish-American expatriate community, who were arguably more Irish than the Irish themselves in terms of their allegiance to myth and nostalgia." Undoubtedly, these tropes, as you see in these postcards, had emerged long before 1933. They proved useful, however, as a marketing tool designed to appeal to sentiment. But Irish officials were not at all supportive of the Irish village. Indeed, and I quote, "the tension between the Irish and American Irish in this instance highlighted the complex and dynamic relationship in the Atlantic world regarding the oversight of Irishness and what Irish actually was." Irish officials were right to be concerned. The Irish village, situated between, and I quote, "the midget village and a reproduction of Fort Dearhorn and right across the street from Merry, England, was so badly designed and built that it received by far the worst review of any of the international pavilions. Moreover, the area in which it was situated was for public entertainment rather than education. So the organisers of the Irish village decided to do just that and to try and make the most of the location. They began to show highly provocative acts such as a naughty peep show and girls in silk tights peddling shamrocks, much to the annoyance of the local American Irish Catholic population. All in all, the Irish village was an embarrassing and tawdry affair which overshadowed the honourable efforts of the Irish Free State and tainted its will to take part in a similar exposition again. And that's really the important point. The image Ireland constructed through the lens of what might now be described as kitsch nostalgia was set to continue, specifically through music, television and film, all in a manner designed to appeal to the tourist trade. Returning to Ireland, and I just want to return to the exhibition that I mentioned earlier from the National Museum. Dr. Adolph Marr, director of the National Museum of Ireland in 1933, compiled a booklet to accompany the Irish archaeology exhibition in the Travel and Transport building at the fair. His extensive text outlining Ireland's ancient past included a series of photographic stills from a widely advertised forthcoming film, Man of Arran, conceived and directed by Robert J. Flaherty. Photographed on location on the Aran Islands by his wife, Frances Hubbard Flaherty, the images of the islands and the island people who were cast in the film were fundamental to the process of marketing Man of Arran in Ireland, England, and America. Although modern in terms of production, the presentation of the islanders and the lack of engagement with the social history of the time became a controversial point, even as the film was being launched in London, Dublin, and New York in 1934. So just to move on then, we have to move quickly, of course, through our text today. I'm moving us on to the World's Fair in 1939, and this is just a photograph to show you how crowded it was when it opened in Flushing Meadow. Clearly then, the representation of Ireland at World's Fairs, such as those held in Chicago in 1893 and 1933, was absolutely riven with tensions of various types. So when it was announced in 1936 that the next US World's Fair would be held in New York in 1939, the Irish government had absolutely no intention of getting involved. The theme of the fair, by the way, was to be the world of tomorrow. However, in the interim, in May 1936, a ship called the California sailed from Belfast and docked in New York with an exhibition of Irish whiskey, linens, hams, lace, and tweeds on board. The exhibition of goods was the brainchild of a man called Thomas F. Lowry, past chairman of Dublin Port and Docks, and his friend, a Mr. Kenny. Their mission was to foster stronger trade links between Ireland and America, particularly New York. The two men asked an American architect, Mr. Ward, to establish a cost analysis for Ireland's participation in the much vaunted World's Fair. But again, recalling the Irish villages in Chicago, note I said villages, the initial suggestion proposed between Lowry, Kenny, and Ward was that an Irish environment could be recreated using the well-known, you've guessed it, Blarney stone, thatched cottage, a public house, and a weaver's cottage, none of which had any relevance to the theme, but all of which had everything to do with memory and identity for the immigrant Irish population in America. The Irish government were having absolutely none of it under any circumstances. But then, the concerted courting of the Irish government began. In July 1936, this man, the president of the New York World's Fair Corporation, Grover Whalen, who has an interesting history himself, spent a month on holiday, an entire month, in a villa in Greystones in County Wicklow, south of Dublin. Speaking to the New York Times, Whalen revealed that he was planning to meet with Eamon de Valera to discuss the prospects of having the Free State represented at the fair. And I quote what he said at the time: "This country has made great strides in industrial development during the past 10 years, and that advancement should be portrayed before the eyes of the world. The coming fair will make New York the Mecca of the world in 1939, and the Free State should be there. We anticipate a daily attendance of 1 million people, which will provide Ireland with its finest shop window." After lengthy discussion over several months, by late 1938, both the Department of Finance and the Department of External Affairs had given their approval to what was to be a major but expensive undertaking. £50,000 was allocated to the project to build an Irish Industries building to be designed by Michael Scott. And I will point out that we actually had two buildings in the 1939 World's Fair. We had one in the Hall of Nations, but I'm not referring to that one today. Yet again, an Irish American, a man called Mr. C.J. Griffin, proposed as part of the project to ship the poor old Blarney Stone to New York with a company of Irish soldiers as bodyguard. His plan was to, and I quote, "see to it that the stone is installed on the roof of the Empire State Building, where one may all go to admire and kiss it." Hardly surprisingly, the owner did not consent to the request. Popular thing, the Blarney Stone. Michael Scott's first pavilion. This is an image of his first pavilion. Michael Scott, the architect chosen to design the Irish pavilion, was well versed in the language and practice of international modernist architecture and an influential member of the Association of Architects in Ireland. He initially designed a pavilion advertising Ireland's forward-looking modernist architecture, but without recognisable emblematic or nostalgic references. That design was quickly put aside at the behest of the Irish government in favour of a second design. Consequently, and despite his architectural concern with the modernist idiom, the accepted design rapidly became known as the Shamrock Pavilion, rather than its correct title, which was the Irish Trade Promotion Pavilion, thereby subtly taking on the mantle of castellated kitsch. Years later, when the use of Irish emblems such as the shamrock had become cliched, at least in Ireland, Scott was to claim that the plan was forced upon him by a member of the Irish government. Moreover, as if the shamrock shape of the building itself was not enough, outside, floating in a pool of water, was a 20-foot-long map of Ireland illuminated from underneath. Reverting to the methods used by Lady Aberdeen in Chicago in 1893, the island was composed of real Irish sod, surrounded by water taken from the lakes and rivers of the Emerald Isle, including famous waters as the River Shannon and the lakes of Killarney. In doing so, and I quote, Irish men in the United States who had not been to the old country for many years now had the chance to at least view part of it. And I'm just going to show you part of Sean Keating's mural for the pavilion. In 1939, the 1939 World's Fair in New York was a moment for Ireland to present a new, forward-thinking and modern view of itself to the Irish diaspora in America. But history, politics, and Ireland as a tourist destination were top of the agenda for the speakers at the opening of the Irish pavilions. Ireland's Taoiseach Minister for Finance, Sean T. O'Kelly, lapsed into lyrical and evocative language to describe the political and historical connection between Ireland and America. The struggle for independence was the linchpin of his rhetoric. He announced that, and I quote, "The passion for liberty, which has always run warm in the veins of Irish men, was quickened when the struggle for American independence began." Mayor LaGuardia then spoke of, and I quote, "Ireland's greatest contribution to humanity, which was the one thing that for centuries she could not enjoy herself, the love of liberty and the courage to fight for it." He went on to say that Eamon de Valera, who was not present at the inauguration, was the George Washington of Ireland. An Irish government publication offered for sale at the pavilions contained a series of misty bucolic images of Ireland or places associated with the fight for Irish freedom, with de Valera posed as the fatherly image for the frontispiece and printed on old-fashioned sepia paper. There was no reference made in the booklet to the modernity of Ireland's architectural and artistic contribution to the New York World's Fair, or to the country moving forward and developing a modern identity. There was no reference, for instance, to the Shannon scheme, as there had been in 1933, or to Michael Scott's Modernist Pavilion. The critical reviews of Ireland's participation were not entirely positive either. One writer noted, for example, and I quote, apparently working on the theory that to know what to expect in the world of tomorrow, you must know what is happening today and what happened yesterday. The Irish Pavilion gives little attention to the future, but much to the past and the present. The article, the title of that article was Irish Show Turns Clock Back. The image shows Sean Keating's mural for the internal stem of the pavilion, an enormous work, 70 foot long but 35 foot high, destroyed when the pavilion was bulldozed on site in 1942. And underneath, I like to think it's now underneath Flushing Court tennis courts. Flushing Meadow tennis courts. So I'm getting towards my conclusion because I know we all have to watch our time. Ultimately, it was not the rows and the personalities involved in Chicago in 1893 that were important, although the controversy did the villages no harm at all. It was the major economic impact for Irish cottage industries made through sales at Chicago and through the Irish Lace Depot that you see here in the slide in Dublin, owned by Lady Aberdeen, and the Donegal Industries founded by Mrs. Hart. You see a little leaflet for it there. That's what really mattered at the time. Over £35,000 flowed into cottages around Ireland. And this is an aspect of their endeavours that has been largely overlooked until recently. In the final analysis, the Irish villages in Chicago in 1893 and the Scott Pavilion or Shamrock Pavilion in New York some 50 years later were constructed to appeal to the Irish expatriate community in America. While the political rhetoric around 1893 was premised on home rule and the Irish as subject, the political rhetoric in 1939, so soon after Irish independence, was based on nostalgia, not for the past, but about the past, in the ultimate hope of attracting Irish-American financial support and tourism back to the old sod. Moreover, the official emphasis on tourism into Ireland as opposed to Ireland as a world of tomorrow destination has prevailed to some degree in spite of our successful science and tech industries. Yet as is the necessary tension or pull and push between tradition and modernity evident in Chicago in 1893 and in 1933, and in New York in 1939, and indeed in the arguments around the Man of Iron film, that the construction of Ireland's identity, political, social, economic and cultural by several interested parties is evident. But now, as Ireland has changed so much over the last 20 years or so, it is arguably time to reassess what Ireland is and what being Irish means in a globalized pandemic world. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Emer, for that analysis of the politics and the economics of representation. And in fact, our next speaker's talk, I think, will speak to yours. There seem to be quite a few resonances there. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our next speaker, who is Billy Shortall, who successfully completed his PhD in the Department of the History of Art at Trinity College Dublin in September 2020. Billy's research is situated where art and politics overlap, and it interrogates in particular how the Irish Free State harnessed the visual arts for political purposes in the 12 years after independence. So Billy has presented on his research already in Paris in the Centre Culturel Irlandais, but also in Trinity College Dublin, UCD, the National Gallery of Ireland, and at the Royal Irish Academy in Dublin. He previously worked in information technology and has contributed numerous articles to Artifact, Irish Arts Review, History Ireland, IMMA editions, and other publications. And the title of Billy's talk today is No Thatched Cottages, the Chicago World's Fair, 1933. So over to you there, Billy. Yep, that's perfect. Thank you.
Okay. Hello and welcome, everyone. And there is a slight overlap with the last speaker, with Emer's talk there. But my presentation looks at the Irish Art Exhibition held only in Chicago's World Fair in 1933. The very first Irish Art Exhibition held under the auspices of Dáil Éireann, the new established Irish government, was in Paris 10 years earlier, in 1922. Only weeks after the Anglo-Irish Treaty, which ended the War of Independence with England and ultimately led to the establishment of the Irish Free State. During the following decade, the government officially supported a number of national and international Irish art exhibitions. These visual art events were often associated with larger national and international spectacles, such as the World's Fair. The first change of government in the Irish Free State happened in 1932, and the new Fianna Fáil, De Valera-led administration participated in the 1933 Chicago's World Fair, the Century of Progress spectacle. The Irish art exhibit was part of a wider contribution from the state for this event. This paper focuses primarily on the art exhibition. The Irish Free State supported exhibitions of Irish art at home and abroad for political purposes, for political reasons, what we would call today soft power and public diplomacy. And I just list some of the exhibitions here in that decade up to Chicago. The objective changed and evolved between the first exhibition in Paris, 1922, and that held in Chicago. 1922 was a year of violence and political turmoil in Irish history, and the country was unsure if it had a viable future. Irish politicians said they wanted a propaganda value from the 1922 Paris Art Exhibition to support the realisation of Irish sovereignty. Just over 10 years later, by the time of the Irish Art Exhibition in Chicago, the country was stable and its relationship to Britain and Northern Ireland, although imperfect, was largely settled. Engagement between art and politics is often discussed as seen here in terms of conflict, an unhealthy intersection, and the need for art to engage with the everyday, the political. The Irish Free State administrations of the post-independence period engaged with visual art as something that could be harnessed for political purposes. In Chicago, as we will see, this engagement between state and artists over the selection of the artworks was contentious. This was the first state-sponsored transatlantic art exhibition and the first international exhibition supported by the new Fianna Fáil government. The invitation to participate in the fair was sent to the Irish state in January 1930. The organisers requested both industrial and cultural displays from participating nations, many of whose diaspora had helped to build Chicago. The fair opened in May 1933. The exposition's focus on technological innovation as progress was reflected in the buildings and architecture of the fair, which was modernist. An example of this shown here was the monumental Travel and Transport building, mentioned already, with a suspended roof that expanded and contracted by nearly 2 meters as the temperature varied. This building housed the Irish exhibit. A sky ride transported fair attendees across the lake in rocket-shaped machines. If you look at Pathé News films of the fair, you will see cars traveling at speed and circuits and exhibitions of modern homes and scientific achievements. All these reinforced the fair's theme of science finds, industry applies, man conforms. The nascent Irish Free State had to position itself in the middle of this modern, exciting melee. And this led to an early reticence and reluctance to participate. A sort of national anxiety over participation was evident. The fair was originally scheduled to close for good in November 1933, but commercial opportunity meant it ran again in 1934. The Irish Free State only officially participated in 1933. The Dublin archive files on the fair show the government's tortuous consideration over participating. Most of their considerations were about the cost of taking part. Tariffs meant there was little trade opportunity. Other discussions identified potential to attract American and diaspora tourists back to Ireland. But even then, it was stated that spending this money on advertising in the UK and Europe would show a much better return. One member stated, considerations such as those connected with national publicity and prestige might outweigh the more tangible considerations of trading advantage. Essentially, soft power and cultural diplomatic benefits. They were going to show off the state and, as the Irish consul in New York, William Macaulay, said, the development of the country since 1922. National pride was at stake, and this spills out from the memos and reports. The state feared that any industrial display would not compare well with the larger and more ambitious displays of other countries. They needn't have worried, because the central industrial display of the Shannon hydroelectric scheme that Emer mentioned, the largest such scheme in the world at that time, was a success. The London Financial Times commented that the Shannon scheme broke the Irish inferiority complex. And the New York Times commented how the Irish Free State transformed the River Shannon to a great new power development. Both articles spoke of a modern, forward-looking nation, something that would have pleased the politicians. Okay, this is just a slide showing a map associated with the Shannon display, which was the distribution of electricity around the country. You can also see some of the art exhibits, pictures, stained glass and embroidered vestments in the background, and we'll see some more images later. While the interdepartmental report feared that Ireland would not compete well in the industrial section of the fair, the keeper of Irish antiquities at the museum, Adolf Marr, had no such concerns in relation to the museum display. In a letter to the Department of Education, he stated that archaeology is certainly a subject in which the Irish Free State outshines many other wealthier countries. These museum displays included copies of the Ardagh Chalice, St. Patrick's Bell, the Tara Brooch, and other iconic early Irish masterpieces. Material displayed also included recent finds by American archaeologists working in Ireland in the 1930s, including these items, some here in this slide. These made a direct connection with an American public and pointed to archaeology as a modern endeavour. Also included in this ancient section were large contemporary photographs of what the papers called Irish types. These ancient exhibits were presented alongside the contemporary arts and crafts items, and we'll see some of these on the next slides. This is a common approach in Irish state-supported exhibitions. The intention being to show modern Irish craft in a continuum from the Golden Age, as described by the museum, to the present day. To show that Ireland was not a new nation, but a country with an ancient heritage, which had reclaimed her independence. Daniel J. McGrath, Irish consul in Chicago, was commissioner for Irish participation. In that radio interview, he said the contemporary arts and crafts showed the same delicate perfection of execution as the older items, examples of genius within the race. Religious items dominated the contemporary arts and crafts exhibits, such as stained glass by various artists from Harry Clark Studios, processional banners by Gertie Grew and the Cluna Studios, vestments by the Dún Nimar Guild, and so on. All these served to emphasize the distinctiveness of Ireland as the island of saints and scholars, underpinning the country's historical and contemporary association with the Catholic Church and an ancient heritage. Among the other items, many were of neo-Celtic design. There were examples of Irish lace and metalwork. There were numerous prints of Irish life and Irish scenes of everyday life in a functioning state by the Cauvet industries and others. These two Cauvet pieces celebrate Ireland's storytelling and the Abbey through craft skills, print on the left and needlecraft on the right. Dermot O'Brien was president of the Royal Hibernian Academy, and he was also an established art administrator and politically well known. And his papers are a rich source on the selection of Irish paintings for exhibit in Chicago. Archives in Chicago provided the Irish Art Exhibition catalogue and the shipping import records for all the exhibits, which enabled a compilation of the arts and crafts work for which there was no catalogue. The National Museum of Ireland published a booklet on its contribution to the ancient section, which mentions some of the exhibits, but doesn't include a list. Archives also contain substantial material on other aspects of Irish involvement in the fair that are outside the scope of this presentation. O'Brien's papers include the government's invitation to assist in organising and selecting the art exhibition, specifically a letter from the Irish Department of Industry and Commerce on the instructions of Minister Sean Lemass. The letter stated that two other RHA members and an officer of the department, an unnamed civil servant, would make up the selection committee. The state, and not the artists, would control and manage the image of the Free State presented in this exhibition. This is another view of the Irish exhibit. The invite stated a space of 1,569 square feet has been reserved for the display of Free State goods, and that it is highly desirable that there should be a representative display of pictures by living Irish artists, some more of which you can see in the background on this slide. O'Brien took responsibility for the substantial correspondence with the department and drew up a list of artists and requested them to submit their work for exhibit. However, a number of paintings were rejected for not meeting the criteria mandated by the department. As seen in this slide, these criteria stated that the work submitted should represent Free State interests. Not acceptable were representations of Irish life as emanating from thatched cottages. Also rejected were paintings interpreted as advertising beauty spots in the 6 counties. For example, William Connor had 2 paintings rejected. One depicted an orange procession, and the other, shown here, a slide of shipbuilders, which possibly included a detail of a small Union Jack flag. These subjects were deemed not, in the opinion of the minister's representative, of Free State interest. Also, images of the frugal comforts of a thatched cottage life, a motif that artists had used as a virtual icon of Irish rural life at this time and before, were thought to represent poverty and a lack of progress and were excluded. James Humbert Craig had his painting Muckish, County Donegal, which included images of thatched cottages rejected, but had another work without cottages accepted. And we can see some work that was rejected in these slides. O'Brien, displaying his diplomatic skills, stated that he contested the rejections and he sympathised with the artists, implying clearly that he had his hands forced by the government department. Many of the rejected artists replied, complaining about the process of the selection committee. Humbert Craig, seen here on the left, was particularly incensed and complained that the new government should encourage the fine arts instead of using them for commercial purposes. He further adds that the Donegal he paints only has thatched cottages and wonders if the critic for the ministry knew those areas of the Free State. Paul Henry asked for details about what was happening, even though the single work he submitted, a Connemara Lake, was accepted, possibly this painting here. He expressed dismay at political interference, that the Minister for Industry and Commerce practically dictated what was to be such and what was not. Henry wrote to O'Brien again a week later, stating that the paintings of his thatched cottages were his best sellers in America and raised further questions about the selection criteria. This is a painting by James Slater, which Emer also showed from the exhibition. By this time, the newspapers had the story. The Irish Independent stated meekly that the exhibits had to be turned down through various considerations. In the space available, they could only fit in 77 paintings, which are representative of what is being done in Ireland at the moment. The Northern Ireland papers, the Belfast Newsletter and the Daily Mail were more forthright, and both led with an identical opening sentence. Politics have invaded the realm of art. Both Northern press reports referred to the representative of the Ministry of Industry and Commerce censoring the artwork and excluding paintings, which contained a six-county interest. Artists were annoyed, and it may be, quote, unquote, it may be conjectured that the artists on the selection committee too are very much annoyed. It was suggested that the astounding boycott of Ulster paintings by the Free State Art Committee should be raised in the British Parliament to ask what steps the government are taking to prevent Ulster artists from being penalised in this manner. These reports mention Northern artists being represented in the UK section, but the British didn't exhibit contemporary art. Indeed, Ireland seems to have led the way, or as this article subheading says, started trend with its contemporary art exhibition. The rejection of work was clearly problematic for artists on the selection committee. It challenged the concept of artistic freedom, and it had the potential to undermine the personal relationships and cultural networks that existed within the larger artistic community of the Free State and outside. O'Brien mitigated the potential damage in the official rejection letters he sent by identifying the minister's representative, the nameless civil servant, as the censor and sympathising with the artists. Despite this modern heading in the media report, judging by the titles of the majority of the paintings exhibited, they could still be described as conventional views of Irish subject matter in a realist style. 1/3 were rural scenes, predominantly west of Ireland, without detached cottages, exampled by titles like Portrait of a Connemara Girl and Turf Boats by Charles Lamb, Aran Islands by Bridget O'Brien, Stony Headland by Para O'Malley. However, these were tempered with the inclusion of more modern works by Nana Reid, Margaret Clark, Jack Yeats and others. Yeats's Man Doing Accounts Sing Here is an expressionist thick-layer painting depicting a modern urban scene of a man doing accounts, a fashionable woman on the street and a landscape in the distance. This is a piece by Mary Swansea. This is Margaret Clark's entry Strindbergian. It drew its theme from August Strindberg's modern drama, The Ghost Sonata. This painting is an allegorical meditation on the human condition relocated to an Irish landscape. Here we have two of Sean Keating's 3 exhibits. Ironically, his Homo sapiens is a satire on progress, the theme of the fair. Other works included George Atkinson's etchings of the modern industrial development of the Shannon scheme. The majority of artworks, however, reflected a traditional nationalist, essentialist view of Ireland and the west of Ireland. Clifford Geertz said that rarely is the ideology of new states purely essentialist, rooted in the past culture and tradition, or purely epocalist, all embracing of economic development and modernity. Ireland wasn't exceptional in this regard. The hybridity of Ireland's exhibits engaged directly with this discourse. The skilled craft work, the modernist paintings, and the industrial exhibits were representative of a modern Ireland, one that was progressing through industrialisation. The country's most significant project, the Shannon hydroelectric scheme, documented at the fair in both the industrial and art exhibits, was utterly modern. The balance between showing a unique identity and ancient heritage, coupled with industrial progress, demonstrated how the Irish Free State and its artists were balancing modernity and essentialism. The progress made since 1922 that the Irish state and their diplomats in the US wished to showcase was explicitly documented in the official handbook published by the state in 1932 and was on sale at the fair. Official Irish language publications from Angoon, the state publishing house, were unlikely to sell to the largely English-speaking audience, but did demonstrate the Consul General's claim that the Free State's intention to assert its cultural identity. The state's demand that the Irish art exhibit represented Free State interests reflected the political context of 1930s Ireland and the rise of nationalism internationally. In this Free State first approach, anything that might also confer political legitimacy on the 6 counties as British territory was out. The deliberate actions of the government in excluding images of thatched cottages in rural Ireland to avoid any suggestion of a lack of progress or poverty or parochial mentalities is a little bit at odds with the Irish art historical scholarship of this period, which has cited Paul Henry's thatched cottages as coinciding with the Free State's official construct of Ireland. The Irish exhibits in Chicago constructed an identity of an ancient, culturally rich nation, the Irish people as culturally distinct, and the Free State as rural, yet industrially progressive, Catholic and Gaelic. It did not wish to critique the myriad of social and economic challenges facing the state at this time. In doing so, they avoided a backward-looking or thatched cottage identity. The Irish Free State carefully constructed an image of itself for America, but also looked beyond the diaspora to an international audience. That's it. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Billy. That was really interesting, the way you pointed out that tension between modernity and tradition. I couldn't help thinking of De Valera's famous St. Patrick's Day speech, which, you know, a number of years later is very much turned back to the whole idea of tradition and the West and so on. So thanks very much for that. We'll now move on to our third speaker of the afternoon, and we'll continue embracing some of these questions. So Geoffrey O'Leary, who's our next speaker, is Associate Professor of History in the Humanities Department at Mitchell College in New London, Connecticut. And his research investigates the display of the Irish at world's fairs and expositions since the late 19th century. And the title of his talk then this afternoon is The Windy City Braces for More Blarney. So over to you, Geoffrey.
Thank you so much. To cover my bases, I'll say good morning and good afternoon. And I also buck the trend. I do not have a PowerPoint to share, in large part because of what I'll be talking about. I could not find any images. So, 2 Irish villages were constructed along the Midway, the for-fun section of the 1893 World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago. Although it may have seemed superfluous to fairgoers at the time to encounter 2 reproductions of alleged model Irish villages, the existence of these 2 sites is significant for myriad reasons, not least being that both allowed visitors to consume Irishness and interpret its public meaning. Both villages were organized by imperial-minded, non-Irish women, Alice Hart and Lady Aberdeen, who believed that they knew what was best for the Irish. In order to achieve their goals, both women created organizations in the mid-1880s to engage in their own brand of philanthropic activities, to showcase the challenges encountered by and the ingenuity of the Irish. Both villages relied on historic reproductions of prominent sites, such as Blarney Castle and Donegal Castle, as well as imported Irish labor, craftsmen, and sod to create a legitimate experience for village visitors. Alice Hart, a middle-class London reformer, and Lady Aberdeen, a Scottish noblewoman, emerged as prominent imperial mothers during the Age of Empire. Hart created the Donegal Industrial Fund in 1883 to provide the destitute of Donegal, especially women, with educational support to revive cottage industries, such as lace making and embroidery, to sustain them during difficult agricultural times. Lady Aberdeen organized the Irish Industries Association in 1886 while serving as vicereine in Dublin to support the organization, promotion, and distribution of Irish cottage-made items. Although both downplayed strain between the respective organizations, class-based tensions between these imperial mothers more than likely resulted in the creation of 2 separate Irish displays at the Chicago Fair. As a member of the nobility, Lady Aberdeen probably assumed that she would take the lead regarding arrangements of the Irish village, and Mrs. Hart would behave like a subordinate and relinquish resources of the Donegal Industrial Fund to the Irish Industries Association. Wary of allowing someone else to have oversight of her organization, Hart presumably refused to coordinate with Lady Aberdeen in Chicago, even though both women championed very similar agendas. Even though both women viewed their work as beyond the bounds of politics, this was hardly the case. Involvement in anything Irish related during this time, as today, cannot be divorced from the political arena. During the late 19th century, this was particularly the case due to the failure of two Government of Ireland bills in Parliament in 1886 and 1893 that would have fostered home rule for Ireland. The second attempt at home rule for Ireland in 1893 failed approximately 4 months after the Chicago Exposition began and helped to inflame dissatisfaction among many within the Irish and Irish American communities in Chicago. Whether Alice Hart or Lady Aberdeen recognized the Chicago-based Irish villages as political terrain in which one could navigate the constrained and contested nature of Irish nationalism, those Irish Americans who visited these sites certainly did. Hart and Aberdeen supported home rule for the Irish, but both also believed that Ireland was in no position to fend for itself within a global marketplace, and that nostalgic remembrance by an Irish American population willing to spend their hard-earned dollars on village products and services might be enough to spark sustained economic interest in Ireland by non-state actors. Lady Aberdeen, for example, contributed a brief article for the North American Review in July 1893 about Ireland, its political position within the empire, and the intent of her village at Chicago, especially its purpose of marketing Irish-made products in the US. In this article, Lady Aberdeen wrote that her village would appeal even more powerfully to thousands of American citizens than the brilliant hues and gorgeous displays of more ostentatious spectacles, and that it is here that the distressful country lifts high her green flag from the battlements of Blarney and calls on the sons and daughters of Erin to show proof that a surpassing love for the old country still abounds in their heart. Even though she identified herself as a proponent of Irish home rule and supported the Gladstonian political agenda, Lady Aberdeen's ideas of saving an entire people through benevolence and instruction only further demonstrated her mindset about empire in general. She believed that Ireland could achieve freedom at some point in the distant future, but that was certainly not in 1893. And the sons and daughters of Erin still required benevolent oversight in order to secure a foundation from some far-off date for freedom. Unbeknownst to Lady Aberdeen, her passing reference to Ireland's green flag atop the Blarney Castle display eventually becomes a nationalist touchpoint for those Irish Americans in Chicago who were dissatisfied with British rule over Ireland. Shortly after the Chicago Exposition opened its gates in May, a letter to the editor written by Englishmen to the New York Times appeared. This anonymous author wondered why the British flag did not fly high above Lady Aberdeen's Irish village along the Midway and the robust Chicago winds along Lake Michigan. Englishmen informed readers that 3 American flags and 2 green flags alone float over Blarney Castle in the Irish village, which is under the patronage of Lord and Lady Aberdeen, and that the lack of the Union Jack is creating considerable dissatisfaction among all loyal Britons at Chicago. This letter writer even went on to assert that Lord Aberdeen was offered a Union Jack from a fair commissioner for display purposes, but he declined because his lordship feared an overzealous response from the Irish in Chicago because allegedly the Irish are so patriotic they might not like it. In fact, 3 days before Englishman's letter appeared in the New York Times, the Irish Standard of Minneapolis, Minnesota, printed editorial comments linked to complaints that no Irish flag waves in the village and that a few yards of green cloth is used as a substitute. The editorial continued, "It must be humiliating to Irishmen to have Ireland be so poorly represented at the World's Fair, but who is to blame for it?" In a show of support to Lady Aberdeen's Gladstonian leanings, the Irish Standard claimed this noblewoman will undoubtedly be glad to remove any objectionable features connected with the exhibit if Chicago Irishmen will only tell her what they are. In the ensuing months, Irish Americans informed Lady Aberdeen of an objectionable feature, but her response was less than enthusiastic. The manager of Lady Aberdeen's Irish village, Mrs. Peter White, responded to Englishman's public criticism regarding the flags. She stated that this site is not a department of the British exhibit. It is not therefore under British protection, and there is no good reason why the British flag should float above it. Mrs. White continued in her response, "The funds to establish the village were contributed not only by men of all political parties, but also by American gentlemen of Irish sympathies." Unwavering in her response, Mrs. White asserted that the association responsible for this village is absolutely non-political in character, that it is the work of an incorporated company that is in no way connected with the British government and has received no support at its hands. Mrs. White also stressed in her response that funds to establish the village were contributed not only by men of all political parties, but also by American gentlemen of Irish sympathies. In short, Mrs. White concluded that the only flags that would fly above the village were of the host nation and the ancient sunburst flag of Ireland. It was a naive assertion by Mrs. White that this village has no political, was non-political in character, especially due to the debate occurring in Parliament surrounding Home Rule for Ireland in 1893. Additionally, she did not include in her retort that the British flag would fly in the village if and when Lord Aberdeen arrived on the fairgrounds in his role as Queen Victoria's representative and newly appointed Governor General of Canada. It took approximately 5 months for this eventuality to occur, but when it did, the socio-political tensions among Irish nationalists and British imperialists erupted in a violent way on the Midway. As referenced above, Lady Aberdeen's Irish Village was not the only space on the Midway where fairgoers consumed Irishness and interpreted its public meaning. Not far from Chicago's Blarney Castle arose another medieval replica, this one of Donegal Castle, which was under the patronage of Alice Hart and the Donegal Industrial Fund. However, no critique or incidents relating to any flags concerned Mrs. Hart's Irish Village at the Chicago Fair. On Irish Day, which was September 1st, an incident involving the Irish flag being flown on the roof of the electricity building in the White City, the primary and allegedly civilized section of the Chicago World's Fair at this time, sparked a brief test of wills between the manager of the electrical department, Chief Barrett, and the manager of the color department and fair sculptor, Chief Millet. Chief Barrett decided to hoist the Irish flag in honor of Irish Day because he thought it would be a graceful tribute above his building. After only a few minutes, Chief Millet saw the flag and ordered it taken down. Upon learning of this action, Barrett commanded that the flag be run up without hesitation. Millet responded by having it removed once again. Incensed, Chief Barrett hung the flag out of his office window in the electricity building and thereby defied Millet's order that only flags representing recognized nations be permitted to fly on the buildings at the fair. Before the day was through, Chief Barrett had the Irish flag hoisted above the electricity building in a position that was above all other nations' flags, except for the United States. Chief Barrett's actions, according to the press, excited the Irish, and had there been more of a crowd in the vicinity, Irish Day might have been marked by a free-for-all battle. The Irish on the fairgrounds cheered Chief Barrett's resolve, and if Irish Day had not been a rain-soaked event, which deterred many from visiting the exposition, this flag incident might have sparked violence. Approximately 3 weeks later, this is exactly what transpired, but this time the ruckus took place in one of the Irish villages on the Midway. On the afternoon of October 21st, a small group of visitors to Lady Aberdeen's Irish Village along the Midway began to make overtures against the flying of the Union Jack above the Blarney Castle exhibit. A few days earlier, this flag appeared on the castle turrets for the first time due to the arrival of Lord Aberdeen, the newly appointed Governor General of Canada, to the fairgrounds. As the official representative of Queen Victoria at the Chicago Fair at the time, it was customary to display the British flag at all installations associated with Her Majesty's government when Lord Aberdeen was on the premises. Newspaper accounts reported that young Irishmen who objected to the unfurling of this emblem above Irish soil in America made 2 separate attempts to capture and destroy this alleged symbol of British oppression. After the expulsion of these men from the village a first time, officials locked the entrance of the castle and posted a guard to dissuade additional individuals from entering the site. The alleged hoodlums, as described in the Chicago Daily Tribune by E.C. Hatfield, one of the fair managers, returned in the early evening with a slightly larger group estimated to be around 15 strong. When commotion ensued, 2 of these men entered the second floor of the Blarney Castle with gymnastic dexterity, according to the press, by breaking 2 windows and climbing inside. Although successful in lowering the offensive flag, Joseph O'Brien and John Mayer, failed in their endeavor to destroy it because village guards apprehended them. Shortly thereafter, the village closed early for the day, but not before renewed tensions erupted outside the gates of this village. The Chicago Daily Tribune reported that a crowd of several thousand surged about the gates, and chants of "burn the village" echoed throughout the Midway. Fair guards struggled to keep the crowd at bay and found it difficult to detain the anti-English visitors. According to the New York Times, after a few minutes, those deemed responsible for this episode were hauled away in a patrol wagon, and this pitched battle for control of Irish land in Chicago concluded. It was reported that Lord Aberdeen arrived to the village after the flag incident, and the Washington, D.C.-based Evening Star wrote that he was very indignant at the insult which had been offered the flag of Her Majesty's dominions. Those arrested for the village disturbance appeared in court, but were discharged from punishment by the judge due to insufficient evidence against them. Although Lord and Lady Aberdeen were not present in the village at the time of this unrest, upon their return, the British flag waved in the robust Chicago winds. In comments to the Chicago Daily Tribune the next day, Lady Aberdeen stated she believed wholeheartedly that this incident was not representative of the Irish or Irish American communities, and that the entire incident was a prank. She clarified that her village and the Irish Industries Association, the official entity that funded this project, was of a private commercial nature, and reiterated that her husband's official status was the only reason the British flag threw over the Blarney Castle in Chicago. Lady Aberdeen, however, did remind readers of this newspaper, no matter what measures would have been necessary, that flag would have been flown as long as we were here. Another reporter asked Lady Aberdeen about the alleged prank and if the British flag still flew over the Blarney Castle. She confirmed that the flag was still displayed and the guard who is stationed near it is armed. Lady Aberdeen emphatically asserted nobody but a malicious-minded person derived pleasure from creating such a disturbance along the fairground. In later interviews, Lady Aberdeen stated that this incident had been exaggerated, and she informed the journalist of the Evening Star that only a few roughs participated in that incident, and that they were the strongest indications that the great mass of Irishmen present had no sympathy whatever with the attempted outrage. Even if Lady Aberdeen's comments about armed personnel protecting the British flag along the Midway were in jest, they reflected the sustained resentment and difficulty associated with the Irish question in the Atlantic world. Although there were no serious injuries in this pitched battle, it is important to consider the tense socio-political environment evident on the Chicago Fairgrounds when issues of Irishness or defense of Irish heritage materialized. Tensions ran high for the Irish and Irish Americans who championed home rule for Ireland as this World's Fair entered its final phase of operation. Approximately 6 weeks before those young Irishmen reacted to the display of the British flag, as mentioned, Parliament did reject the 1893 attempted home rule, which would have paved the way for that ideology in the waning years of the 19th century. The brief disturbance in Lady Aberdeen's Irish village also demonstrated that the Irish and Irish American sentiment could erupt in potentially violent ways on American soil. It also showed that the hoped for idyllic setting of the Irish countryside as presented through the Irish displays on the Midway was neither static nor secure, especially when issues related to the politics of the British Empire spilled into the public sphere. For those Irish Americans who expressed outrage over the flying of the Union Jack atop Chicago's Blarney Castle, it is important that we recognize that flags are symbols that can unite and, in this case, divide. As one of the most ubiquitous symbols of national identity, flags afford communities of people a perceived foundation in which to express unifying concepts associated with culture, tradition, and history. When guests at a site define that space as sacred, and they believe that their national prestige is under attack, whether literally or figuratively, very often will react in a way to reinforce membership in the national collective. After the 1893 Chicago Fair, the site that became sacred for, at the 1893 Chicago Fair, the site that became sacred for many Irish American visitors was in fact the replica of County Cork's Barney Castle. When village organizers hoisted the Union Jack above it in October, that flag represented for most onlookers a direct challenge to the legitimacy of Irish nationalism and identity. Symbolism, especially when it comes to flags, is of utmost importance, and the perceived desecration of Irish soil and memory on the Midway with an object that denoted imperial hegemony among the majority of Chicago's Irish American community sparked a fierce response. When the Union Jack was unfurled over one of the most recognizable Irish sites at the fair, the answer by the sons and daughters of Ireland was to defend the honor and history of their homeland. Although their attempts to haul down the Union Jack ultimately failed, their robust response in the defense of a perceived grievance against their homeland warrants consideration within the larger context of nationalist movements during this era, and shows the importance of community and national attachment to symbols associated with identity construction. The flag incidents examined in this paper help to illuminate larger questions that swirled around the Chicago Fairgrounds and the Atlantic world when it came to issues about agency over Irish heritage in public spaces, and who actually controlled the portrayal of Irishness by the late 19th century. As Lady Aberdeen and Mrs. Peter White made clear with their words to the press regarding the display of flags in their village, these imperial mothers believed that the Irish Industries Association had oversight of it and were, in fact, the proper arbiters of showcasing Irishness along the Midway at Chicago. The Irish Americans who engaged in the pitched battle at the fair in support of Irish nationalism, however, believed otherwise.
Thanks very much for that, Jeffrey. As somebody who comes from Belfast, I always have a special place in my heart for any research on flags and tensions around them. So thanks very much for that. Right, moving on then to our final speaker in this panel this afternoon, before we make room for question time, obviously. I'd like now to introduce Amy Mulligan, who is an associate professor in Notre Dame's Department of Irish Language and Literature, and is a faculty fellow of Notre Dame's Keough Naughton Institute for Irish Studies, the Medieval Institute, and Gender Studies. Amy's work puts medieval Irish literature and iconography into larger North Atlantic contexts, past and present. Her work, supported by fellowships from the NEH, which I think is the National Endowment for the Humanities, and the Fulbright Foundation, culminated in the publication of 2 books in 2019, a monograph entitled A Landscape of Words, Ireland, Britain and the Poetics of Space, 700 to 2050, that was with Manchester University Press, and the co-edited volume, Moving Words, Literacies, Texts and Verbal Communities of the Nordic Middle Ages, and that was published in 2019. For A Landscape of Words, Amy Mulligan won the American Conference of Irish Studies 2020 Donald Murphy Prize for a distinguished first book, and she's written several articles thematically centred on literary discourses exploring national and transnational identity formation, gender and corporeality, landscape and place writing, the oral literate spectrum, and most recently, medievalism in diasporic contexts. She has held major research fellowships at the University of Oxford, the Centre for Viking and Medieval Studies in Oslo, the University of Michigan, the Institute for Research in the Humanities, Madison, Wisconsin, the Centre for Medieval Studies in Bergen, and the University of Nottingham. She is currently writing a book entitled Medieval Chicago, Irishness, Whiteness, and the Allure of the Past, 1871 to 1934, and her talk this afternoon is entitled Moving into Chicago's White City, Race, Medieval Iconography, and the Construction of Irishness at the 1893 World's Fair. So over to you, Amy.
Can you hear me okay? Wonderful,
Yeah.
thank you. So greetings from Michigan, everyone. Good morning and good afternoon, as the previous speakers have said. So I want to talk about the 1893 Irish villages turned to the medieval and the implications for ideas about race, medieval iconography, and the construction of Irishness. It's important to revisit the historical context for the 1893 World's Fair. The Columbian Exposition of 1893 commemorated the arrival of Christopher Columbus in America 400 years before, and it was designed to advance the causes of American nationalism, imperialism, and consumerism. And I'm just going to check my slides did not show, let's see, shared window is closed. Pardon me. So I'm going to reshare these and you will have an image of the World's Fair and the Columbian elements. Anyhow, the exposition was intended to commemorate the arrival of Columbus in America and was, quote, designed to advance the causes of American nationalism, imperialism, and consumerism. So this World's Fair took place not quite 30 years after slavery was abolished. You're deeply invested in white supremacist culture and protecting the power, political, intellectual, economic, of a WASP or white Anglo-Saxon Protestant elite. So-called because of the glowing white exhibit buildings, Chicago's White City was also very much a racialized vision of American progress, citizenship, and technology. This was not lost on contemporary audiences in 1893, and it garnered loud protest from African Americans. As Ferdinand Barnett put it in the powerful manifesto circulated in Chicago and co-written by himself, Ida B. Wells, and Frederick Douglass, quote, theoretically open to all Americans, the exposition practically is literally and figuratively a white city, in the building of which the colored American was allowed no helping hand, and in its glorious success, he has no share. The White City was a celebration of what was largely, though not exclusively, white European civilization. And outside the official fair was the Midway itself, which is about one block or 220 yards wide and about 8 blocks or 1 mile long. Harvard scholar and anthropologist Frederick Ward Putnam served as the original director and creator of Chicago's Midway. He, quote, envisioned the Midway as a living outdoor museum of primitive human beings that would afford visitors the opportunity to measure the progress of humanity toward the ideal civilization presented in the White City. So on the Midway were things like Buffalo Bill Cody's Wild West show and exhibit, the West African Dahomey village, where the guidebooks tell us you would find peoples from, quote, darkest Africa. Midway settlements featured craft making displays, cafes and performance spaces, humble homes, and other culturally relevant buildings. Populated with indigenous men, women, and children dressed in traditional native apparel, they've been referred to as, quote, human zoos, with visitors like those on the right in this image invited to, quote, pry further into the modes of life of this peculiar people. The guidebook suggests below the picture. So the Midway and its villages were planned to provide an ethnological lesson about evolution, starting with so-called exotic primitive groups at the far end and leading to more familiar white primitives on the threshold of the White City. So the Midway is, of course, where we would find the Irish villages, run, as my co-panelists have discussed, run by 2 British proprietors, Mrs. Alice Rowland Hart, and more important to the placement of so-called primitive peoples on the Midways at World's Fair has rightly been read in terms of the classic binary of civilization and savagery, culture versus nature. On one level, this also applies to the Irish villages and the well-circulated conceptions of Irish and Irish American alterity, primitiveness, and passive pre-industrial simplicity. However, it's important to be clear on this. While anti-Irish stereotypes were widely circulated in late 19th century America, the Irish villages and their Irish inhabitants did not attract anything approaching the racist and dehumanizing depictions, which typified portrayals of non-white people on the Midway. That, I think, has a great deal to do with how the Irish villages proprietors used the medieval in Chicago. The Irish villages and the medieval on the Midway. About halfway along the Midway, visitors entered Alice Hart's Irish village through an imposing gateway. The emphasis on the medieval, as well as the weighty stone-built permanence of the Irish buildings in contrast to simpler nomadic structures, teepees, tents, at the far end of the Midway is striking. Here and elsewhere, I'm going to be quoting Lady Aberdeen's own words. She actually wrote the chapter on the Midway in the popular Rand McNally and Company's handbook. She also authored a guide to her Irish village, so we have her own words. And she writes, as the visitor passes down the Midway Plaisance, he sees the gray towers of a medieval gateway, a faithful reproduction of the St. Lawrence Gate at Drogheda, which was built in the year 1200. At the end of the street are beautiful ruins and the banqueting hall of Donegal Castle, beyond which is a tall, round tower and a fine carved Celtic market cross. The St. Lawrence Gate is an impressive medieval European barbican gate built by the Normans in either 1250 or 1280 to defend Drogheda, a key Anglo-Norman power center in Ireland. As such, it has a really interesting colonial history and original intention at keeping the Gaelic Irish out of an English stronghold in Ireland. Though this wasn't on the radar of most Chicago visitors, it's perhaps an important metaphor for thinking about who the Irish villages were branded for, the types of people they wanted to let in, and those who might be left out of these new versions of Celtic Irishness that were to become important in America. So while we might identify that gate as Anglo-Norman, the round tower and the Celtic market cross belong to a clearly earlier Irish architectural vernacular. They were popularly associated with the pre-Norman 7th, 8th, and 9th century Irish golden age of church power and unparalleled artistry, saints and scholars in particular. So the resonances are different there. When the Midway traveler enters the Irish village, she walks into medieval Ireland and an impressive golden age or monumental architecture that bespeaks political power, cultural sway, success, strength, and artistry. Beyond, however, is a cluster of cottages, which are not medieval, but more pre-industrial. Sitting beside the Celtic cross and round tower, these homes, Lady Aberdeen tells us, are reproductions of Irish cottages where a man weaves and a girl embroiders kells art linens, while in another cottage, two women make lace. What's interesting is where these crafts made by living contemporary Indigenous Irish peasants working in the village are presented. We are told that, quote, in the banqueting hall of Donegal Castle are embroidered hangings and coverlets, unequaled homespuns, spun, woven, and plant dyed by peasants, iridescent and colored linens, Irish and Kells laces, stitched and embroidered ladies' underwear, ecclesiastical vestments, etc. The reproduced medieval hall is that of Donegal Castle, built in 1474 and in ruins by the 18th century. So what effect did this display of craftwork in a reconstructed medieval hall have on visitors? A rebuilt castle with a royal banqueting hall was, of course, designed to appeal to Americans living in a relatively new USA. As the fair's commemoration of 1492 in Columbus shows, Americans were obsessed with the past and creating a long and venerable history parallel to that of more established European powers. And in the Irish village, by taking a seat and being feasted in the Donegal Castle banqueting hall, one could for a time settle into the role of a lord or lady. This was particularly resonant in a nation that lacked both royals and castles, though several nouveau riche built themselves ostentatious mansions that resembled nothing more than medieval European castles. In Chicago, for instance, Bertha Palmer, one of America's most powerful socialites, also married to the president of the World's Fair, Potter Palmer, built an extremely posh dwelling fusing European medieval architectural and decorative styles. It was, of course, called the Palmer Castle. Like its medieval European predecessors, this American castle provided Chicago's most opulent social space. Grand in scale, Donegal Castle's medieval hall was also grand in opulence. Its decorative tapestries and gleaming metalwork bespoke a golden age of nobility. And as Lady Aberdeen was keen to remind you, these embroideries, carvings, jewelry, and other treasures could of course be purchased and taken away for display in one's own home. While the trip into the Irish castle was a trip to the distant past, it was also a visit to an aspirational present like that of the Palmer Castle interior shown here. It provided a taste of and for upper class living and aristocracy, American and otherwise. This was a great marketing strategy and a highly successful one. So back into Hart's Village, Lady Aberdeen writes that, quote, "In the courtyard is a round tower, a replica of one of the 80 still standing in Ireland. Here are found faithful reproductions of Ogham, Bullen, and Holdstones, of cromlechs and crosses. Chief among the latter is a cross 27 feet high, splendidly carved, in interlaced Celtic design in Irish limestone. At the end of the courtyard is the wishing chair of the Giant's Causeway, standing on real Irish soil, covered with a carpet of shamrocks." Here we have elements of an early medieval Irish landscape, and one which, through the thinking of the time, even returns us to a pre-Christian mythic past. This is, of course, a staged landscape, a simulacrum of ancient Ireland, whose geography and distances are collapsed so that all of the most resonant and ancient icons of Irishness, to use art historian Maggie Williams's term, could be absorbed in quick succession. So on to Lady Aberdeen's Irish Village. It occupies the last words of that Rand McNally midway itinerary, and it becomes the grand finale or climax of this spatial narrative of progress. Its position at the threshold of the official fairgrounds, within about 10 yards of the entrance to the White City proper, is of course great for business. It's the first midway concession those departing the official fairgrounds would see. It spatially links Aberdeen's Irish Village to the White City. Proximity matters. But this Irish village, presided over by a high status woman and power broker in the British Empire, is also culturally closest to the exhibits in the White City itself. Invited with a céad míle fáilte, visitors strolled through a 12th century archway into 15th century cloisters, past thatched cottages, and up the medieval tower of Blarney Castle. Here too, in Aberdeen's Irish Village, the medieval was on prominent display. Lady Aberdeen writes that, quote, "The entrance to the Irish Village has been copied from the north doorway to the chapel built by Cormac, the Bishop King of Munster, in the early part of the 12th century, which forms part of the wonderful group of ecclesiastical buildings, the ruins of which stand on the Rock of Cashel." The tour continues. Passing through this doorway, with all its associations of the old days of the McCarthys, the O'Connors, and the O'Briens, we enter the cool cloisters of the far-famed Macross Abbey, with its tree standing in the midst, bringing to our minds not only the thought of the beautiful, picturesque ruins from which this reproduction is copied, surrounded by its graves of the heroes of bygone days, but also of the exquisite scenery of the surrounding district of Killarney, its mountains, its lakes, its islands. Aberdeen's persuasive place writing asks us to visualize a wider Irish landscape. It is regal, it is lush, but perhaps more importantly, it is extremely quiet. Irish nobles, like the McCarthy clan of the King Bishop Cormac, are figures from the, quote, old days. The heroes are represented by graves, and their time is that of bygone days. While Ireland's nobility, heroes, structures, iconic treasures loom large, they are of the past, finished. The space is emptied of Irish people. They are accessed only through the graves. Furthermore, while church buildings and ecclesiastical arts surround the visitor, living markers of religion, priests, prayer, penance, are absent, long gone. In Lady Aberdeen's Irish Village, no signs of Catholicism are visible, such that any Protestant would feel home in this Irish village. This is important in an America where there is much anti-Catholic and anti-immigrant sentiment. After wandering through the deserted cloisters of Macross Abbey, we finally encounter living people, yet this is accompanied by a drop in status. We turn into a humble cottage, potatoes boiling over a turf fire, and see Indigenous Irish peasants making lace and other handicrafts, all of which, the visitor reads, can be purchased in the Sheppa, rendered S-H-E-P-P-A in the guidebook. Other objects in Lady Aberdeen's Irish Village included a copy of Brian Bora's or Brian Boru's harp, which was given to the Pope, who gave it to King Henry VIII, finally ending up in Trinity College, Dublin. We have the element of royalty, an Irish king, as well as an English king. Also on display and available for purchase were the reproductions made by Dublin silversmith Edmund Johnson. thing similar to the Tarbridge Queen Victoria had acquired 2 copies of earlier on. Edmund Johnson also crafted elaborate copies of medieval artifacts, including the Cross of Cong, the Toothed Shrine of St. Patrick, various reliquaries and brooches. In total, over 184 medieval reproductions, all full-sized, made by Johnson, were on display, both in the Great Britain Pavilion in the White City and in Lady Aberdeen's Irish Village. Perhaps the most popular items shown and sold were the famous Kells embroideries, detached from illuminated Gospels and manuscript sources from early Christian Ireland. The images became decorative elements embroidered on linen and silk. They were used, the society pages show us, to decorate high-status English, Anglo-Irish, and American female bodies. Wearing her magnificent Kells embroidery dresses at various state functions throughout her career, through Lady Aberdeen, these iconic early medieval Irish designs became fused to one of the most powerful and well-known women in the British Empire. This strategy of harnessing things Irish to her own considerable person and reputation was at play on other levels as well. I refer to Lady Aberdeen's Irish village to differentiate it from the other Irish village. But I also want to emphasize that the village is fashioned by and according to Aberdeen's vision and words. This is her Ireland in important ways. At the entrance, placards identify it as Lady Aberdeen's Irish Village, and Lady Aberdeen was careful to make hers and Ellis Hart's the faces associated with Irishness at Chicago. While all the other Midway entertainments are accompanied by pictures of striking buildings or native villagers in that Rand McNally guide, the single image associated with each of the Irish villages is actually a portrait of the exhibit's organizers. The visual branding of the Irish villages under Aberdeen's own hand centers the British women who organized them. In order to successfully sell Irishness in Chicago in 1893, Lady Aberdeen was careful to make herself, with her aristocratic status as lady, position within the British Empire and connections to American and European elites, a dominant part of the Irishness she offered. It proved extremely desirable to American audiences. So moving to some conclusions now. To reiterate, in the villages, so much of the Ireland referenced derives from the Middle Ages, its architecture and material objects, with nobility, wealth, prestige, and genius and craftsmanship being particularly highlighted. I'm also struck by the elements from the Middle Ages which are strategically erased, like people from the past, kings, saints, scholars, anyone that might trouble the paying visitor's insertion of himself or herself into this noble past and its spaces. Also erased are the elements that might evoke Catholicism. Embodiment and Irish actors were key to the Irish village experience, but none suggest an affiliation to the church. Images from the Book of Kells are decorative, ornamental, and secularized, divorced from their original context as gospel illuminations, and absorbed and advertised widely on the bodies of high-status white Anglo-Protestant women. I think we're absolutely getting an Ireland calculated to appeal to an America that was heavily Anglo-Saxonist. The valorized and noble Irish medieval past modeled in Chicago's Irish villages was taken up with great success by Irish American Catholics. Several subsequent displays of Irishness in pageants, festivals, buildings adopt the same reworked medieval references. Diasporic Irish Catholics seeking to assimilate into WASP America as full cultural citizens began turning to the medieval to show how their ancient Celtic race was as noble and ingenious as the Anglo-Saxon race. We see some of this in writings, popular and scholarly, on Celtic artwork, Brehon law systems, and an increasing fixation on Indo-European origins. Namely, the implicit argument was that those of so-called Celtic racial background had more in common with a venerable WASP elite than other immigrant groups and persons of color. This had significant impacts on the development of whiteness and white supremacy in America, as Irish Americans fought hard to be treated as white American citizens and gain full access to the privileges that whiteness entailed. Many also participated, sometimes with outright violence, but also more quietly through civic and cultural mechanisms in denying full citizenship, legal and cultural, to people of color, those other groups represented on the Chicago Midway. Much of this was undertaken in good faith to combat real anti-Irish hostility. Yet it participated in the same lines of thought that culminate most extremely today in the uptake of medieval Celtic iconography by ethno-nationalist white supremacist groups like the League of the North. We also see it in how stylized Celtic cross or Celtic interlace tattoos, often combined with Old Norse or Viking tattoos, have become white supremacist dog whistles, as scholars like Maggie Williams have discussed. Those, thankfully, are extreme examples of the ways in which Irishness and the Celtic might be mal-appropriated. Nonetheless, it's essential to witness and understand the dynamics by which valorized Irishness and Celticism in America participated in shaping whiteness and policing who could become a full-status American. Thank you.
Thanks so much for that, Amy, for the really broad scope of your talk there, bringing us really right up even to the present today. So now we move into question time. I'm not going to actually ask a question, but simply make a comment, which is probably stating the obvious. But what really struck me in listening to all four of your papers was this: what keeps recurring through the question of the World's Fair, etc., is basically, what is Irishness? What is it? Who represents it? To what ends? For whom? So I'm not going to ask you to answer that because that's like a huge question. But it struck me that each of your talks in different ways responded to really to that. And, behind that, obviously, to the tensions behind what Irishness is at the time when these World's Fairs are taking place, and the various political and economic agendas that are playing out really there, not just for Irish interests, but also for Irish American interests. So, I'd feel free, any of the four of you who wanted to comment on that huge opening ambit as a question. And if not, then I'll obviously open it up to the floor.
I would like to comment, if I may, please, Fiona. Just on Lady Aberdeen, I have a huge interest in Lady Aberdeen, and I suppose my only comment is I found it very interesting with her complete adherence to Home Rule and the trouble that she got into in terms of adhering to Home Rule, and yet she was very subversive. She was actually very supportive of Irish women, and she did this thing that's interesting to just think about. She put a portrait of her two sons on exhibition under the auspices of Britain in the Visual Art exhibition in 1893, Archie and the other son, his name I can't remember at the moment, and they're done up in Irish tweed costumes, and she called it Two Little Irish Home Rulers. It was a really interesting kind of provocative thing to do. The other thing that she did was she was very much a supporter of Irish lace and Irish embroidery, the Royal Irish School of Art Needlework, which is near Lincoln Place in Dublin. And at a slightly later stage in 1907, she appeared at a ball in Dublin Castle wearing a dress embroidered with the first Irish trademark, and it said Dainta in Éireann. So she was a deeply engaged, she reminds me a little bit of somebody who's very high up in Ireland at the moment, who kind of skates very close to the political without really getting into trouble, but she could really get into trouble. Michael D. Higgins does it too, if you don't mind me saying this, with this way of just getting this close and really letting you know what she is supporting without getting herself into trouble. I just wanted to make that comment because her identifying with the Irish working class, particularly working class women, I think is something that warrants interrogation, further interrogation, I'm thinking about.
Yeah, that's really interesting. Really interesting provocation, as you say. Amy, do you want to jump in there?
Yeah, thanks, Emer. I think Lady Aberdeen is such a fascinating figure and I think oftentimes it's very underestimated how I think powerful she was and how much she did. And I think, who is it? Billy mentioned the term soft power as well. And I sort of think we see her doing that. And in some ways, I'd like to think of her as more, I know Jeffrey used that term, imperial mother, is a little bit more than that, maybe doing some more subversive and maybe kind of aggressive things. But it's really interesting in terms of the medieval, she is in a lot of ways providing a really valorized view of Ireland that was quite important and obviously, hit home with so many people. So I think she's such an interesting figure that I think she is indeed trying to hold people up, and her work at the Women's Pavilion as well. So really interesting feminist and really interesting person in terms of giving voice and agency to a lot of people that had been overlooked. And so it's interesting to think about this as a stage. And I think the other papers that everyone brought in or that everyone else gave also reminded us of how shifting these ideas and contentious these ideas of Irishness are, but even the big jump between 1893 and 1934 and everything in between. Anyhow, I thought everyone gave brilliantly nuanced talks about all the little bits being continually negotiated and contested, although we might get one official line or a couple of official lines. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, if I may, Amy, I think that was what was really fascinating about the whole panel is precisely the 4 different angles that you're coming from, exposing the paradoxes of what otherwise might be seen as a streamlined, one-dimensional discourse that all of your papers, I think, have really troubled there. And that's really exciting. Yeah, Billy, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, no, just after 1922, I suppose, when the new state was formed, there was a very different projection of Irishness, and one of the things early on was to sort of reinforce Irish sovereignty and to show that they weren't British, but also, even though the state was new, to show that the nation was old and that they had a sort of a very ancient heritage, and were sort of unique as well, or more so distinct from Britain, that became very important. Well, in the fairs and some other art exhibitions that supported, that was what they wanted to project, that is sort of a unique or distinct people,
What was also interesting, Billy, and what you were saying, sorry, I don't mean to monopolize, and I will ask questions. Okay, well then let's listen.
For Billy for the Q&A as well.
Okay.
You can all read.
Okay, I'll have a look at that. It's a very open question. Would love to hear more about that.
No, how long after 1933?
Okay.
There's a question about active censorship.
Oh, okay, yeah, I've got it now. Yes, okay. Thanks, Emer and Billy. Billy, how long after 1933 do you think that there was an active censorship at government levels surrounding artistic displays and messaging? That's from Marty Fahey.
Hello, Marty. I'm not sure really of the answer to that, but I suppose contemporary with the Chicago, or almost contemporary, was what we have the Harry Clark Geneva window, which is probably the most celebrated case in Ireland of artistic censorship, when a window that was created for the ILO, International Labour Organization in Geneva, was censored by the Irish state because it was seen to be too risky and it didn't represent the values of the Irish state. There was a scantily clad woman dancing, a Lima Flaherty story it represented. The other thing is about the Chicago thing is that, it was to project a modernizing tone rather than, like, it didn't want any radical modern art. And there's 3 very obvious artists were missing who were seen as the giants of Irish modernism at the time: Minnie Jellett, Nora McGuinness, and Evie Hone, 3 women. Even though of the 40 artists, 20 were RHA, 20 were non-RHA, and about 15 were women. So they had a good sort of spread, a mix of people. But those 3 artists, Minnie Jellett then was selected by the state for the 1938 Empire exhibition in Glasgow. So she was, that radical art was acceptable then, wasn't acceptable in 1933. So when the censorship sort of stopped, I'm not sure, but as we progressed in 1938 and maybe Emer in 39, was there any art censored at New York?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, because what you're running into is this idea when the state was founded about the Royal Irish Academy being kind of right-wing and because it was associated with royal. And I think that's a really interesting thing to have a think about for a moment. And then Sean Keating was selected to do that mural. I showed you the picture of it. It's one of the most modernist pieces he ever did. I cannot tell you how many times he was, the Department of Transport told him, change the mural, put in chickens, put in thatched cottages. We need the tourism. And he was going bananas because he was the painter of the Shannon scheme, and he wanted it to be modern, and he wanted to show Irish shipping, and he wanted to show, and it was a raging battle between the government and Keating. But of course, he needed the money. In the end, he never got paid. But interestingly, Mamie Gillett was on show in 1939 as well. So it was as if, you know, we all talk about that tension between tradition and modernity being absolutely necessary for the country to move on. But it seemed that the further we moved on, like then we get towards the Arts Council, the Relations Committee that sent the first exhibition, you'll know it, Billy, that went out to New York in 1949, 1950. It seems that the government becomes more scared, and the artists are the ones that really want to go out there. So by the time we get to that exhibition in 1949, 1950, it's the Cultural Relations Committee before the Arts Council. They're trying to absolutely, not only are they trying to show a particular type of art, but they're trying to put it all in the same frames. And there's murder going on between the RHA and the Cultural Relations Committee. So it's an interesting question, really, about the kind of the attitude, the kind of structural attitude, if you like, to the visual arts that emerged as the state kind of moved on and on, and that actually continued when the Arts Council came into being in 1950. There was murder over what represented Ireland in Irish art, and it's an ever interesting question, I think. A censorship that has only really stopped up, you know, in the last kind of 40 years, I would argue.
It's interesting, the 1950 Venice Biennale, Norm McGuinness and Evie Hone would have represented Ireland, who would have been seen as sort of the acme of modernism, along with Mamie Gillett at that time. And as Emer said, Mamie Gillett was in both the 1938 Glasgow and 1939 New York's World Fair, along with sort of more academic art as well, you know.
Yeah, a lot of us.
So it sort of, I suppose, it Marty's question to answer that. I'm not sure when the censorship sort of stopped, but the sort of more radical art became more acceptable as we moved forward in time.
Could I just come in? I'm sorry to butt in, but I just want to make another point about that, and that is when the Arts Council came in, what happened was the censorship turned the other way. That's what I really meant to say about the Academy and modernism. It was anything modern, as long as it wasn't Royal Hibernian Academy, because the Royal Hibernian Academy was British, if you see what I mean. So it was a complete turnaround the other way, and the RHA lost out on funding and lost out on exhibition opportunities. The artists were blacklisted from any buying schemes that were set up, and then there was absolute murder through the 1950s that only balanced itself out really coming into the 70s.
I think I saw Jeffrey put his hand up. Did you want to jump in, Jeffrey?
Well, just to make a comment about the earlier question, I see a question popped up on that chat too about what happens after the fair, and I think it's really important to keep in mind after the success of in these villages, these two Irish villages are highly publicized across the country in American newspapers, and afterwards there's really an uptick of the Irish Americans having a real interest about, they would host Irish fairs in major and even smaller American cities throughout the 1890s going into the early 20th century, that really, they use those villages as an example. For example, in Madison Square Garden, they're going to have reproductions of the medieval type and saying we're going to bring over water, we're going to bring over soil. It's all about creating that manufactured reality of the experience of, well, your parents actually may have been born in Ireland, your grandparents, you call yourself Irish, that's what your identity is. And then you can actually go to these American spaces and experience Ireland. And then I know this conference is about Chicago, but then in 1904 in St. Louis, there's an attempt by the Irish American community there to create a couple of different companies to try and kind of raise funds and have direct oversight, because there's an awful lot of criticism by an awful lot of people at the St. Louis Fair that's being organized. And then before that all this stuff is kind of presenting Ireland in a really bad way. And then there is Irish commentary in newspapers of basically, yeah, these villages don't actually represent us as Irish people. And now we have this contested, well, now the American Irish are getting in on this, and now there's the parliamentary question. So a lot of different voices are being used on a constant basis, but especially after the 1893 fair, who's going to control it, and then jump forward to the Dublin Fair in 1907, and that's another big issue there. So it's a lot going on.
Thank you for that. There's another question in the chat from John Bradley, who asks whether the change of government in 1932 generated tension in the 1933 event in Chicago.
What was interesting from that point of view, with the change of government in Ireland at that stage, like there was a narrative in the media that there was a potential for another civil war, but that didn't materialise, and it seemed to change. I suppose it showed that the Irish Free State had matured into a stable nation, the fact that they could transition to power. What is interesting is that when you look at the archived material in Dublin, the discussion, because the invite came in 1930, and the initial discussion was with the Common Gael government. And while they didn't make a decision, they seemed unlikely to participate. But when the new Fianna Fáil government came to power, quite quickly they decided, we will participate, and we will go for those soft power sort of reasons, and we will show off the state, and we will garner sort of a benefit in a non-economic way. So ultimately the decision to take part in the fair was taken by De Valera-led Fianna Fáil government, and Sean Lamass in particular as Minister for Industry and Commerce.
Well, it mustn't be forgotten either that De Valera was American, and that really helped that decision, because he knew that he had the contacts I'm making the questions making me smile, because I'm busy thinking about the girls, scantily clad girls selling shamrocks. I'm quite sure that the Fianna Fáil government would not have approved of that.
Yeah, you have to remember that was in 1934, when the Irish Free State had no involvement, and actually Daniel McGrath threatened to sue the organisers of the fair if it was presented and if it wasn't stopped. He did everything he could to stop this paddy factory. Everything that the official event sought to avoid.
It's funny though, isn't it, when you think of the tension? Tensions are various. Yeah.
On so many different levels, actually, here, those tensions.
There is another question in the Q&A.
Right. So it's the one from. So this is from Virginie Roche-Tiengo. Were there a lot of Irish women going to Chicago? So the question is, this is for Amy, wasn't the use of medieval references also a way of representing a pre-Reformation common Christian Irish past? In other words, not just a secularized version of historical Christian artifacts, thus offering the possibility of not referring to contemporary 19th century Roman Catholicism. If you'd like to answer that, Amy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was very much the strategy at work there, to take it back to a pre-Reformation, a less contested religious past. And you see how kind of universal or ecumenical the uptake is on a lot of that, and you have some really interesting treatments, from the 17th century onwards, about how the Celtic Church was actually the predecessor to the Church of Ireland. That there is a lot of discussion about, well, actually, what does Saint Columba, what does he actually lead into? So I think that is very much at stake, to take it to a pre-Norman past, but maybe more importantly, a pre-Reformation past, where there isn't a split, because it can belong to everyone. And of course, Lady Aberdeen was, really religious and really involved in this. And so you kind of think, it's no surprise that we don't have, I haven't been able to find articles about Catholic priests coming and hosting Mass in the Irish villages, or things that you sort of think would have brought in Irish Catholics in Chicago. There isn't that thing at all. So yeah, I think that's absolutely the point. Take it back to an earlier past that everyone can hold on to. Anglo-Irish ascendancy, the so-called Scots-Irish in Chicago, when we think about the McCormicks, when we think about lots of wealthy Irish families in Chicago that tap into Irishness when it suits them, but not always the Catholic side of things. I think that's very much the work that the medieval is doing to kind of Anglo-Saxonize the sort of Celtic in that sense. Thank you.
Anglo-Saxonizing the Celtic, that sounds like a project.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Any further questions? If not.
If I could just add one thing, oh, sorry.
Yeah, go on ahead.
Just to Sophie's question, because I think she brought up a great issue, and we didn't get to talk about Thomas O'Shaughnessy or Old St. Pat's. But the other thing that I think of is the pageant of the Celt, the pageant that accompanied the 1934 World's Fair, where you get, I think, a lot of this sort of uptake as well. And I think the medieval stuff, multiplies everywhere. I think that was a huge thing. But yeah, there's a lot of kind of through lines that continue in Chicago. So yeah, anyhow, thanks, Sophie, for that question.
Well, it's a pity that we can't all continue this discussion over coffee and continue to think through those through lines you were mentioning there. But I'd really like to thank the four of you for a truly fascinating panel this afternoon. And yeah, I hope we can all meet in person at one point, perhaps in some other city down the line. So thank you all very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Great panel. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Great one. Thank you.
So I'm going to introduce this panel, which is Irish Chicago Politics and History, which sounds like a very potentially dirty game, Chicago politics, depending on the epoch, I presume. And our first speaker is Greg Coos, who is an executive director emeritus of McLean County Museum of History. He served in the museum from 1977 to 2016 and for 2019 to 20. He has served on the board and staff and has helped develop and sustain a nationally accredited museum. In non-COVID times, it was visited by 40,000 people a year. He has a lifelong interest in Irish culture and history, and this is fostered by his family connections to Ireland through his mother. He's published writing, including histories of McLean County, academic articles on material culture of American buildings, a study on the Irish Hedge School Masters in the American Backcountry, which sounds absolutely fascinating, as well as articles on museum and community relations. He's currently writing a history of McLean County in the 18th and 19th century. And Greg's paper today is making me thirsty. Whiskey versus lager beer, the Jabers, the Irish and Politics of Chicago Hinterland, 1854 to 1860. Thank you, Greg. Over to you.
Whiskey versus lager beer, but Jabers, yeah. In 1859, a notice appeared in the Bloomington, Illinois Pantagraph. Mr. Editor, please announce me as candidate for mayor. Whiskey versus lager beer, but Jabers. Signed, John O'Brien. This wry comment, published in a Republican newspaper, was a jab at the Republican Party, who had been forced to accept immigrant German beer drinkers into their new political movement, but continued to reject the immigrant Irish as citizens and voters. This minor episode points to the fight for immigrant voters. Would immigrants cleave to the dominant Illinois Democratic Party, or would they join in with the new Republican Party? In the contest for voters, which was a battle between the forces of free labor and slave labor, majorities would determine the future of the country. Slavery or freedom depended upon who could turn out the vote. From 1854 to 1860, a political revolution turned the country's attention to the threat of expansion of slavery. Those intent on forcing this expansion had the larger goal of establishing slavery nationwide. The Illinois Republican Party arose to block that spread. Many of that party's key events occurred in McLean County, Illinois, located south of Chicago in central Illinois. It was a swing vote county that had deep economic ties with both Chicago and slave city St. Louis. In order to gain the votes necessary to stop the spread of slavery, the Republicans had to fuse with other parties and make common cause. The Whigs had split over slavery, and the American Party, called the Know Nothings, were an anti-immigrant party that had failed to gain a toehold. The anti-slavery Whigs became the leaders of the Republican movement, and they worked hard to get the other Whigs to accept the new party. The anti-immigrant Know-Nothings were offered a bargain: accept the beer-drinking German Protestants and freethinker Germans into the movement, and the Republicans will maintain an anti-Irish Catholic agitation. With this fusion, the common cause that slavery should expand no more could be won. The Know-Nothings. There was a good-sized group of know-nothings in McLean County, Illinois. They were organized as a political party, but functioned as a secret society. If asked about the party, members responded, "I know nothing." It was organized in eastern states in the late 1840s as an anti-immigrant party. Hundreds of thousands of Irish and German immigrants had landed at eastern ports in the late 1840s and early 1850s. Both groups enjoyed alcoholic beverages, lager beer for the Germans and whiskey for the Irish. The greatest number of these individuals were Irish Catholic, who in the minds of Americans threatened the Protestant dominance of religious life and expression. By late 1853, lodges were organized in Bloomington by the Know-Nothings. That same year, the Illinois Central Railroad and the Chicago and Mississippi Railroad had brought hundreds of Irish and German laborers to McLean County. The lodges provided a base for organized opposition to immigrants and the Roman Catholic Church. The Know-Nothings were strengthened by their deep alliance with a temperance and prohibitionist order named the Temple of Honor. This element gained its first local victories in the Bloomington city election in April 1853. Mayoral and town candidates were of two views, pro-saloon and anti-saloon. Anti-saloon candidates won, and they passed an ordinance to close all saloons. The law was widely ignored. It was challenged in court, and the ordinance failed legal testing. The city elections in 1854 placed a new mayor in charge. He ignored the liquor trade and ordinances regulating it to the satisfaction of local saloon owners and their customers and suppliers. Attack on Irish saloons. With increased immigration, coupled with scofflaw Irish saloon keepers and a weakening Whig party, the Bloomington Know-Nothing movement grew. Temperance leader and Know-Nothing Franklin Price was elected mayor in 1855. He also served as the American Party coordinator for the 3rd Congressional District. Price was determined to enforce a new prohibition law and went about it in a hands-on manner. Accompanied by armed police officers and club-carrying auxiliaries, he set about closing the liquor trade. An adulterated liquor operation was closed and ransacked by Mayor Price and the city marshal. The owner sued for damages. Abraham Lincoln represented the city in that suit. And in that suit, the operators claimed damages on the 250 barrels of booze called whiskey, gin, and cherry bounce that were destroyed. They won the suit, opened a new business outside of the city limits, and went back into operation. Know-Nothing members later visited the new warehouse, crawled under the floorboards, and drilled holes through the boards and into the barrels to empty them. City marshals were next ordered to close John O'Brien's saloon, located near a railroad depot. This raid resulted in broken skulls. Bartender Wood resisted the intrusion of the deputies and their numerous auxiliaries. A newspaper reporter happened upon the scene and reported, "As we arrived at the depot, a large body of citizens under the direction of the marshal were engaged in breaking up an Irish groggery. The proprietor withdrew a large knife in resisting the marshal, but the latter presenting his revolver, he took to his heels and succeeded in making an escape. The bartender, in assisting his employer in his resistance, had his skull cracked and his recovery is doubtful." Wood survived. He and O'Brien sued. O'Brien received damages for his loss of liquor stock. Wood recovered nothing for his skull. Price was not well liked by the Irish saloon keepers and their patrons, and that's putting it lightly. On Front Street in downtown Bloomington, 3 saloons operated by John and Patrick O'Brien and Thomas Maloney were slated for a raid. Word was out that Price was going after them, and at 11 p.m., while leading a half-legal mob, the mayor was attacked and knocked down in front of the saloons. His supporters determined to close down the saloons. They went after the 3 groggeries with crowbars, rocks, clubs, and pistols. They smashed their way into the place amidst an exchange of gunfire. Gaining entry, they destroyed the liquor barrels and busted up the furnishings. Darkness of the night and a certain reluctance by participants on both sides failed to identify participants in the melee. For the Irish Catholics, attacks on the saloons were attacks on their identity, community, and family. Whiskey was part of their lives. Births, weddings, and funerals were all observed and celebrated with a glass, a toast, and a close conviviality of family. Business dealings were sealed with a drink. Saloons were the primary male social center where friendships were made, news shared, political activities organized, jobs hired, and contracts agreed. They were a place of social cohesion. Musicians could gather, poems recited, and boasts made. The Irish would defend them. The anti-Catholic character of the Know Nothings, which underlay these events, was defended by the Bloomington Pantograph in support of the Know Nothings. The Pantograph published an explanation. It stated the movement was not against free expression of religion. The Know Nothings, as the Pantograph wrote, opposed the forced adherence of voters to instruction by Irish bishops who were emissaries of a foreign potentate, the Pope. Roman Catholicism was viewed as a foreign power working for political control by mob action. It was held that the goal of these bishops was to substitute Roman Catholic canon law for local, state, and federal law. This view attracted many in McLean County because so many Roman Catholic Irish were coming into the community. Evangelicals and Whigs were quite serious about temperance. Both heavenly and worldly treasure would be withheld from the intemperate, and liquor leads to a decaying and filthy community. There was widespread fear about the Irish. The attacks on the groggeries were a strike for purity and a strike against impiety and Romanism. And hard Irish resistance to such attacks was proof of the unlawfulness of these Catholics. Under such attacks, Irish voters joined the Democratic Party. In central Illinois, which was the swing section of the state, these new voters could swing and tip these counties to the Democrats. This real threat further weakened the Whig Party and strengthened the new Republican Party. The Republicans coalesce. In 1855, elections in Chicago proved that the tension between the know-nothing nativism and German voters was a problem for the Republicans. The Germans voted beer over salvation, giving Chicago Democrats a win. That same year, temperance Republicans and Whigs backed a hard-fought statewide prohibition referendum in June, which failed. 60% of McLean County voters backed that referendum, and the referendum clearly eroded Republican fusion efforts. It proved that German Protestants would not join in an anti-liquor effort. The referendum was also viewed as a test vote for the upcoming statewide elections in 1856. And those elections were successful for the Republicans, for they dropped their prohibition flag. Germans were slated and placed on the Republican ticket, and in Bloomington, the Republicans reluctantly accepted lager beer. The party won both the Know Nothings and the German votes, which allowed them to sweep state offices. 1858 election. The 1858 statewide election would determine whether Illinois Senator Stephen Douglas would retain his seat against the challenger, Abraham Lincoln. At issue was the extension of slavery. Douglas had championed that cause with the proposals that voters should decide whether a state would be slave or free. Lincoln ran to block Douglas and the extension of slavery into free states and territories. Republicans had given up on attracting the Irish vote. They attacked the Irish, calling them voting cattle. Know-nothing politics remained strong within the party. The Republicans were convinced that the Democrats planned voter fraud by helping Irishmen lie about residency in order to swing the vote in key areas. Irish workers were said to be paid to colonize swing vote areas by moving into places like McLean County to take short-term jobs. The colonizers would claim residency and vote. The Irish were also accused of forging naturalization papers. Republicans were encouraged to organize defense associations to guard the polls against this foreign invasion. The Irish in McLean County responded by organizing a naturalization society. The organizers were saloon keepers and grocers who would provide funds for the naturalization and legal expenses of new immigrants. Naturalization papers served as a kind of voter identification at some of the polling stations, and so it was important to have those papers. These issues were further compounded by the fact that voting law in Illinois was not well written, well understood, or widely observed. For instance, you could vote after 60 days residency. As the elections neared, stories originating with the Chicago Tribune raised fears of voting fraud. In news stories, Irish Catholics were called the enemy. The Tribune compared the rumors of colonizing Irish voters with the notorious vote frauds and violence torn Kansas. It was reported that counties along the railroads and in the Illinois River Valley would suffer from the wandering Irish. The Tribune wrote, quote, "Our people will make a stand against the further progress of the Catholic Irish element," unquote. Stories from Springfield, Peoria, St. Louis, and Paris, Illinois newspapers reported that the Irish in St. Louis had been hired to go into Illinois and vote for Douglas. An Irishman purportedly said of a job agent, quote, "Faith, he does not want us for work, but he wants us for carpetbag men," unquote. The Bloomington Statesman warned of the dangers of anti-Irish associations. They stated that this is nothing but a threat of violence towards Irish Catholic voters. Even Abraham Lincoln was swept into the paranoia. He wrote, quote, "I now have a high degree of confidence that we shall succeed if we are not overrun with fraudulent votes to a greater extent than usual. On alighting from the cars and walking 3 squares at Naples, Illinois on Monday, I met about 15 Celtic gentlemen with black carpet sacks in their hands." The Pantograph reported voter fraud at Bloomington in the November election. An Irishman tried to vote using another man's naturalization papers. Election judges recognized the ruse and rejected him as a voter. The Republican leader, who was the judge of the polls, wrote to the Pantograph that the stories of Irish using false naturalization papers in Bloomington were false. He said the voters were gentlemanly and polite to the judges, but 1 or 2 were reluctant to have their papers examined. The 1858 election was a great disappointment to Abraham Lincoln. Although he won the popular vote due to ill-apportioned districts, the state legislature went to the Democratic Party control, which re-elected Stephen Douglas as Illinois senator. Senators were elected by legislators, not by direct vote at this point in time. However, Lincoln won national recognition, a factor much to his favor 2 years hence. And perhaps the summaries of this really shows up as what happens in the 1860 presidential election. In 1860, widening appeal for the Democrats was thought to be found in cries of the N-word equality, the view that Republicans would grant civic equality to African Americans. In the Democrats' view, this would lead to intermarriage between whites and blacks. Furthermore, such equality was said to drag the immigrant Irish and German workers down in social standing. The Republicans had consolidated their fused party. They created a balance between the abolitionists and old Whigs who were wary of the former. They kept the old know-nothings happy by continuing anti-Irish Catholic rhetoric. The Republican Party maintained its strong opposition to the spread of slavery, dodged accusations of offering justice to African Americans, and the party pointed to the opening new lands for white labor through a Homestead Act. And that's important, that they were saying that white people can get farms. In September 1860, attention was turned to the votes and voters and voter turnout. The immigrant vote was no longer in contention. The Germans would vote Republican and the Irish Democratic. The negative views of 1858 that had been directed at the Irish were resurrected. At issue again were accusations of voter fraud, specifically colonizing voters. This time, the Democrats were ready with rebuttals. The Democrats accused the Republicans of bringing people in from Kansas to vote. One Democrat stalwart asserted that the Illinois State Normal University students should not vote locally because they are, quote, not residents or legal voters, unquote. He also expanded on colonizing accusations and stated that, quote, music teachers, school teachers, lecturers, and book agents, unquote, were being sent into swing areas to colonize where the vote would be close. I love that, you know, school teachers, lecturers, and book agents, you know, we're going to get them in there to vote. Any case, Republicans responded that this was all a cover for the real problem, which were the Democrats voting cattle, meaning the Irish, who were being brought down from Wisconsin and Iowa with the false promises of railroad work. The Republicans claimed not to have such, quote, migrating voting herds. They pointed out that the Germans who vote are frugal people, they work hard, and they stay at home. There was undoubtedly some truth to both accusations. Illinois Republicans were certainly raising Eastern money to be used for colonizing doubtful Illinois counties with Republican voters. Irish Catholics were specifically called out for their Democratic Party support. Republicans made an effort to include an Irishman or two in their party work, but clearly the vast majority had firmly gone over to the Democratic Party. Near Election Day, the Pantograph let its martial spirit out. It called out names of the enemy, including the Irish Catholics, in an editorial titled, quote, "Upon them soldiers one and all." The Lincoln marching clubs, such as the Wide Awakes, the Rangers, the Continentals, were to attack the enemy, who were the, quote, squatter sovereigns, the bellmen, Irish Catholics, Breckinridge men, and the Brigadagio disunionists of the South, who are all drowned out in a hostile array against you in large armies. That fall, the larger question of the impact of a Lincoln victory was assessed, and there was an impact to be assessed. The Pantograph wrote, "He then who denies the irrepressible conflict either denies that slavery is wrong, is an evil, or he asserts, as do the Southern statesmen, that, quote, free labor is a failure, or in other words, is wrong." Local Democrats were themselves not cheered by the stark choice. In an editorial in the Bloomington Statesman, it was bitterly viewed that the Southern Democrats would give Lincoln a victory by splitting the Democratic vote. As secessionists, they would reap the whirlwind. The editorialist stated that he preferred an intervention against slavery over an intervention to establish slavery, as the secessionists had demanded. The 1860 election was a clean sweep for the Republicans in Illinois, and a plurality for Lincoln in the United States. The Irish voted the Democratic ticket. When the war broke out, the local Irish American militia, Healy's Company, volunteered for service, and after initial rejection in May of 1861, many of those troopers were taken into service during the August 1861 call-up. Yet, in 1863, local Irish brawlers badly beat African Americans who enlisted in the Union Army. Seeds had been sown. The association of the Irish with the Democratic Party continues after the war. The Democratic Party in downstate Illinois was utterly crushed because of their disunionist activities during the Civil War. And the identity of Irish as Democrat in the minds of most Irish was maintained well into the 20th century. Those who became Republican were doing so for political gain, for political advantage, for the effect of associating themselves with money and success. It was not until the rise of the politics of gods, gays, guns, and abortion do Irish people who associate with Irish heritage, people who associate with Catholic religion, leave the Democratic Party and join the Republican Party. So that essentially takes place in very, very recent times. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, for Greg, we'll come back at after the two other talks with questions. Our next speaker today is Ana Arteaga, who's coming into her final year of her PhD, which is a study of political clientism and the ethnic vote in Boston and Chicago, 1933 to 1983. She's a PhD student at the University of Toulouse, but works here in Paris. And her paper today, The Chicago Irish and the Democratic Machine, is looking at the reasons why the Irish, despite their lack of numeracy in the population between 1930, or the descent of the numeracy in the population in Chicago between 1930 and 1980, managed to maintain control of City Hall. Anna, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Cook County Democratic Machine has been the subject of extensive research, from the pioneering work of Harold Gosnell of the Chicago School in the 1930s to Milton Raykov's classic studies of the 1970s and the numerous biographies of Richard Daley. Political scientists and historians have written about what is generally considered to be the last of the classic urban political machines. A number of scholars have highlighted the success of Irish immigrants and Irish Americans in local politics, and most political machines of the turn of the 20th century were indeed controlled by Irish American bosses. Unsurprisingly, a link is often made between machine politics and Irish American politics. However, Chicago has been, since its birth, a multi-ethnic city composed of a wide variety of subgroups within its white population. Therefore, the Cook County Democratic machine at its inception in 1931 prided itself on being, in the words of historian John Alswang, a house for all peoples, with an electoral base composed of an uneasy alliance between numerous white ethnic groups and African Americans. This presentation will aim to demonstrate that although the local Democratic Party was ethnically heterogeneous, it was headed mostly by Irish Americans, upon whom other white ethnic politicians depended for access to patronage. Irish political domination in Chicago and within the Cook County Democratic Central Committee will be analyzed over 50 years, from the death of Anton Cermak in 1933 to the election of Harold Washington in 1983. What explains this Irish dominance in the multi-ethnic city? What positions were securely into Irish hands during the period? How did other white ethnic groups respond to it? I propose to present my current research on Irish representation, or should I say over-representation, especially compared with Polish representation in the leadership of the Democratic Party, on the Chicago City Council, and in various other appointed positions controlled by the Democrats. An analysis of political representation reveals that 20th century Chicago was indeed an Irish American metropolis, although Irish dominance of local politics started to fade by the 1980s. African Americans and Hispanics are the ones who have made the most gains in the last 50 years, 40 to 50 years in Chicago politics in terms of representation in local governments. Even though the proportion of Irish Americans in the population of Chicago fell from 5% to 1.6% between 1930 and 1970, they still represented between 34 and 42% of the politicians sitting on the Democratic Central Committee in the 1960s and the 1970s. The Cook County Democratic Central Committee, often designated as the Democratic Machine, is a local political apparatus affiliated with the Democratic Party, the aim of which is to elect slated candidates for a variety of county offices and city offices. During the period studied here, the machine used party agents at the grassroots level to turn out the vote for the candidate of its choice, notoriously using public jobs to reward these party workers. Thus, the machine was a party organization which used public resources, such as jobs, but also building permits and a variety of other favors, to gain votes and maintain itself in power. Between the 1930s and the 1970s, most Democratic elected officials in Chicago and Cook County owed their election to the machine. This coalition of Polish, Czech, Germans, both Catholic and Jewish, along with influent Irish Americans, was assembled in 1931 by Democratic Mayor Anton Cermak, who, and this makes me think of the previous presentation, who ran on a platform against prohibition and won in 1931. Nevertheless, between 1931 and 1982, all party chairmen were of Irish origin, except for Jacob Harvey between 1946 and 1950. Each of Chicago's 50 wards was and is still today represented by a Democratic committee person on the machine's decision-making body, the Central Committee. These committee people led ward-based Democratic organizations and dispensed patronage to the voters and mostly to the various precinct workers they supervised. They also contributed to the slating of candidates, which the organization supported in local elections. During this 50-year period, Irish Americans and African Americans represented collectively more than 50% of the membership of the Cook County Democratic Central Committee. The other white ethnics combined represented between 28 and 38% of the committee seats, depending on the year. There was a decline in the proportion of Irish American committee people in favor of African American Democratic representatives in the city's wards during this period. In the early 1980s, Irish names still represented 20% of the names on the Democratic Committee, the same percentage as all Eastern European names combined. But we can clearly see that Black gains were made gradually at the expense of Irish representatives. After 1970, it is thus incorrect to call the Chicago machine an Irish American machine. But we'll see that the Irish who did hold seats in the local democratic organization were extremely influential. On a side note, it is difficult to assess the size of the Irish American population in Chicago between the 1930s and the 1970s, because the third generation and the fourth generation, comprising the majority of the group at the time, were not counted in the census. Therefore, using the census to compare their representation in the party with their proportion of the population is a necessarily imperfect technique. A look at the curves representing the proportion of Irish Americans, first and second generation in the population, and their share of the party seats, all generations combined, shows that the Irish were consistently overrepresented among Democratic Party officials. Polish Americans, who were more numerous than Irish Americans and were the largest white ethnic group in Chicago in the 20th century, only achieved proportional representation in the early 1960s when they gained a seat on the 50-member body. Ratios between a group's share of the population and this group's share of the Democratic Committee seats reveal which groups were underrepresented or overrepresented. Here, a ratio of 1 indicates proportional representation. While African Americans were consistently underrepresented at the time, this is not the case anymore today, Polish Americans were slightly overrepresented starting in the 1960s, and Irish Americans were consistently and massively overrepresented. Between the 1930s and the 1970s, the machine controlled the city. As a consequence, it is not surprising that the Irish were also overrepresented amongst local elected officials. Mayors of Irish ancestry were in power between 1933 and 1983, except for Croatian American Michael Bilendik, who was dubbed an honorary Irishman by political scientist Milton Rakov because he came from the Bridgeport neighborhood, as did mayors Kelly, Kennelly, and Daley before him. Between 1933 and 1973, the Chicago Irish were also overrepresented on the city council, the city government's legislative body, compared to their share of the general population. For example, in 1943, they represented only 4% of the city's population, but 38% of the seats on the city council were held by Irish Americans. Besides, the Irish headed the most influential committees within the city council. The successive heads of the finance committee, P.J. Culleton, John Duffy, Thomas Keane, Dan Ryan, etc., mostly bore Irish names at that time. The Irish were also overrepresented on judicial seats on the Superior Court and the Circuit Court. Similarly, positions at the highest levels of county governments were also held by Irish Americans during this period. In 1970, for example, the mayor, the county board president, the city collector, the county clerk, the county assessor, the sheriff, the state's attorney general were all Irish Americans, as well as the police and fire commissioners and the superintendents of schools and of parks. A look at the successive Chicago police commissioners clearly shows that this crucial department was also headed by an Irish American during most of the period studied as well. They're represented with the green dots on the arrow. What explains the decidedly Irish flavor of the local Democratic Party and local politics, at least until the 1970s? Most authors have argued that fluency in English gave an initial advantage to Irish immigrants who could climb up the local political ladder more rapidly, despite their relative numerical inferiority. Others, such as Michael Funchion or Edward Levine, have also advanced that familiarity with the English political system made it easier for Irish immigrants to adapt to municipal politics. Besides, and we spoke about this extensively this morning, previous involvement in Irish nationalist movements, in the Land League and Home Rule movements, made the Irish particularly apt at local grassroots organization. Another factor could be that they were part of an earlier immigration wave to Chicago, along with German Americans. So in the 1930s, the Irish were more accustomed to American political ways than the newer immigrants, such as Eastern Europeans or Italians. Given their numerical inferiority, why were the Irish more successful politically than the Polish Chicagoans? Chicago's Polonia was the largest Polish community in the United States throughout the 20th century. And among the white ethnic groups, Chicago's Polish were the most numerous. They represented from 12% of the total population in 1930 to 6% in 1980. Even though some of the most notorious Democratic politicians in Chicago history bore Polish names, Polish Americans were underrepresented in the party and on the city council until the mid-60s. According to historian Edward Kentowicz, Polish American insularity in Chicago and their inability to forge alliances with other white ethnic groups prevented them from seizing power from the Irish. They concentrated on group solidarity instead of building electoral coalitions with other groups. And broker politics, negotiating coalitions with other ethno-racial groups, was something that the Chicago Irish were especially good at. Various observers of Chicago politics have explained that Irish aldermen and Irish Democratic committeemen were often victorious in elections thanks to their expertise in forming multi-ethnic coalitions of voters. Michael Madigan, Democratic committeeman of the 13th Ward and former Speaker of the Illinois House, explains recently that he owed his victories in a multi-ethnic ward to his ability to rally Italian, Polish, and Lithuanian voters behind him, even though he faced several Polish opponents over the years. An analysis of election returns in white ethnic wards shows that while the different white ethnic groups, when they could constitute an electoral bloc within a ward, tended to vote for candidates of the same ethnic background. Irish aldermen and Democratic committeemen, meanwhile, were often elected in multi-ethnic wards where no single group could form a majority. Indeed, there's a common held belief in Chicago politics that having an Irish name supposedly is an advantage in local elections. But this has only been empirically proven for the elections for local judges so far. Most recently, in 2018, for example, a candidate for a judgeship in suburban Chicago took on a fake Irish name in order to improve his electoral prospects. Philippe Spivak, a Polish-American attorney, became Shannon O'Malley shortly before the election. He was not the first candidate for judge to change names to sound Irish in Cook County. A research analyst called Albert Klump conducted a study recently on judicial primary elections in Cook County between 1982 and 2002. He found that being Irish and being a woman were slight advantages in these elections, and being both represented a significant advantage. But no such study has yet been conducted for other primaries, for other elections. In light of this Irish-American preeminence at all levels of local government, how did the largest white ethnic group in the city, Polish Americans, react to Irish dominance? Well, the archives of the Democratic Organization show that polls asked for representation through ethnic lobbies within the local Democratic Organization. And it was a recurring theme in the Polish press, such as in the newspaper Naród Polski. When Daley died in 1976, Polish Americans in Chicago contested the nomination of Croatian-American Michael Bilendic to fill the remainder of his term. They strongly defended the nomination of Roman Puczynski of the 41st Ward, an influential leader in Chicago's Polonia. But the time for the first Polish-American mayor of Chicago had not come. Today, the city council is only 8% Irish, 38% Black, 24% Hispanic, with only one Polish representative who is half Irish, Susan Sedlowski. Recent developments have seen a surge of Black women at the highest levels of county and city government. The mayor of Chicago, the county board president, the county clerk, the fire commissioner are all Black women. And Black men have also been elected or appointed to traditionally Irish American positions in local government, such as the state's attorney general, the speaker of the Illinois House, or the Chicago superintendent of police. But African Americans, unlike the Irish of the 20th century, have the advantage of numbers. In 2020, they represented about 30% of the total population. They are overrepresented by a few percentage points in the Democratic Party and in the City Council, but not to the extent the Irish were in the 1960s and the 1970s. In fact, the Irish preeminence in local politics well into the 20th century, despite their dwindling numbers, is inextricably linked to machine politics. Machine politics favors incumbents because it uses established networks and resources only accessible to elected officials to retain power. Since the Irish controlled most factions of the Chicago Democratic Party, even before the consolidation of the machine in the early 30s, it is no coincidence that they kept control of the machine and of the highest positions in local government several years after that. Indeed, the Irish had more than just political representation. They also had more clout. They controlled more votes in the city thanks to their positions in departments where they could use a great amount of patronage jobs before these were ruled unconstitutional in the 1970s. The Park District Superintendent was an Irish American from 1934 to 1984, except during Erwin Weiner's tenure for 5 years, for example. But the machine was careful to slate other ethnic groups for elected positions to satisfy Germans, Eastern Europeans, and Black voters. They proved apt at including other groups, something which the Polish Americans did not do, be they white ethnic or racial groups. They made concessions in the form of symbolic recognition, mostly, to these groups while making sure to keep their share of power. A thorough study of all elected and appointed positions over the 50-year period can certainly help moderate the assertion that the Irish dominated local government between the 1930s and the 1980s. For example, the Cook County Sheriff between 1933 and 1983 was not an Irish American preserve. If you look at the county board president, there were only 24 years of Irish governance out of the 50 years studied. In fact, in the game of local politics between 1933 and 1973, the Irish tended to monopolize some guarded positions, such as police commissioner, county clerk, a privilege which was made possible because they placated other ethnics and African Americans who had access to other visible and coveted posts in local government. Further research is therefore needed to establish exactly what parts of government were controlled by the Irish and for how long. And it remains very difficult to assess just how much impact on voting behavior Irish names had between the 1930s and the 1980s in the absence of contemporary opinion polls. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, on that very interesting paper. Our next speaker is Sean Farrell. He's a professor of history at Northern Illinois University, former president of the American Conference of Irish Studies. He's a widely published author of both articles and books, and he has written a recent history with Matthew W. Billings, The Irish in Illinois, which was just published this year. And he has also written a book I'm fascinatedly interested in myself also, The Ritual and Riots, Sectarian Violence and Political Culture in Modern Ulster from the 18th to the late 19th century. Sean, we've gone a little bit over on the other two speakers, but take your time. You've got 20-ish minutes and we'll have a few minutes for questions at the end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It came in at 19 minutes yesterday, so we should be fine here. Thank you very much. Good morning or afternoon or evening, depending on where you are around the world right now. On June 12, 1965, Sister Mary Williams Sullivan and 5 other members of the Daughters of Charity were arrested at a well-publicized civil rights demonstration in the Loop. The arrest shocked nearly everyone, including one desk sergeant who claimed that he had never booked a nun before. For all the policeman's purported surprise, however, Sullivan was hardly new to the streets of Chicago, and the event fits neatly into a much longer history of female religious service in the city. Sister Mary put it succinctly, as is her wont, quipping, "Sisters have been walking in hospital and school corridors for years, and I'm just Irish enough and Chicago enough not to want all that walking to go to waste." I began this presentation with Sister Mary Williams Sullivan for 2 reasons. First, of course, it's a great story, one of my favorite anecdotes from our new book on the Irish in Illinois. More directly, the episode highlights 2 of the broad areas in need of greater scholar attention from Irish studies scholars: the history of Irish American women in Chicago and shifting relationships between the Irish and BIPOC communities. Histories that complicate established narratives of gender, race, and Irish Chicago. And this gets to the dual purpose of my talk this morning or afternoon: to introduce our new book on the history of the Irish in Illinois, and to outline a few of the choices we made and discuss their implications for the history of the Chicago Irish, to provide a kind of state of the field, and to provide an outsider's perspective, if you will, on the history of Irish Chicago. I say outsider because that is exactly what I am in this company. Google Maps tells me that my home office chair currently sits between 64 and 68 miles from Chicago. But I'm not trained in the history of the Irish diaspora, which has been a teaching rather than a research field for me. As many of you will know, and was nicely underlined in the kind introduction, I'm much more comfortable talking about 19th century Belfast, which I've spent most of my career exploring. I come to Irish Chicago through the work of my former doctoral student and co-author, Matthew Billings, who wrote an excellent dissertation on canal workers in Irish and Irish American politics between 1815 and 1845 here at NIU, and who now is at the University of Indianapolis. We need to celebrate the ones who get jobs, right now. In late 2014, SIU Press approached us to put together an history of the Irish in Illinois as part of a series that featured narrative histories primarily aimed at non-academic audiences. The series itself was canceled, publishing these days, but the book survived, something that allowed Matt and I a little more space and to add a little more academic orientation with the final text. Well, we did research in Chicago and county archives around the state, and certainly used the University of Illinois' excellent digitized newspaper collection to effect. The book ultimately is a synthetic narrative that reflects the excellent work that has been done, much of it by people on this program: James Barrett, Charlie Fanning, Gillian O'Brien, Ellen Scarrett, and others. I wanted to couch that list to the people who are on the screen, but I don't have the screen there anymore. The book emphasizes the diversity of the statewide Irish experience, rooted in a longer chronological template that starts with the disproportionately Irish Protestant settlers and soldiers who came to Illinois country in the 18th century, settling predominantly along the Mississippi River in what is now southwestern Illinois, the so-called American Bottom in contemporary reference. In this sense, the Irish experience originated as an imperial one, wrapped up with British and French empires and with the American displacement and destruction of Native American communities. How does this early history and Irish narratives of that experience fit into a longer history of the Irish in Illinois? Now, as we shift to the more familiar modern history of Chicago, that is the focus for this conference, the book highlights less familiar, I think, histories of female labor leaders, educators, and activists, and focuses in particular on complex and shifting relationships between Irish Americans and African Americans. Throughout the Irish in Illinois, we try to use short biographical vignettes to help readers connect to the larger themes of our story. And in so doing, the book underlines the continuing relevance, I think, of the Irish experience in Chicago in an era when questions of citizenship, race, and nation dominate contemporary and international discourse. Now, one of the primary themes of the book concerns Irish engagements with politics. Here defined in the broadest sense of the word, as Stephen Hahn puts it, collective struggles for socially meaningful power. One of the struggles highlighted in this book will sound quite familiar to anyone who reads a newspaper. Contests over who is and who is not allowed to vote. Certainly an American story, but one that lies at the heart of the Irish experience in Chicago from the very beginning. The late Larry McCaffrey once argued that Irish Americans had a genius for politics, that they seemed to have a talent for it in their blood. While I'm a little uncomfortable with the essentialist implications of that metaphor, we can see Irish political activity and activism from the 1830s, where Matt's research highlights the political efficacy and engagement of Irish canal workers, one that connected the Irish in Illinois eventually to the Democratic Party. And there are a lot of interesting strands and themes where I connect with both Greg and Anna's papers here. So well done, luck. Irish immigrants in America helped to fuel a period of explosive settler colonization in what became the American Midwest. While the majority, of course, settled in the urban centers of the Northeast, others pushed further west, making better wages and having greater political impact in more fluid, emergent communities. Massive canal building was central to American empire. Between 1817 and 40, private investors, federal and state governments spent $125 million to build 3,326 miles of canals connecting New York to the Great Lakes and the Mississippi River. Ironically, much of this money came from British investors. Irish contractors and laborers played disproportionate roles in canal construction, bringing their political beliefs, experiences, and practices to more open American political environments. The so-called Age of Jackson saw the dramatic expansion of white male political participation in the United States. And this dynamic suited Irish immigrant politicking to no end. What this looked like on the ground depended very much on where you stood. Citizenship and residency requirements for voting varied tremendously by state. In Maryland, a canal community center, strict residency requirements and the fact that only naturalized citizens could vote reduced the electoral leverage Irish immigrant canalers had in that state. But things were quite different in both Indiana and Illinois, where non-citizens could vote until 1848. Workers broke ground on the Illinois and Michigan Canal in July of 1836, a decade-long dream of connecting Lake Michigan to the Mississippi River. The canal was organized in 3 districts: the Summit in Chicago, the Middle, which ran through Will County, and the Western, where the canal connected with the Illinois River in LaSalle County. This was a massive project, and boosters paid relatively high wages to attract skilled labor for the very hard work. $26 per month in Illinois compared to the $20 that had been paid in Indiana. Laborers and contractors came. The state's population, not only from this, but the state's population rose from 144,000 in 1830 to nearly 500,000 at the end of the decade. Chicago and LaSalle, non-existent in 1830, were 2 of the state's largest cities by 1840. Historians charting Chicago's meteoric growth have tended to ignore the canalers, surprising given the fact that so many of the city's 20th century mayors came from Bridgeport, as Anna has just told us. This early history of Irish American politics in Chicago and Illinois underlines the longer arc of American nativism as well. With thousands of immigrants pouring in, nativist reactions were much more powerful in Illinois than in neighboring Indiana. In November of 1836, for example, the Chicago American took up the issue, reporting that an array of bludgeons, shillelaghs, and muskets had begun to appear in local elections, arguing that foreign-born residents should not be able to vote. Springfield's Sangamo Journal worried about the fact that Catholic priests were pouring into the state from St. Louis. Nativist sentiments in Illinois were clearly linked to the Whig Party in this era, and the Irish in Illinois would lean strongly Democratic. Again, a theme that Greg's paper built in the 1850s showed how it went. Politics mattered. Illinois had some of the most liberal electoral laws in the country at the time. Adult men who had been resident for 6 months in Illinois could vote. They did not need to be naturalized citizens, part of a conscious effort to bring immigrants to build happy homes in Illinois, as Thomas Darcy McGee sang. The political impact of their success can be seen by looking at the surging number of voters in canal counties. Between 1836 and 8, the number of voters more than doubled in Cook County and more than trebled in Will and LaSalle. While officials in Chicago tried to curb this impact by raising property qualifications for the vote, the relatively generous salaries paid to canal workers in Illinois meant that Irish canalers qualified, and vote they did. In 1839, both Will County and Chicago elected Irish immigrants to local offices. Irish support for the Democrats was not automatic. Canalers formed their own Irish Canaling Party in 1839, and the Whigs made a real appeal in the election of 1840. Appealing to ordinary men suffering in an economic downturn. Abraham Lincoln wrote that he was hopeful that the Whigs would take the state. He was wrong. Nativist associations with the Whigs in Illinois were simply too strong to overcome. Buoyed by Irish American support along the canal, Democrats crushed their Whig opponents in local and presidential elections that year. If there was nothing inevitable about Irish support for the Democrats in Illinois, it was a connection that would deepen in ensuing decades, strengthened by the strident nativism of the 1840s and particularly, of course, the 1850s, which Greg talked about. Our treatment of Irish politics in Chicago in the more familiar era of 1880 to 1920 or 30 takes a similar tack. Here our portrait follows that of James Barrett in seeing Irish Americans as urban pioneers at the forefront of the creation of the multi-ethnic city. The sheer range of Irish political engagement in Chicago is striking. Ward politicians like Mike MacDonald and Johnny Powers, radical labor leaders like John Fitzpatrick and Mother Jones, advocates for teachers like Catherine Goggin and Margaret Haley, Catholic leaders like Bishop Patrick Fian and Sister Mary Agatha Hurley, all part of a Chicago Irish experience chronicled beautifully by the journalism of Finlay Peter Dunn and the artistry of James T. Farrell. If the Chicago Irish seemed to be everywhere between the 1890s and 1930s, as Larry McCaffrey put it, they were not there, however, on their own. From the beginning, Irish public predominance in the Windy City was dependent on the creation of multi-ethnic organizations and coalitions, whether it was ward politics, educational reform, labor organization, or anything else. This simply reflected demographic reality. During the 1880s, Irish Americans constitute a majority in only 11 of 303 census districts in the city. In 1932, when Farrell published Studs Lonergan, the Chicago Irish lived in districts all across the city, with many soon to leave for the suburbs. They simply did not have the numbers to dominate on their own. If Chicago was an Irish metropolis, an Irish predominance in 19th-20th century public life, from the mayor's office to the police and fire department, certainly gives it a greenish hue. It was always based on relationships with other ethnic and racial communities. Nowhere is this more obvious than with the Chicago machine, led from the 1930s by a succession of Irish American mayors from Bridgeport, most famously, of course, Richard J. Daley and his son. If the machine had an Irish public face, its leading politicians, its fire and police departments, St. Patrick's Day parades, it was rooted in a multi-ethnic coalition created by talented Bohemian American politician Anton Cermak, and increasingly dependent not only on ethnic votes from other ethnic communities, but on African American votes. And this complexity of the machine's formation and its evolution was one of the reasons that in the book we chose to focus on Edward Kelly's mayoral period rather than the more famous and familiar story of the Daleys, which are also detailed here. I can't skip them. It was Kelly, however, along with Patrick Nash, who inherited and grew Cermac's multi-ethnic coalition in the 30s, adding immigrant and African-American support through the use of federal resources provided by the New Deal, especially the WPA. Kelly's advocacy for racial integration in housing and schools also mattered, as did his support for what we might say African-American business downtown, his more laissez-faire attitude towards corruption, one might say, in another way. This points to some real opportunities, I think, for scholarship. While there are some excellent studies of African-American politics in the Chicago machine, and some were detailed by Anna, I would also say William Grimshaw's Bitter Fruit is a terrific book. But there's a lot of room for Irish studies scholarship that examines the relationships between the multiple factions and arenas of Irish politics and society and emergent Black and Latino communities. So I think Anna's dissertation seems very well placed for where we're going here. I would also say, as somebody who observes PhD and MA students, I think especially looking at the Irish, Chicago Irish and Latino populations in street politics, violence, and a host of areas is an area that that people really should be looking towards. Really exciting potential there. This is also certainly true of the history of women in Irish Chicago. Matt and I wanted to feature women's stories in our history of the Irish in Illinois for all the good work that's been done, and I might add some of it by my colleague Rosemary Foyer at NIU, who's director of the Mother Jones Museum and is one of the people involved in trying to get a statue put up, a monument here in Chicago. But I was struck again by the openings and opportunities here. Clearly, some of this is being addressed in current work, and I'm really looking forward to Clairwell's keynote and papers by Sophie Cooper and Catherine Healy tomorrow. In our own book, I used Margaret Haley's autobiography to tell the story of the Chicago Teachers Federation, focusing on Haley's 40 fighting years as an advocate for increased teacher salaries, professional status, and educational independence for schools in Chicago and Illinois. Certainly the results of her fight on America's battleground, as she puts it, were mixed, highlighted by a 1933 showdown with the Kelly-Nash machine, which made drastic reduction cuts to the education budget, this will sound familiar, in 1933. Critically supported by another Irish American, Helen Maley Heffernan, Mayor Kelly gave in on the issue of back pay, which the teachers only received the following year. Now, given what I've said on race, gender, and Irish studies, in my view, and the preponderance of Irish American women teaching in Chicago school systems in the early part of the 20th century, I think the classroom is a particularly fruitful area for potential research at looking at some of these synergies and connections. As my opening anecdote about Sister Mary Williams Sullivan implies, we also feature stories about the female religious, particularly around their work setting up and maintaining the city's basic social infrastructure and then civil rights advocacy, and particularly in the 20th century. By using Sue Ellen Hoy's work, Ellen Scarrett's work, and Eileen McMahon's excellent study of St. Sabina's Parish, alongside material from the Sisters of Charity Archive kindly lent us, the book highlights narratives that better reflect, I think, the complexity of race relations in Chicago, where Irish American responses to a growing Black presence in the city ranged across the gamut, from antagonism to sullen ambivalence to advocacy. The book closes with a brief consideration of Irish identities in post-war and contemporary Illinois. The vital resurgence of interest and participation in Irish cultural forms in these years makes clear that this is not a case for a simple ethnic fade. From the 1960s, Chicago has been home to two of the largest St. Patrick's Day parades in the world, and lively, innovative, and popular scenes in Irish dance, music, and theater. Much of the vitality here is tied to the growth of Chicago area suburbs, and there's a real need for histories that chart the popular development and/or reinvention of Irish cultural forms in post-war suburban communities. Another vital area of Chicago area activity has been academics. This borders on the self-advertisement here. Two of the founders of the American Conference for the Irish Studies, the largest interdisciplinary Irish studies organization in the world, hailed from Chicago universities, And the area is home to several colleges and universities with Irish studies programs and study abroad opportunities. We'll be hosting an ACIS conference in the fall, I might add. Nor is this confined to the Chicago area, as made clear by this picture of the Quad Cities St. Patrick's Day Parade across the Mississippi River. In 2010, 1.6 million people in this state claimed Irish ancestry, and hundreds of thousands more participate in a variety of festivals and organizations dedicated to various expressions of Irishness. The continuing power of Irish identities in contemporary Illinois isn't that surprising. After all, the Irish played key roles in the making of this state across the 19th and 20th century. And there's a real allure to these Irish and Irish American stories, a real attraction for various people. But perhaps it's more to that, and I'll close here. Perhaps this appeal is tied to the formative role of the Irish in longer histories of American immigration. In 2017, 1 in 7 people living in Illinois was an immigrant. In that sense of the word, then, perhaps Chicago still is an Irish metropolis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sean, Anna, and Greg. There were 3 extremely cohesive and interlocking presentations. We have one question coming in. It's like being on television and they're sending in their... we have one question coming in from our audience in the virtual world, Eric Bousted. And Eric is doing a master's thesis on Irish assimilation in Chicago in the 19th century. Have any of you found evidence of reflections, ambivalence from Irish Chicagoans related to the settler colonial nature of becoming white American, considering Ireland's experience of being colonized and Chicago requiring the displacement, attempted genocide of indigenous population? A little bit long, that question, but I think you're trying to get too much in, Eric, in the one question. I think this issue of race, though, came up this morning, and Professor Philippe Cauvet was wondering about this relationship in the 19th century between Irish nationalists and, let's say, the abolitionists, which he didn't seem to find much evidence of. But if any of you want to take a crack at that question, if you want to read it, it's on the screen as well. Reflections and ambivalence of Irish Chicagoans relating to colonial nature of becoming white American.
About not really about the colonial nature, but there's a book called How the Irish Became White by Noah Monsieur, and it's a lot more about the relationship of Irish immigrants towards the Civil War and slavery. And also how the Democratic Party and joining the Democratic Party helped them achieve a sense of whiteness that they didn't have when they arrived in the mid-19th century. And how becoming a Democrat helped them become white, not in the sense, not as white Anglo-Saxon Protestants, but a different shade of white. And there's also David Rodiger also wrote The Wages of Whiteness. I think he speaks about that as well.
The slightly controversial book, How the Irish Became White, but quite a fun read at the same time. And then there's a book on the Fenians, which deals with this issue as well. Do you, either of you, Jim or Greg, or Sean, sorry, or Greg, wish to take a shot at that?
I guess one thing I can say is that the person who asked the longer question could just drop me an email. That would be an easy enough thing to go back through Matt and I's kind of research notes, which of course I don't have at the play here. I fall a little bit on the Thomas Guglielma's side of this, how the how arriving white on arrival rather than kind of some of the issues with race there. I think there's a lot of great work. I love the question. I haven't come across any kind of clear and direct statements of that ambivalence, but I guess that's the kind of thing I'd be happy to go back through and kind of search out and help find what we can, and put people in touch with people who do work on that period of Irish Illinois to get some of that detail for him.
Thank you for
the only piece I would have to add to that is that I associate the Irish identity issue of maintaining an Irish identity by maintaining Illinois Democratic Party politics.
Yeah.
And so it isn't so much in my mind as a matter of becoming white as it is a matter of maintaining Irish American identity.
Okay, very good. Greg, a question for you, because it came up in a part of my own paper today that I couldn't actually bring in, which was this Know Nothing organization. And in a sense, the Fenians in Chicago in 1863 were saying that they were trying to say that certain issues came up of Native Americans, non-Irish born, that it should be left to the Know Nothings. And this language was shot down by the people in their committee, and they changed the resolution. But how you bring the Know Nothings right into the end of the 1850s? How long did this sort of racist, nativist political structure continue in Illinois? Did it die?
It continued well into the 19th century. After the Civil War, there were numerous money-making Protestant preachers, lecture circuit preachers, who continued vicious anti-Roman Catholic activities. There was one gentleman who actually had his particular gig down so well, and the Irish reaction to it so well, that it became a multi-city performance activity where he would make his terrible accusations about nuns, and then the Irish Catholics would shoot guns in the air. I mean, it was performance. It really was, people got hurt. In the 1890s, the American Protective Association picks up the anti-Catholic banner under the name of the Little Red Schoolhouse movement, where they're saying that the Little Red Schoolhouse, the beautiful rural school, which is an all-white Protestant school, is being threatened by immigrants coming in. And that actually has an impact on Illinois elections in 1892 and a little later. Ku Klux Klan into the 20th century. The Klan, I think they call it the third Klan of the 1920s, was as much of an anti-Catholic organization in the Midwest as it was an anti-African American organization. And the street fights, there were street fights in downstate Illinois between members of the Knights of Columbus and the Ku Klux Klan. So we had those kinds of rowdy activities.
I have to say, some of the elections you were talking about reminded me a little bit of the last presidential election in the United States. Some of the same claims being brought forward. Does anyone in the room here have a question? Yes, sorry, Jim, is it James?
I have a question kind of conceptually about if we were going to try to understand why the Irish are overrepresented in politics. It might be interesting, and I throw this out as a new research question. Did the Irish have the same success as they suburbanized into relatively new communities? And do you see that, and maybe Sean sees that in some of his work in the suburban counties, where maybe not in suburban Cook County even, where they dominate the mayor and those roles there. So that would tell us that, boy, is there something, what explains that? It's not the same things that explain their rise in
the city.
20th century. Yeah.
Sean, do you want to take that? The success of the Irish in were they successful, or maybe
it's an
Anna?
Interesting answer, but I don't have the answer because I confined my study to the borders of the city, but it can definitely be expanded.
Good, that's good for a dissertation,
Sean or Greg?
I haven't done that research. I just I was putting that out there. That was one of the striking things when we were doing the post-war, particularly the post-war history of Illinois, was how that work hadn't been done. My suspicion, it's just speculation. My suspicion would be there would be some kind of overrepresentation of the Irish in some of those suburban communities. But I'm also interested, because it's in those suburban communities, you also get the explosion of interest in Irish traditional music and dance class Irish dance classes and things like this. But no, I was struck by the need for the work more than the fact that I had done it. I guess that's kind of my role here as the Belfast guy on the panel.
Probably does transfer to the suburbs. David, one last question.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Sean. David Brundage here. Great.
David Brundage has a question.
Hi, David.
You can't see, but he's behind.
A comment and a question. So for this question about settler colonialism, a model might be the new book on St. Louis by Walter Johnson, it's titled The Broken Heart of America, which is about violence and race and begins with Lewis and Clark and ends with Black Lives Matter. So I mean, it's getting a lot of play, that book. Question really is more for Anna, but Sean, you dealt with it too. It's a kind of a paradox, isn't it? The continued Irish domination, even as their actual numbers shrink relatively. And I thought you did a great job with the sort of the political machine, but the question might be the labor movement in Chicago. Do you see the same thing? Is there, because nationally that's true, if Irish labor leaders, even as the Irish part of the working class, shrink. So have you looked at labor or in the church, which I know about too?
It's so wide that there's a lot of work that has been done on the dominance of the local church as well. Again, at the expense of the Polish clergy, demanded consistently a new bishop, which they never got. So, and I guess it's the same in the labor movement, and also during the Daly era, at least, I'm not sure about the other mayors, there was a strong relationship between the unions and the democratic machine, which sort of neutralized the power of these unions. And there were a lot of Irish Americans in high positions in these unions as well, but honestly, I haven't had the time to.
Well, there might be an element of patronage in working in the labor as well as an issue. So
Indeed.
Yeah,
interesting.
I've got one question for Anna, if possible. Have you
question, a tiny answer? We have to go to a keynote in about 10 minutes.
Okay, real quick. Have you been able to weigh the impact of the various departments in Chicago under Irish leadership based upon the number of jobs and the payroll of those jobs?
Quick answer, no, not empirically. I've attempted to do that, but I haven't managed to do that.
Good. Listen, thank you so much to all three of you for these extremely stimulating papers. It's a pity we're all not here in the room together, and I'm sure the discussions would continue into the early hours of the morning, but hopefully we'll all get together in another city, another country perhaps, and continue this very interesting the theme of the Irish in Chicago. Thank you all so much, and excellent papers, very stimulating. Thank you.
Thank you.
How can I do this?
Right in the queue. Just duck down. Right in the...
Hi. Becky in a mask.
Right. It's a new look, Claire. It's a new look.
Do you start immediately with, you won't get it wrong. Do you start immediately with a slide, or do you start with some talk?
I start with a very small amount of talk. A blank slide is what I want, Jim.
Okay.
And a blank slide is what I'm going to have.
It's just that you're small now. That's the thing.
I like myself small. I'm very glad I'm small.
But we don't feel that way.
Jim? You're only getting me small.
Okay, fair enough. Are we good?
I think we're ready.
Yeah.
Welcome all to the second plenary lecture of our 3-day conference. I'm Jim Chandler, and I'll be moderating this session. It's the end of the day for us, but it's the beginning of the day for some of you in America, I know. And I'm looking forward to this session very much. Claire Wills is Edward VII Professor of English at the University of Cambridge, having taught for many years at Queen Mary University of London, and for a few years more recently at Princeton University. She is a scholar with many strings to her bow, She is an accomplished editor, having worked with the team that produced the groundbreaking 2-volume Field Day anthology of Irish women's writing and traditions in 2002. She is a journalist whose essays many of you will have seen in both the London Review of Books and the New York Review of Books. And she is the author of half a dozen books that have earned her well-deserved reputation as a major voice in the field of Irish studies. These books show a certain progression that led us to seek her out for this plenary lecture for this conference. She established herself early as an astute critic of Northern Irish poetry with 2 books, Improprieties, a book about politics and sexuality in Northern Irish poetry, and then Reading Paul Muldoon. She followed up these books with 2 from Harvard University Press on broader questions of Irish cultural history, That Neutral Island, A Cultural History of Ireland During the Second World War, which won the prestigious PEN History Award in 2008, and then Dublin in 1916, which is a kind of reception history of representations of the siege of the General Post Office. Most relevantly for us, she has recently produced 2 remarkable books on Irish immigration. The first of these is The Best Are Leaving, Immigration and the Post-War Irish Culture, kind of critical history of Irish migration to Britain in the post-war period, studied through various cultural media. And then quickly on the heels of this book, a book of great imagination and comparatist reach, Lovers and Strangers, An Immigrant History of Post-War Britain in 2017. The project she's working on now builds on the comparatist approach of Lovers and Strangers, not only to focus on religious and secular institutions in Britain and Ireland, but also to examine the kinds of stories that get told about the human experience of those institutions. So let me, without delay, turn things over to Claire Wills, whose lecture for us today is entitled Mother and Baby Homes, Adoption and the Chicago Connection. Madam?
Thank you, Jim. Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me? Thanks, Jim, for that introduction, and thanks to Arnaud and Thierry for the invitation. I regret very much that we're not all in the same room right now, but I've very much enjoyed the talks that I've heard today. I'm going to start by making excuses, as you will figure out from Jim's introduction. I don't really do Irish America, I don't know much about it. I know very little about Chicago, not even teaching it. Sean said, well, I don't research it, but I do teach it. Well, I can't even say that. But in my defense, I did let Thierry and Arnaud know that I wouldn't be able to talk very directly to the Irish experience in the city. And at the time, I thought I was being a bit disingenuous, because secretly, I thought I did have a Chicago story to unlock. I wanted to think about the impact of American money back home in Ireland, and I was intending to follow a family story. In the late 1880s, my mother's uncle, a landless labourer, left West Cork for Chicago, where he ran a livery stable and where, in 1932, he was killed in a fight. He was unmarried, and his surviving siblings, including my grandfather, inherited a sum of money when he died, which enabled my grandfather to buy a small farm of land near Skibbereen. My mother was 2 years old at the time, and along with her siblings, she was suddenly elevated from being the 6th child of a labourer living in a 2-room cottage to being the child of a small farmer with 33 acres of land and a 3-bedroom farmhouse, even with outbuildings. The gift of that money and the ownership of the farm, in the end, had a catastrophic effect on the family. And I wanted to think about that and about how we tell family stories and about where significant events happen, often off stage in foreign countries. But when I began to do some research into the Chicago livery stable, I discovered it hadn't been in Chicago at all. My relatives had emigrated to Peabody, Massachusetts, where most of them got work in a glue factory and most of them died of TB, except my great uncle, who did run a livery stable and later owned one of the first road haulage lorries. I don't say companies, he owned a lorry. And he was killed in a fight, but in Marblehead, Massachusetts, and not in Chicago at all. One of the things that I think is quite, I mean, this is basically not an interesting story, but one of the things that might be interesting about it is that my mother, who's now in her 90s, for all her life, thought it was Chicago. And I am assuming she thought it because she associated Chicago with crime and fights in which you might get killed. I don't think there was any other reason for it. Anyway, I give you that long preamble, not merely to prove the dangers of overreaching oneself, but as an introduction to the question of American money, which is still the theme of my talk. I want to think a bit about foreign adoptions from mother and baby homes in Ireland, and particularly about what the Chicago connection may tell us about church and state back home. I'll be referring to the recently published Commission of Investigation report on mother and baby homes in Ireland, and to the controversy and dismay that the report has caused among former residents of the homes. But I start somewhere else, with the Kefauver Committee. I have no idea whether I'm saying that correctly. The Kefauver Committee hearings into the causes of juvenile delinquency, and specifically with 2 days in July 1955, when the hearings were held in the old post office, Chicago. Chicago was chosen as the site for the committee's investigation of interstate adoption practices. The city was a hub for the black market in babies. Baby trafficking, baby smuggling, all these terms are used in the hearings because Illinois left the system open to abuse. I hope you like this picture. I thought that sweet little baby's face in the middle of there was worth showing you all. This is an illustration from the published account of the committee's hearing. So it was clearly something tabled during the hearings. One problem with the law in Illinois was that consent to adoption could be waived in the absence of the natural parents, a situation which was obviously open to abuse. Any unscrupulous person could claim a mother had abandoned a child and try to sell it, and often for a good deal of money. This aspect of Illinois law was changed later in 1955. It had nothing to do with the Kefauver Committee. But there was also no restriction on who may place children for adoption or where. There was no need for a social worker to be involved and no need for checks on adopting families. Lawyers could act as intermediaries between birth mothers and adopting couples, and for this they charged large fees. One example given during the hearings was of an attorney in New York who regularly charged $2,000 or $2,500 in cash per baby. There's a long account in the committee hearings of a racket that this particular New York attorney was involved in that was based in Cook County, through which unmarried mothers were exploited for their valuable currency, their babies. The detail in the report is extraordinary, you know, everything from giving examples of advertisements for seclusion in private houses that you might find in local newspapers, to the unfolding of contacts between lawyers and attorneys in New York and Chicago, intermediaries, evidence from adopting parents, though not from adopted children and nor from natural mothers. At the same time as Chicago was sending babies around the United States, as this infographic shows us, it was also a market for babies for sale from elsewhere. Official baby channels had long waiting lists. A 1949 interview with Sister Mary Alice, Director of Social Services at St. Vincent's Orphanage in the city, revealed that at the time there were 175 children in the home, but very few were up for adoption. Many were, as the report in the Chicago Tribune puts it, from, quote, broken homes, or they were boarded temporarily and waiting for their parents to reclaim them. Nevertheless, Sister Alice said, even if all 175 were available for adoption, quote, I could clean the house out in 24 hours. Demand for babies, for white babies anyway, vastly exceeded supply. And this was the reason people turned to the black market, which, as the committee heard, involved very often turning to Europe or to Canada. Some of the most interesting and I think disturbing material in the published hearings relates to a baby smuggling racket based out of Montreal, which involved a woman named Sarah Wyman, who ran a private boarding house for pregnant girls, nearly all of them French speaking. Wyman's business was just one of several that the committee looked at, but it's the one that the investigators had given most time to. There's an extraordinary testimony from a bloke who called himself Mr. Boyd. It wasn't his real name because he was an adopting parent through the racket. He was from New Jersey, and he'd heard from a Brooklyn couple about the way they'd got a baby by giving $2,700 to Wyman and $400 to his courier. We knocked at the door, and this grotesque woman appeared, and she looked like a live character from the French Revolution, had wiry hair, long, knobby hands. I think Mr. Boyd was very into his kind of the literariness of his evidence. And she was filthy. She had a faraway, dreamy look in her eye, and she was about the filthiest person that anyone could conceive of. She led us up a flight of rickety stairs to a very dark apartment. The odor was overwhelming. There was no light in the apartment, and yet wherever you went was this filth and dirt, and I was upset because here I thought I was going to a maternity home, and this was the very, very opposite of anything that a maternity home could be. There's a long, complicated story about him actually kidnapping a baby and taking it to hospital and then later adopting it. The workings of the Wyman home, which was in effect a private mother and baby home, is particularly well documented in the hearings due to the evidence given by a Mr. Moyna, who's a rather colourful figure, a petty criminal who worked as a kind of bouncer in the home, keeping out unwanted visitors and acting as the courier who delivered babies across the border into the United States. Moyna testified to the committee that beyond answering to adverts or word of mouth, girls were brought into the home by what were called leg men. As Moyna says, leg men could be women too. Leg men would be on the lookout for girls on the streets in trouble, and they got paid $25 a girl, so long as she stayed in the home and gave birth there, because then the baby could be sold. Moyna also tells a long and complicated story about bringing babies through the Windsor-Detroit tunnel on the bus and having to be careful he's not being followed, because naturally other criminal rackets grew up around the central baby selling racket, and one of them was blackmail. What Moyna called a finger louse trailed the couriers to determine where a baby was going so that the adopting parents could later be blackmailed for having a child who lacked a passport or legal adoption papers. Now, this context seems to me very important for understanding why American adoptees turned to Ireland, where, in effect, there was a ready supply of babies who were being officially housed in institutions like St. Vincent's, but where there was no shortage of supply and where priests and bishops had a hand in the transactions. The question of why Irish institutions turned to American adopters is still in the air. I'm going to offer a very brief history of Irish adoption legislation and practice for those of you who may be unfamiliar with this area. I'm not a scholar of adoption, and I'm relying on this background for scholars such as Moira Maguire, Mike Malott, John White. As we know from the recent Mother and Baby Home Commission report, at least 9,000 babies were born, mostly to unmarried mothers, in the religious-run institutions in Ireland between 1922 and 1998, though the majority were born in the 40s, 50s and 60s. There was no legal system of legal adoption in Ireland until 1952, 20 or 30 years after it was introduced in most European countries. And it's been well established by scholars that the delay in introducing legal adoption was primarily due to the Irish hierarchy's interpretation of Catholic social teaching, and particularly their line on the inalienable rights of the family, which meant, according to the hierarchy, that a mother could not hand over her responsibilities to her child to another. When, in 1951, the Attorney General explained the legal objections to formal adoption, he did so in terms of the inalienable rights of the family. Oh, I think I might have a slide here. Oh, this is Mr. Moyna. He had some very colourful language, but I'm going to skip it. No, I haven't got this, so I will just read it out. This is the Attorney General. What I'm reading is not the same as what's on your slide. If the word inalienable is to be given any meaning at all, it may mean that no mother of an illegitimate child can alienate her right and duty to provide according to her means for the religious and moral, intellectual, physical and social education of her child. In other words, if she cannot allow her child to be irrevocably adopted, can the state pass legislation enabling her to do so? This was the same kind of worldview or doctrine that underlay opposition to Noel Brown's mother and child scheme, the scheme that was designed to give free healthcare without a means test to mothers and their children under 16. And in both cases, the Irish state was unwilling to go against the pronouncements of the hierarchy and John Charles McQuaid in particular. A secondary reason for the delay in introducing adoption legislation was the fear that there would be insufficient safeguards to prevent non-Catholics from adopting Catholic babies. Here's the Attorney General again. How can any Catholic logically demand or permit any legislation which would endanger the soul of a single child? So what happened to babies born in mother and baby homes in the absence of legal adoption? What were the alternatives to growing up in an orphanage or industrial school? The first option was informal fostering, or what was called in Ireland boarding out. Although various legislative initiatives provided for the boarding out of children who otherwise would be consigned to an institutional existence, the boarding out system was notoriously badly administered and inspected. Many families fostered children for purely financial reasons, and children could be removed from one home to another with little notice and little consideration of their needs. The Commission report notes that payments to children, to the parents of children, the boarding out parents, ceased when the children reached age 5 in the case of boys and 7 in the case of girls. And very often the parents just took them straight back to an industrial school and an orphanage because they were no longer being paid to keep them. Until the 1952 Adoption Act provided for the legal transfer of parental rights from biological to adoptive parents, the only alternative to an institutional existence or an insecure boarding out arrangement was adoption by foreign, primarily American families. From the early 1940s to the mid-60s, an unknown number of children were sent abroad under an informal and probably illegal and unconstitutional adoption scheme. The absence of an Irish law meant that the law of the foreign state, in this case the US, governed international adoption. And this meant that in effect, in Chicago's case, there was no law, or there was a very, very shaky law. In practice, it was the church that ran the scheme, with priests acting as intermediaries between Irish mother and baby homes and Catholic charitable organisations. And I'm going to talk a little bit later about the role of Father Bernard Brogan, who was director of the Chicago branch of US Catholic Charities. The legality of sending Irish children out of the state for adoption under foreign laws was scarcely questioned by those involved in the process. Civil servants and Catholic charitable agencies were principally concerned that the children in question were sent to, quote, good Catholic homes. Indeed, both hierarchy and civil servants were so concerned with the Catholic question that they refused to allow children to be removed to Northern Ireland or England for adoption in case they should fall into the hands of Protestant families or proselytizers. I'm showing you here, you probably can't see it, but I'm going to read out the relevant bit. I'm showing you here a letter sent by the Department of Foreign Affairs in Dublin to the Irish consul in Chicago in May 1951, in response to a query that the consul had forwarded from the Louisiana Department of Health, asking for clarification about Irish adoption laws. John Ronan replies, well, the thing is, there aren't any. Basically, there aren't any Irish adoption laws. I'm starting about 5 lines down. I am to inform you that there is no legislation in force in this country providing for or regulating the adoption of children. And it appears that the Minister for Justice has decided recently against the introduction of such legislation. Likewise, there is no Irish law prohibiting the adoption of Irish-born children in accordance with the laws of other countries. Therefore, the question of the procedure in these cases, which the director inquired about, does not arise insofar as the official authorities here are concerned. State involvement in this inter-country adoption was limited to the issuing of passports, and passport applications held by the Department of Foreign Affairs are one of the few ways in which this traffic can now be tracked. But there was embarrassment about this within the DFA. The fact that they were issuing passports left them open to allegations that the Department of Foreign Affairs was encouraging emigration at a time when the Irish population was in steady decline due to low birth and high emigration rates. One DFA official rejected a plan to involve Irish consulates abroad in vetting potential adoptive couples because this, quote, might place the minister and indeed the whole government in the embarrassing position of appearing to actively encourage the export of Irish children abroad. But as long as the hierarchy sanctioned the informal adoption scheme, the Department of Foreign Affairs facilitated it. And it was not the DFA, but hierarchy, and in particular McQuaid, who determined the conditions under which passports would be issued to allow children to leave the state. Let's have a look at numbers. It's hard to tell anything much about the period before 1950. Clandestine adoptions were carried out with very little paperwork, at least until 1950, when records of passports issued to lone babies began. The DFA records show that 330 were issued in the 2 years up to 1952, but this is undoubtedly an underestimate. There were even more informal methods of adoption. For example, some American couples brought Irish children home without a passport under the United States Displaced Persons Act of 1948. Others, mostly US servicemen stationed in England, registered the births of illegitimate Irish children as their own biological children. Ireland had a reputation, particularly among American servicemen stationed in England, and I'm getting this quotation from the recent Commission report, had a reputation as a happy hunting ground for babies. And I'm going to gloss that, for white babies. Mike Malot's study, Banished Babies, first published in 1997, indicates that Illinois was a major player in the US-Ireland adoption scheme, with some 273 Irish babies receiving passports through the Department of External Affairs and visas through the US Embassy in Dublin. That places Illinois second only to New York as a receiving state. And of course, that is only the legal adoptions we know about, I mean, legal in America, from post-1950 onwards. The scheme started as early as 1947, and there's good reason to believe that many more children left Ireland illegally, including via England and onwards via US military flights with children covered via family passports. Rather than actually secret, let's describe this traffic in babies as happening on the quiet. The DFA was embarrassed by their role in issuing passports, and the priests and the nuns facilitating the travel, let's call it travel, weren't shouting about it either. But in America, the Irish adoption route was considered unproblematic. Certainly nothing to be concealed, like adoption from Sarah Wyman's mother and baby home in Montreal. There was no danger of being blackmailed because you'd adopted a baby from a religious institution in Ireland. There was nothing to hide, quite the reverse. Stories of Irish adoption were covered in the newspapers. Here's one: Irish tot arrives for adoption. This is September 1958, arriving into Midway. Here's another couple, 1951, Thomas Dunn holding his orphan baby. Actually, he's just the courier in this case, and it's Mr. and Mrs. Porter Wilson who are doing the adopting. Here's another few. Lots of stories in the Tribune, stories of fathers or family friends picking up babies and often not even informing their wives, and just the wife being shocked in Midway Airport. Oh my goodness, I've got sometimes not only one, 2 babies. I'm suddenly a mother of 2 babies. These articles were unpopular in Ireland. And, you know, this wasn't the kind of publicity that the DFA wanted. There was one article in particular that was from slightly earlier, a New York Times article on the 18th of March in 1950, featured an article under the heading, 6 orphans from St. Patrick's Home in Dublin, Ireland, arrived yesterday by coincidence on St. Patrick's Day at New York International Airport, Queens, to meet their foster parents. And there was a photograph of these 6 toddlers with just a couple of adults. This was undoubtedly embarrassing for a country which didn't accept adoption because of the inalienable rights of the family. And there are documents in the McQuaid papers, which I haven't seen, but which Jim Smith talks about in his fantastic book, which reveal anxiety in the Dublin diocese about this publicity, and show that McQuaid was attempting to quash this public discussion of these informal adoptions. But it was difficult for Dublin to enforce censorship on American newspapers, as the examples that I've shown you of reports of babies arriving at Midway prove. One of the consequences of this unwelcome publicity was an attempt by the hierarchy to restrict adoptions to Catholic families. And I'm just showing you here another article in the Tribune that is warning people. This is quite early, April 1951, explaining that Catholic authorities in the United States are helping the officials here check on would-be parents in order to, please go through the official route, this article is telling you. According to Mike Malotte, the Chicago connection is relevant here too. While Monsignor John O'Grady, who was from Northern Ireland and was Director of Catholic Charities USA in Washington, DC, was the key player in conversations with Dublin, Reverend Bernard Brogan, the Associate Director of Catholic Charities, who was based in Chicago, was also a frequent correspondent with various Irish officials and with Archbishop McQuaid in Dublin. As Malotte details, Brogan informed his Irish colleagues early on that he was very concerned about many of the placements for Irish children due to the lack of involvement of Catholic charities and or of a priest, i.e. this is the kind of proselytism panic. They may be going to Protestant families. This caused ructions in Dublin and likely was a significant contributing factor to McQuaid intervening and closing or trying to kind of set set a number of criteria which each application for a passport for such a child, against which the application was judged. These included a stipulation that only Catholic families could adopt an Irish Catholic baby, and medical proof that parents were not, quote, shirking natural parenthood. So I'm showing you here a document from St. Patrick's Guild, St. Patrick's Orphanage in Dublin, explaining the requirements of His Grace the Archbishop of Dublin from American adopters. And I'm particularly interested in item D. They have to provide medical certificates for both adopters, stating your ages and that you are not deliberately shirking natural parenthood and in good health. I have no idea how you could get a document that would prove you were not deliberately shirking natural parenthood. But there we go. All the requirements were about Catholicism and having some money in the bank, but nothing about whether you would be the right parent for this child. Okay, I've got a bit here about the Jane Russell case, but I'm going to skip it. This was a case of the Hollywood actress Jane Russell, who, when she was coming through London, picked up a baby basically at the airport that was the child of an Irish mother who basically sort of gave it to her at Heathrow. And there was a big court case after this, and a kind of concern about how Ireland was looking. And this created a huge amount of publicity, including, and the Commission report talks about this, later in 1951, a German newspaper account quoted an Irish welfare worker in England who argued that authorities in Ireland were turning a blind eye to the export and sale of children. This is what the German newspaper quoted the welfare worker as saying. Our country today has become a sort of hunting ground for foreign millionaires who believe that they can acquire children to suit their whims, just in the same way as they would get valuable pedigree animals. In the last few months, more than 100 children have left Ireland without any official organisation being in a position to make any inquiries as to their future habitat. Now, Irish legation staff in Bonn were going to ask the newspaper to publish a retraction, but the Department of Foreign Affairs in Dublin wrote to them to suggest that that wouldn't really be a good idea because, quote, with the exception of the figures given, the article is largely correct. So this is the DFA acknowledging that there is this kind of millionaire hunting ground for babies going on. It was this kind of adverse publicity that led the government to press ahead with the legalisation of adoption in Ireland. I mean, there had been a movement for the legalisation of adoption, but it had kept being stalled in the Dáil. And as this makes clear, this is a statement by Justice Boland about why he's bringing the legislation forward. He says, no pressing need for legislation on this subject had been felt until relatively recently. In recent years, there's been a demand for enactment of legislation enabling the adoption of children. This has arisen partly as a result of the activities of certain aliens who wish to adopt Irish children and held out the inducements of large sums of money. So that's part of the background. And at this point, I'd like to try to drill down a little into the Chicago connection. As we saw with an earlier slide, that letter to the Irish consul in Chicago, once the word went out that there were Irish babies available, US citizens started contacting the Irish consulates, who then forwarded these queries back to Dublin, and Dublin HQ scrambled really to come up with a narrative. But in addition, US Catholic charities began to query the seemingly ad hoc arrangements as well. The Irish adoptions were discussed at every annual Catholic Charities Conference between 1949 and 1957. In the early 1950s, the director of Chicago's branch of Catholic Charities, Father Brogan, began to ask questions about what was happening on the Irish side. And in the end, he decided to travel to Ireland and get a sense of events on the ground. This too caused a kind of anxiety in the Department of External Affairs and Justices in Dublin, because technically adoption was not yet legal in Ireland. It didn't come in till January 1953. And civil servants and politicians were wary of being seen to acknowledge or legitimize a practice not codified in law. This is a letter to Edward Brennan, the Irish consul in Chicago, from Brogan, saying he wants to set up a visit to Dublin. And I'm just starting one sentence in. For the past 2 years, the Catholic Home Bureau, a child placing agency licensed as such by the state of Illinois, of which I am the associate director, has been handling the placement of Irish children for adoption. Within this period of time, we have placed approximately 41 children in excellent Catholic homes. We've been handling these adoptions just as our own and have done a complete social study on each home and have sent all the papers to the Irish agencies. The two agencies in Ireland with which I have most contact are St Patrick's Guild in Dublin and Sean Ross Abbey, Roscrea, County Tipperary. Now, what Brogan is asking in this email, not email, if only, in this letter, is what's going to be the effect of the incoming legislation? Will we still be able to adopt babies? We're really good at adopting babies, he's saying. We do proper home studies. Can we please continue? One other thing that I think is interesting is if Brogan's numbers are accurate, either Dublin's numbers of 330 between 1950 and 1952 are wrong, or Chicago was taking a very high proportion, because that's 41 in only 18 months, 41 in only 18 months of that 2 years. So, you know, Chicago is taking more than a sixth of the babies who are coming into the United States. As I say, the DFA and the Department of Justice tried to stop the visit, but Brogan turned up anyway, and a letter he sent a year later gives some insight into what happened during the trip. So he begins in that first paragraph by saying, didn't we have a great time last year? At that time, I assured you that I was going to be a great facilitator. Again, I'm starting second sentence in. At that time, I assured you that we would extend the facilities of our agency in any way possible to assure the safe placement of Irish children in this area. And you assured me that if there were going to be any babies available, you would send them through me. Then the second paragraph, I think, is the really fascinating one. He begins with emollients. As far as I can ascertain, everything has gone well up to the present. There has been a general falling off in the number of children placed in this country, and I think you will agree that we both thought your new adoption legislation would lead to this conclusion. But then he implies that everything has not gone well up to the present. Recently, I have learned that there are a number of Irish children coming into our archdiocese from Irish agencies without benefit of any social investigation. I have dealt principally with agencies in Dublin, and with these we have no fear, because each one is approved by the Archbishop of Dublin and he insists on our home study. Apparently other agencies in Ireland are taking it on themselves to send children through without the help of any social agency, and I am greatly concerned about this state of affairs. Later on in the letter, he says, just how these adoptions are getting through, I do not know, except on the basis of many rumours. These rumours indicate that several Irish priests came to our archdiocese last summer and made arrangements for the placement of children with families. Actually, I can't see the end of my quotation here, but he's talking about rogue visiting priests who are, quote, not in any position to judge the acceptability of an adopting family. And I am fearful of the ultimate outcome of these placements. Monsignor O'Grady of the Catholic Charities admitted in 1956 that some charity adoptions had been irregular and organised by, quote, a commercial operator in Texas and Wisconsin. In other words, outfits not that unlike the rackets that were being investigated by the Kefauver Committee. This suggests that there was far less distance, there was a distance, I admit, but far less distance between the Wyman Mother and Baby Home in Montreal that I discussed earlier and the Irish Sisters of Mercy homes than anyone would have been able to see or acknowledge at the time. In fact, both the commercial operators in Texas and Wisconsin were discussed during the Kefauver Committee meetings. That, I think, is the reason that O'Grady could cite them. He's making a statement about 9 months after the end of the Kefauver hearings on interstate adoption. I think the reason he says Texas and Wisconsin doesn't mean, it isn't that these were the only informal baby smuggling routes that got involved in the Irish traffic, but these were the ones that had been investigated and that were known about. So I'm going to come to a close. I've been looking at some of the connections between Chicago's Catholic organizations and Chicago's families with unfortunate, often friendless, young Irish women and their children. I'd like to end with some reflections on the way that this history or this story might be told. I began with a family story that didn't go anywhere, or rather it went to Marblehead, Massachusetts, rather than to Chicago. But what I've been talking about all along is family stories. Every one of these stories of these babies is a family story, though it becomes something else in the public record. And I think this raises serious questions about what kind of historical research or storytelling may be responsible or adequate to this history and these experiences. The publication of the Commission of Investigation report into mother and baby homes earlier this year caused an enormous amount of distress amongst the survivors of mother and baby homes, both mothers and children. One crucial underlying issue was the distinction that was drawn by the Commission between evidence and testimony. The participants in the Commission, and I mean both witnesses and commissioners, seem to have had very different understandings of the status of the sessions in which survivors of the mother and baby homes, both mothers and children, testified on tape about their experiences to the confidential committee. 2 of the 3 commissioners had experience in legal judicial practices. The 3rd was an historian. And all 3 clearly made a distinction between testimony and evidence that was not shared by survivors. A recent article by Katrina Crowe in the Dublin Review of Books has offered a devastating critique of the procedures that underlay the Commission's investigation. What Crowe shows, what she offers, is a vitally important dissection of the differences between the actual testimony given by one woman of her experiences. Her name is Caroline O'Connor. This particular woman recorded and kept a copy of her own evidence. And therefore we have the ability, or Katrina Crowe has been able to measure the actual recording of the evidence against the extracts of the evidence that appear in the confidential committee. The summary, it is a summary of the evidence that seems to have been used by the commissioners and not a transcript in any way. It is not clear that the commissioners ever listened or read the whole of any of the witness testimonies, but instead they worked from notes provided for them by researchers. In effect, what Katrina Crowe has shown is that the Commission took advantage, I think that's not too strong a word, of the feel of the evidence of experience without properly acknowledging the reality of that experience. One thing that seems to have gone very wrong seems to be down to a very shoddy research methodology. After all, we tell our graduate students to go to the text itself and not to rely on a summary, but it appears that summaries were what were relied on in this case. But there are also real inconsistencies in the evaluation of experiential testimony across the report as a whole. The first 800 pages of the 3,000-page report is devoted to a historical account of the funding and organisation of the mother and baby homes. This section of the report does quote women's accounts of their personal experience in the homes. When it is taken from, for example, women's magazine articles that were published in the 1960s and 70s and had kind of small vox pop things about, you know, what was it like there or what should we do with them? Or also, this historical section also quotes from interviews that social workers did with inhabitants of the mother and baby homes. But this section does not quote or use as evidence anything said by witnesses to the Commission itself. It is as though experience is okay, experience even counts if it has been written down by someone else, whether it's in a women's magazine or an anthropological study or whatever. It doesn't count if it's spoken by a woman in the context of a commission of inquiry. You will have noted, however, that the kind of documentary archival history that has caused so many difficulties, caused so much harm, is exactly what I have been giving you here. I've been referring to Department of Foreign Affairs files, newspaper reports, figures, memos, letters by Father Brogan of US Catholic Charities. I've quoted testimony from Mr. Boyd and from Mr. Moyner and from the Key Forver Committee hearings. I've given an archivally based account, and everyone I have quoted is male. There are stories and personal accounts by people who were adopted from Irish mother and baby homes, by couples in Chicago, Illinois, and the surrounding states. Some of these stories and personal accounts are of happy home lives. Some of them are stories of neglect. Many of them focus on the problems individuals faced when trying to trace their biological parents, the absence of records, the refusal to hand over records, the lying in various Dublin offices that meant that people missed contacting relatives when they still had the chance. Before the publication of the Commission report, this kind of narrative was familiar, for example, through material like the film Philomena. Philomena Lee's child was adopted from the Sean Ross mother and baby home at age 3 and grew up with the name Michael Hess. Hess's uncle, a bishop in Minnesota, was involved in brokering the release of Philomena Lee's baby from the home, from Sean Ross Abbey. In the Commission report and in the Clan Project collection of survivors' testimonies, there are many, many more stories like these. But I decided not to use them in the account that I have offered today. I think there is a question of rights and responsibilities to this material. I didn't want to fold a real-world account of the loss and suffering caused by this system into the kind of administrative story that I have offered here. I think that would risk exactly the kind of harm that the Commission has caused. Risk, too, making it sound like I can actually give a coherent account of that suffering by adding in some personal testimonies. But I can't give a coherent account of that suffering using these sources and this methodology. And it won't do just to add a bit of experience in. The psychic trauma of separation and lost identity can only be explained in terms of psychic pain. Legal arguments and consent forms can tell us a great deal about how Irish society managed the problem of unmarried motherhood. Administrative paper trails can uncover some of the history of international adoptions. But they can't help us understand what these women and their children endured as their first fundamental relationship of caring and being cared for was sundered. For that, we need a different kind of history and a different kind of storytelling. And I think one of our tasks now should be to think through how to build that capacity through survivor-centered work, as well as legal reform and further historical research and memorializing projects and practices. I'd like to end with one final speculative thought. Recently I read, well, not recently because it took me months, but beginning in January, I read the whole of the Commission report into mother and baby homes. It took about 3.5 months. And I was very struck. One of the things that I thought about a lot when I was reading it was the structure that we tend to think of in relation to the institutionalization of women in mother and baby homes or children in industrial schools. And, you know, I've also been working on people institutionalized in psychiatric hospitals in England. One of the ways that we tend to think about it is through discussions of containment, incarceration. I think Jim Smith's brilliant phrase, architectures of containment, has been extremely important. But I think it may blind us to another aspect of the kind of historical conjuncture that we're looking at here, which is that these people were not just kept inside institutions, they were also cast out. They were rendered stateless. I think this is clearly what was happening with mother and babies who were placed in mother and baby homes in Ireland and basically had all legal rights taken away from them. They were rendered stateless in a very similar way to the way asylum seekers, who often are placed in the same buildings now in Ireland, some of the asylum seeker hostels are placed in the same actual architecture as mother and baby homes. So there's something there about being rendered stateless that I think it is incredibly important for us to think through. And it struck me as I was thinking about adoption, the children who were illegally adopted abroad were quite literally rendered stateless and shorn of a kind of birthright. This fact, I think, might help us see what might really have been going on in the institutionalization of Ireland's poor, and the fact that incarceration inside institutions and a kind of forced emigration are not so far apart. Thank you.
Well, Claire, we said this morning in starting out on the conference that part of the point of having a third person perspective on the Irish in Chicago from here in Paris was to make it possible to address disturbing issues more candidly. I think you've profited by that chance far more than anybody could have imagined. Very disturbing and very important material you've presented for us here. We're running a little bit behind. I need to find out what can we take 10 minutes for questions? 10? Okay, great.
I'm sorry, I went on a bit, sorry.
No, it wouldn't have taken a minute of it back, Claire. might be.
I have a question.
Oh, please. Thierry.
Yes, I'm just going to move
Yes.
closer to the microphone.
This is Thierry, who you won't be able to see, but you'll be able to hear him. He's coming up to the mic.
Okay. Well, thank you, Claire, for this wonderful paper. And I'm glad you mentioned that Arnaud and I had insisted on your being part of the conference. I think we made the right choice. I'm sure of that now. I have a question because I thought your paper was fascinating. You brought some kind of historical background to this general story. And I'm speaking here as the father of a child psychiatrist. And what is surprising for me, fascinating, is the historical perspective of psychiatry. I mean, I can see the gap in terms of thought, language, perspectives between a young psychiatrist today and what I could hear when I was young. So my question here is, in this report, is there a part given to psychiatrists of the time, documents written by psychiatrists that would provide insights? Because I'm uncomfortable at two levels here. First, about the story itself, the trauma, and also about myself as a person who is listening to this story, and I don't want to be judgmental, feeling that maybe some people felt that we're doing for the best. So that's my question about psychiatrists testifying and providing some insight into what was taking place.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. In the Commission report, there is absolutely nothing at all. Psychiatrists do not seem to have ever been involved. Now, you know, this is the same period as Winnicott is writing about adoption. Those really important adoption essays of Winnicott's in 1952, 1955. Social workers are seeing their role very much as solving a problem of overcrowding, and the arguments for adoption are social work arguments rather than psychiatric arguments or psychic health arguments. So that there are, you know, there's a sense that institutional living isn't the best thing for a child, but there is very, very little. I mean, there is Irish psychiatry happening at this point, but one of the things that might be relevant here, I haven't thought this through at all, but you know, Ireland had in this period the highest proportion of psychiatric patients living in institutions in the world during the mid-20th century. So Ireland was at this point one of the most highly institutionalized populations as a whole. And Irish psychiatry was incredibly much in a kind of dark ages. It's not till the late 60s, early 70s that you see kind of radical psychiatrists being, you know, the kind of anti-institutionalized discussions occurring. I haven't done enough work into thinking about why that discourse isn't there. But one thing I would say is that back in the late 19th century, there's a division of labor in Irish society where the church gets landed with cultural stuff, emotional stuff, well-being stuff, the family, and the state will deal with money. So the church gets children and it gets culture to deal with, and the church has no interest in psychiatric thinking. Its interest is in the souls of these babies, not their lives, not their living pleasures. I think it's a really interesting question, Thierry, and I'd like to think about it more, but that's just some of the vague thoughts I've got off the top of my head.
I'm looking to see if there are any questions from our remote audience, and I don't see any.
No.
Do you? So I'll ask one.
Greg has put his hand up as well.
Yeah, Greg Kus.
Oh, great. Do you see what it is? I don't see it on mine.
Greg, can you open your micro? Yeah.
Thank you. There's more of a comment, I guess. I first learned of the mother-baby homes through the writing of John Banville under his pen name of Benjamin Black, a set of thrillers in which he sets some of these thrillers into, they're psychological thrillers, into the discovery of this baby smuggling racket. In this case, he doesn't locate the receivers in Chicago, he locates them in Boston. And I would simply commend anybody who would like to get a sense of the emotional, political, and family tearing aspects of these to read Banville on this. I was utterly surprised to see it appear in his work.
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, and I suppose it helps me actually maybe say something more interesting back to Thierry, which is, I mean, 20th century Irish literature is full of representations of the cruelty and misunderstanding of children. It's its main topic in one way, you know, right from Joyce and you know, struggles with punishments, physical punishments and forms of cruelty, right from Dubliners onwards, through all the mid-century writers. If you think John McGahon, Edna O'Brien, children being sacrificed for the good of the parents. There's a kind of, I mean, one thing that might need to be said about that, of course, is that becomes its own genre, and it becomes its own sort of anti-Bildungsroman, that the child in Ireland cannot grow to a healthy adulthood. So they retreat, they have to leave, they become thwarted, and they become cruel in turn. So, you know, think of, I've just forgotten the name of the book that Patrick McCabe's Butcher Boy would be an example of that. So one has to acknowledge that there's a kind of almost self-fulfilling generic story going on here. But I do not think that what's being represented here is untrue. That is something that these writers are seeing happens all around them. A very overlooked novel, which I don't love all of Edna O'Brien's fiction by any means, but I think one very overlooked novel is a 1973 novel, A Pagan Place, in which, you know, I mean, it's 1973 and O'Brien has a young girl raped by a priest who chooses to be a nun in order to punish her parents for not protecting her from this priest. And the child's sister is in a mother and baby home in Dublin. You know, it's all in there, the cruelty and the sacrifice of children, which again isn't really about psychiatry, but I think it's pointing to an absence of the family as an emotional realm. It's a kind of, and there would be lots of complicated reasons why the family functions as a kind of economic or a different kind of structure where perhaps the emotional aspect has to be suppressed, or, I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to say love has to be suppressed, but I think the writers go that far. That's what they think is happening. I'm getting quite a negative picture, aren't I? Perhaps.
I'm thinking of another Chicago author called Upton Sinclair. Claire, this is it's dark.
Yeah.
Does realist fiction give you a way of integrating the documentation of institutions with the experience and pain of the agents? I mean, that was kind of Walter Scott's solution, right? The Heart of Midlothian is a novel about infanticide, but it's also set in institutionalized court cases. But you get all the pain of Jeannie Deans and Effie Deans and the giving up of the baby. You know, those fictional narratives are set within that historical and institutional frame. Is that a way of the problem that you raised as a?
Well, I think there's a new novel by Claire Keegan coming out this summer, which I think, you know, I don't think it's about an infanticide, but I think novels are one way of addressing this. But I think, because we're not all novelists, we can't all write a novel. We've got to find other forms of enfolding people's experience inside a kind of historical account, which doesn't make use of them. I'm very tentative about how this can be done. I know that there is a plan for a kind of museum of mother and baby homes, which may offer different kind of creative memorializing practices that will allow people to kind of, I think there is a real problem about a kind of a stealing of emotional truth in order to make us all feel better that we've kind of, we understand it now, we've got beyond that. And
sentimentality.
If we could all be someone like Sebald and write books that bring in that experience without co-opting it. I feel that's what we need to find a process to find the ability to do.
Do you have a specific plan for what you're going to do in this book?
No. No, I'm quite stuck. I'm still just thinking and reading. Oh look, what have we got here in the chat?
Eileen Dillon, okay. Sinead O'Connor's new autobiography, Rememberings, engages with such homes in interesting ways, from her youth spent beside a home to the moment she rips up the picture of the Pope on Saturday Night Live. As a related aside, she appears as Mary in the film version of McCabe's The Butcher Boy. She does indeed. And then again in...
She's in Hush by Baby, isn't she?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to reading Rememberings, but I haven't got hold of it yet. I think there is something very important about living next door to these homes. They're not hidden, these buildings, and how people related to them on the street and you know, sent their laundry to the laundry homes. All of that probably, not probably, but I think very much does need to be part of how this history is addressed. So thanks, Eileen.
But you need to come up here to ask your question.
Okay.
You mentioned an O'Connor, Claire. Here's an O'Connor asking a question.
Okay, how do I do?
Just speak to that.
To this,
yeah.
to that. To this,
Oh, to this, sorry.
Oh, all right. So Claire, this might be interesting to you. Is a very different take on this study of mother and baby homes and approaches to that, and the engagement with, you know, unwed mothers and their children. It's a book that came out about 15 years ago by a woman who I somehow associate with Brown University. She may be on the faculty there. She wrote it in honor of her mother who was adopted. And it's a study of adoption in America, but it's very personal with narrative accounts by the girls and sometimes their parents when they had sympathetic parents, or descriptions of the unusual parents who could love them through that.
Yeah.
Embrace them through that. Usually they were abandoned. I'm trying to remember the history that's behind it, because there was a moment, I think it's 1973 probably, where abortion laws came in, where the narrative stops. And it begins, what's interesting, it has no stories, barely any stories from African-American families, because they did not give up their babies. Okay. And many white families did not give up their babies, but they began at a certain point. So the history is interesting in terms of when this started.
Yeah.
This abandonment of the girls. And so it's the girls who went away, I'm pretty sure is the title.
Thanks, Becky. I do think a comparison with, one of the things the Commission report makes clear is that Ireland was anomalous in many ways. It is true that most Western countries gave the problem of unmarried motherhood to religious institutions from the kind of mid-19th century onwards. Well, in Ireland, it was workhouses up until 1922. And part of the argument about the mother and baby homes is they were better than the workhouses. But Ireland was anomalous, not only in the fact that the homes lasted longer, but even in the 60s and 70s, there were more women going in than in the 30s and 40s.
Yeah.
That I think is a very strange puzzle, which the Commission doesn't quite, doesn't unpack properly. I mean, partly it's of course that contraception is not legalized until 1979, but people could have gone to England. It seems to me that there's a failure. There are fewer options in all directions for young Irish girls in this period.
And I don't want to imply by this that I'm telling a story of happiness from in the American scene.
No.
And in fact, you might find in this book, which Thierry has just brought to me, the citation. It's by Ann Fessler, F-E-S-S-L-E-R. The Hidden History of Women Who Surrendered Children for Adoption in the Decades Before Roe versus Wade. What my recollection is, no Black women, very few, if any, Jewish women. So this is a Christian practice in America, I believe, if I'm recalling correctly. Anyway, for what it's worth.
That's interesting. I do know. I did note that Sister Alice at St. Vincent said, I've got 175 babies. Most of them are not for adoption. The ones who are Black and Jewish. So they're the ones who also can't be adopted.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I have a final note here. I'm going to give the last word to Patrick O'Sullivan, who says, apropos of why there aren't more questions, I think that we are letting it sink in. So I think that's true. I think we were letting this sink in, Claire. Thanks for giving us so much that we have to let sink in.
Thank you all.
Great to see you. And I'll say what we've all said, which is what a shame that we can't all go have dinner with us.
Yeah. I really feel, nice glass of rosé.
I know. But one day we'll do it. Thank you so much, Claire.
Bye.
Bye-bye.